And with the summer adjournment approaching, I would like to thank the Pages for their extraordinary work this year. Habituellement,
traditionally, on the first Wednesday in June, the Pages lead the singing of the national anthem in the chamber to start the sitting for that day. The last 2 years have not been ordinary for anyone, including for this year's group of Pages.
Although they are not able to sing grouped together on the floor of the House this year, the Pages will lead the anthem from the Speaker's Gallery to safely maintain tradition. I'll let them go. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was in Warsaw. While there, I spoke with an Afghan refugee couple, he a journalist and she a teacher, as well as a female former Supreme Court justice, all priority targets for the Taliban. They were rescued from certain death and evacuated from Kabul by the Polish Air Force. Since August of 2021, Poland has provided them with money and housing. However, after 10 months of waiting to resettle in Canada, Poland has done all it can. That country needs to focus on the 3.6 million Ukrainians who have crossed its borders. Repeated efforts to obtain assistance from Canada's embassy in Poland, GAC, and IRCC have proven useless. What good is Canada's special immigration measures for Afghans if they don't work and only amount to, hey, here's a bunch of websites, don't expect any help? What a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. People's lives are at stake. Canada made a commitment. I call upon the government to honor our nation's word.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I recently joined the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Northern Affairs, my Manitoba colleagues, and Premier Heather Stephenson to greet 350 Ukrainians, adults, children, and their pets as they arrived in Winnipeg. We greeted them like family, which is not an exaggeration. More than 120,000 Manitobans are of Ukrainian descent, including members of my own family. Each of them received a warm Manitoba welcome. However, those moments of warm embrace were bittersweet. Thoughts of beloved family, friends, and homeland left behind were ever present. Vladimir Putin is solely to blame for the chaos, displacing millions of people and taking thousands of lives. He has waged an illegal war on a democratic nation and is terrorizing civilians and razing cities. Ukraine is a significant ally to NATO, and as a member of the alliance, Canada will continue to support its defense through humanitarian aid and military equipment for as long as necessary. Canada will always be a steadfast supporter of Ukraine and host its people with warmth, dignity, and respect.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, today I am especially proud to rise in recognition of two outstanding leaders in Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte who will be starting their much-deserved retirement soon. Janice Scott led the Royal Victoria Regional Health Centre for 17 years as president and CEO. She has had an oversized role in making the RVH a regional leader in healthcare in Simcoe County, and she has led an exceptional team that guided our healthcare community throughout many challenging times. Dr. Marilyn Westmoynes has served as the president and CEO of Georgian College for the better part of 10 years. In her time, she has led the growth of an educational institute that attracts talented students and staff from across Ontario and the world. Students that settle in Barrie, stimulate our economy, and enrich our community.
That's right.
I want to wish Ms. Scott and Ms. Westmoynes the very best in their much-deserved retirement. I would also like to welcome the new CEO and presidents, Gail Hunt for RVH and Kevin Weaver for Georgian College. I know that Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte's future is bright with such talented, competent people in important leadership roles.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I rise today in memory of a great man, Maulana Naseem Mahdi Sahib, a dear friend of mine for over 30 years. He left this world last week. Naseem was a loyal and trusting friend that I, my husband Sam, and the rest of our family are honored to have known. He was born in Pakistan, arriving in Canada in May 1985 as head of the Canada Jamaat, as well as serving in many other countries. I first met him in Toronto, where he was already a well-respected and loving Mubali. He impacted thousands of families and has left quite the footprint through things such as the Batul Islam Mosque, Peace Village, and the Amity Abode of Peace. He was a champion of interfaith harmony. Naseem believed that at the core of everything was love and peace, and that working together we could achieve this for the world. He didn't believe in just coexisting. He believed in existing as one. I will never forget the work he has done, the love he has shown, and the many things he has done for all of us as Canadians. Naseem, your legacy of love and community remains, and I thank you for sharing it with me and every other person that was blessed enough to have encountered you. Rest in peace, dear friend, until we meet again.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1672, Intendant Talon conceded the seigneurie of Verchères to an officer of the Carignan-Salière Regiment, François Jarret. This little village on the St. Lawrence was in the front row of history when Madeleine, who was only 14 years old, heroically protected the village from an Iroquois attack. Some even say that she saved New France. Years later, a patriot from Verchères, Luger Duvernay, founded the Saint Jean-Baptiste Society, which organized the first celebrations of Quebec's national holiday. To that heritage, we can add National Patriots' Day, which we owe to another native of Verchères, former Premier Bernard Landry. When we think of Verchères, we also think of its famous flat-bottomed boats and of the incredible artisans who work hard to keep the knowledge of their predecessors alive. In 2022, Verchères is a marvelous village that you can't help but fall in love with. And that's why I want to wish everyone in and from Verchères a marvelous 350th anniversary.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Milk Day. It's an opportunity to thank our dairy farmers, processors, and producers who work hard to provide delicious milk for our country. Every day, our farmers jump out of bed to provide healthy, high-quality dairy products. These products are created carefully, safely, and in an environmentally friendly way. And more environmentally friendly, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian dairy industry is known around the world for its high quality. Dairy products are an important part of a healthy diet, and they're a pillar of our economy. The industry is a major force in our rural municipalities, like mine, and it contributes to dynamic land use practices. We are proud of the quality of our dairy industry and also of its environmental innovation. Our dairy sector is a world leader, and we will always celebrate the hard work of our farmers, producers, and processors. To each and every one of you, happy World Milk Day.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of World Milk Day, which is celebrated every year on June 1st. To the 10,000 dairy farmers and over 500 processors in Canada, I say thank you. These incredible men and women get up before the sun every day, step into their work boots, and do the important work of feeding Canadians with our celebrated top-quality dairy products. In my riding, there are many dairy businesses who, day in and day out, produce some of the healthiest and most nutritious dairy products in the world. These farmers not only provide the best dairy products in the world, they also play an important role in helping our country meet its environmental goals. On behalf of all parliamentarians, thank you for your hard work. We will continue to support the agricultural sector, which is the economic powerhouse that will get our economy going again. On World Milk Day, I invite all of my colleagues to raise a glass of milk in honor of the hard-working Canadians of our dairy industry.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mabuhay, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back. I'm excited to rise in the House today to kick off Filipino Heritage Month for the month of June. I would like to thank my colleague from Scarborough Centre and every MP in the House who supported Motion 155 to make this happen. From coast to coast to coast, Filipino Canadians will be celebrating this June by having flag-raising ceremonies, Independence Day festivals, and celebrations throughout the month. From the original settlers in Westminster, BC 130 years ago to the now 1 million Filipinos across Canada today, I want to acknowledge the tremendous contributions of Filipino Canadians in making their mark in Canada. I'd like to say a special thank you to my husband, Chris, my kids, Kyle and Cassidy, my mother and father-in-law, and the Filipino interns for joining us in Ottawa today. Maraming salamat, maligayang buwan ng pamanang Filipino. Thank you very much and happy Filipino Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
June marks Indigenous History Month. My constituents, including Ann Hines, the minister of Roncesvalles United Church, care deeply about understanding Indigenous contributions to our community. So when Ann considered what her congregation could do to support Indigenous reconciliation, she looked no further than Phil Cote. Phil belongs to the Moose Deer Point First Nation and is a celebrated Anishinaabe artist, and commissioned him to create a soaring Indigenous mural, some 60 feet high and 70 feet wide, that now adorns an entire wall of the church. The mural is the first of its kind in a church in Canada. The significance is clear, Mr. Speaker, given the historic role of the church in administering the residential school system. Now, all those who enter Roncesvalles United are struck by this towering work of art and the creation story it depicts. As opposed to working to take the Indian out of the child, Roncesvalles United is now celebrating the Indigenous presence that surrounds all of us. The path toward reconciliation is a shared one. Thank you, Phil Cote and Ann Hines, for demonstrating that for all of us. Chimigwech.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, Pitt Meadows is one of the prettiest spots on our planet and a wonderful place to raise a family. It's on the traditional land of the Katzie and nestled between the Coast Mountains and the Pitt and Fraser Rivers. It has a small town feel even though it's in Metro Vancouver. Residents enjoy chatting or strolling along the dikes, perhaps after grabbing a coffee at the Stomping Grounds Cafe or an ice cream from the Sweet Tooth Creamery. Looking for a wonderful place to golf or to get married? Nowhere better than Swanisett, not far from Pitt Lake, the largest freshwater tidal lake in the world, and where you can view eagles, swans, herons, and seals. Business is booming. This month, a new airport terminal is opening, as well as a Vancouver aviation school. This Saturday, residents will line up by the thousands for the Pitt Meadows annual parade, the 81st. It's a great time to connect, and it'll be a blast. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, happy Italian Heritage Month, a time to recognize, celebrate and honour the immeasurable contributions of Italian Canadians while showcasing the rich Italian culture, heritage and gastronomy. Le relazioni diplomatiche fra il Canada e l'Italia si sono rafforzate nel corso dei ultimi 75 anni, ma i nostri legami interpersonali uniscono le nostre nazioni da molto più tempo. la nostra storia condivisa e costruita sul viaggio di una donna italiana coraggiosa, forte e valorosa. As documented by the Quiet Immigration Project titled Le Femmine Forti, a tribute to the brave Italian women who immigrated to Canada after World War II, and through sheer strength of character, with neither fanfare nor complaint, wove their way into Canada's social fabric. These are our nonnas, our mothers and wives, and yes, Mr. Speaker, our daughters, including mine, Eliana, Natalia, and Leah, who will carry the rich Italian-Canadian legacy for years to come. Grazie con tutto il cuore. This Italian Heritage Month, join me in sharing and celebrating the stories of these brave Italian women. Buon mese del patrimonio italiano, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Jury service often comes at a considerable sacrifice. Many jurors go through difficult trials and are exposed to horrific evidence, and yet they're unable to talk about what is often the most stressful aspect of jury service, the deliberation process, due to the jury secrecy rule. Yesterday, the Justice Committee voted unanimously to send Bill S-206, of which I'm the House of Commons sponsor, back to the House for third reading. The bill carves out a narrow exception to the jury secrecy rule so that former jurors can disclose all aspects of their jury service with a medical professional bound by confidentiality so that former jurors can get the help that they deserve. Jurors play an indispensable role in the administration of justice. We owe it to them to see that this bill finally crosses the finish line and is passed into law.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, despite the many flaws in Bill C-11, the Liberals continue to force this legislation through Parliament. Last week, the CEO of Canada's most successful YouTube channel told the Heritage Committee that Bill C-11 is not an ill-intentioned piece of legislation, but it is a bad piece of legislation. It's been written by those who do not understand the industry that they're attempting to regulate. Mr. Speaker, artists and creators who work in the digital media have been clear. Modernization does not mean taking an outdated 30-year-old regulatory system and simply applying it to today's technology. While the Liberals claim there is now an exemption for user-generated content, this legislation clearly allows the CRTC to regulate any content that generates revenue directly or indirectly. That means that virtually all content can be regulated by the CRTC. Mr. Speaker, it's clear. Bill C-11 is flawed and it must be scrapped.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we celebrate National Accessibility Week in Canada, I would like to highlight the contribution of an exceptional woman. She is an immigrant who has dedicated over 35 years of her life to developing respite services for the families of children with intellectual disabilities. She has mobilized parents, created communities of support, and obtained the support of financial backers and elected officials at every level of government. This woman's name is Maritza Ferrada Videla, and she is my mother. Her leadership in supporting inclusion for the families of children with disabilities is exemplary. It is with considerable emotion and pride that I salute her courage, her determination, and her resilience in her fight for human dignity. And today, I wish her a well-deserved happy retirement. Mama, every day, you have been and will continue to be a source of inspiration and quiet strength to me as I work in this house. In closing, I wish to thank all those who, like my mother, work to build a more inclusive and equitable society.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, June 2nd is International Sex Worker Day, a day to celebrate sex workers, to honor their work, and to push for better working conditions. Women, men, queer, trans, and non-binary sex workers are workers. They are members of our community, and they deserve dignity and respect, not stigma. Stigma leads to barriers accessing health care, to isolation, and to dangerous working conditions. Our laws, while claiming to protect sex workers, actually cause more harm by making it harder to report violence and harder to screen potential clients. We need to end stigma, to listen to the voices of sex workers who are calling for decriminalization, calling on MPs to stop conflating sex work with human trafficking, because it makes it harder to keep people safe. Instead, let's support the sex work community. One amazing organization is Peers Victoria Resource Society, an organization by sex workers for sex workers. On June 2nd, let's celebrate sex workers and end the stigma. Sex work is work.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, today, June 1st, we celebrate World Milk Day. Once again this year, I wish to highlight the contribution of our dairy producers who take care of their herds and who put high-quality milk in our fridges, along with important dairy products like butter, yogurt, and cheese. Today, milk has been delivered to the House lobby, and it's an opportunity for us to raise our glasses to the good health of our dairy producers. And we're happy to do so, Mr. Speaker, because milk and dairy products are healthy and nutritious. Dairy producers and other supply-managed sectors have done better than most through the pandemic. It's further proof that the system works and that we need to rapidly pass version 2.0 of our bill to protect supply management from any new breach during future free trade agreement negotiations. Long live our homegrown dairy producers.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I recently traveled to Israel on a parliamentary mission to learn about the conflict, but something else that really stood out to me was how the country has moved on from COVID. It was immediately noticeable when we got off the plane: no mask, no public health warnings, distancing, or divisive vaccine mandates. In Israel, people are living joyously in a post-COVID world, Mr. Speaker, but as soon as we boarded the flight home to Canada, all COVID restrictions and mandates returned, and I felt the anxiety and stress of the past 2 years and realized the terrible impact Canadian restrictions continue to have on our psyches and how desperately people need a return to normal. But this Liberal government will not allow it. They voted against our motion to end travel restrictions and mandates, even though other highly advanced vaccinated countries with leading scientific and medical experts have done so. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. All Canadians can live freely once again. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's time Canada moves on too.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
The city of St. Anne de Bellevue and my riding of Lac Saint Louis is for the birds, Mr. Speaker. St. Anne's is the proud recipient of Nature Canada's bird-friendly city designation, only the 13th city in Canada to qualify. This designation is the result of the city's long-standing commitment to conserving and enhancing its natural environment with our feathered friends top of mind.
The bird-friendly policies and measures implemented by the city and its partners over the years include stopping the use of harmful pesticides and rodenticides, protecting biodiversity, protecting key habitats, and mobilizing local citizens through education and awareness-raising campaigns.
Congratulations to Mayor Paula Hawa, Councillor Ryan Young, who has long spearheaded bird-friendly initiatives, and to the McGill Bird Observatory and Morgan Arboretum on making it possible for St. Anne's to obtain this well-deserved honor and recognition.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals have failed when it comes to making life more affordable for Canadians. Canadians are worse off today than they were 6 years ago, with out-of-control gas, grocery, rent, and housing costs. And what does this Prime Minister do? Nothing, except blame everyone else. Inflation is the fault of COVID, and high gas prices, he blames Putin. That's a cop-out, Mr. Speaker. So what is this Liberal government going to do to reduce the price of things like fuel and groceries? And when are they finally going to do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the member opposite talks about 6 years ago. One of the very first things we did when we got into office was lower taxes for the middle class by raising them on the wealthiest 1%. We then moved forward with a Canada Child benefit that delivers hundreds of dollars a month to Canadians tax-free while not sending checks to millionaire families like the Conservatives did before us. Mr. Speaker, we have now indexed to inflation that Canada Child benefit benefit. So as of next month, that will raise for families across the country to help them keep up with the cost of living as we continue to invest in supports for families.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Newsflash for the Prime Minister, Canadians cannot keep up with the cost of living. They desperately need a break on these high costs. Now, while some provinces are taking action to relieve the pressure on Canadians, the Liberals are actually cheering on high gas prices and raking in the extra cash. On top of tax increases that came on April 1st, we're now seeing interest rates rise, which will cost Canadians more. But this Prime Minister continues to deny the reality. Why won't he take some responsibility and do something to reduce the cost of food, gas, and housing?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, this government has had Canadians' backs and will continue to have their backs through these difficult times. We know we're continuing to lower Canadian cell phone bills. We did that by 25% as promised. We committed to working with provinces and territories to cut childcare fees in half this year. Families are already seeing real savings as a result. We committed to raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, and it increased again on April 1st. Also, by delivering an enhanced Canada Worker benefit, more families will benefit from that support. We will continue to be there to support families across the country.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the reality is the cost of everything is going up, and the Prime Minister seems to be in denial about it. But you know what else is going up under these Liberals? Violent crimes. That's because they are soft on crime. Their soft on crime approach means that places like Winnipeg, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal are becoming more dangerous, with violent crimes increasing under their watch. Criminals who terrorize vulnerable communities shouldn't get just a slap on the wrist and house arrest or bail. They should be behind bars. Why won't this Prime Minister start standing up for victims, do something to protect the innocent, and make sure that violent criminals are put in jail and stay in jail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What our communities need is a justice system that punishes criminals. What we don't need is a system that targets racialized people because of systemic discrimination. Our reforms turned the page on failed Conservative Party policies, which contributed to the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous people in our criminal justice system. At the same time, through our new legislation, we're increasing maximum penalties from 10 to 14 years for firearms-related offenses, including smuggling and trafficking. We are there to support Canadians and to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the press lines that the Prime Minister repeats provide a minimum of information but show a lack of compassion, both for victims of violent crime and Canadians who are paying more and more for everything. To satisfy his insatiable need to spend, the Prime Minister allows Canadians to pay millions more in taxes every day because everything is costing a great deal more. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to accept his responsibilities, lower taxes for Canadians, to give them a break and some time to breathe? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It would be a little bit more credible from the Conservatives if they hadn't voted against our very first initiative to lower taxes for the middle class and increase them for the more wealthier members of society. We have continued to provide a Canada Child benefit to help families with hundreds of dollars every month, and that will increase and is indexed to inflation and the cost of living. We are here to support Canadians and individuals. So we are helping the middle class in real ways, while the Conservatives only criticize and make partisan attacks. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what is partisan about asking this government to take some time to reflect at the difficulties that Canadian families are facing in making ends meet? It's now that Canadians need help, Mr. Speaker, not in 6 months, not in a year. It's right now that the Prime Minister should take action, but they didn't even see it coming. They had nothing in the last budget to help Canadian families get through the recession that's coming. Once again, a third increase in inflation today. What will the Prime Minister do instead of just throwing out empty words? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, concretely, because of investments that this government is making, families across the country will see thousands of dollars in lowered daycare fees in Quebec, an increase in the number of spaces because of the federal government's investments. We will continue to be there to invest and help families. The Canada Child Benefit is increasing and is tied to the cost of living. This means more money in the pockets of families that need it every month, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to be there to support Canadians that are dealing with difficult times because of the war in Ukraine and the coming out of the pandemic. The honourable member for La Prairie, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stated that he wants to challenge Quebec's legislation on the secular nature of the state, giving the broad implications for all Canadians across this country. There are no implications for Canadians. It's nothing to do with that. It only concerns Quebecers. The law on secularization is a request from Quebecers, a law that was voted on by the members of the National Assembly of Quebec. It applies only in Quebec. I think it's clear, isn't it? Canadians have nothing to do with it, and it's none of their business. What is so hard for the Prime Minister to understand about that? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm certain that I didn't hear properly. I'm certain that the honourable member didn't want to suggest that all those who disagree and who challenge this before the courts in Quebec are not real Quebecers, Mr. Speaker. We will always be there with anyone across the country who wants to defend their fundamental rights protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And if, in fact, it winds up in the Supreme Court, yes, the federal government will be there to defend the rights of minorities as we do every day, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for La Prairie, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers want to strengthen the secularism of Quebec at home. It's their business. They don't tell Canadians what to do in their homes. If the citizens of Moose Jaw and Saskatchewan want their state and religion to go hand in hand, that's not our problem. They can get "In God We Trust" tattooed on their foreheads if they want. It's not our problem. We don't care. But in our nation, we want the secularity of the state, and we voted for it. Why would Quebecers accept that Canadians force religion back into our state? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I must tell the honourable member that his at home is also my home. I'm a Quebecer, and I am right to ensure that all Quebecers can have the same rights as everybody else across the country. The government's role is to ensure that all Canadians across the country have their rights supported and protected. And yes, if this winds up in the Supreme Court, we will be there to ensure that we protect the fundamental rights of everyone, Quebecers and Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Since 2016, 27,000 Canadians have lost their life to a toxic drug supply. Experts agree that a criminal approach will not save lives, and we need a healthcare-based approach. Now, the Prime Minister has agreed to take a healthcare-based approach by decriminalizing personal possession in BC. But if that approach is good in BC, why won't the Prime Minister support our bill to bring a healthcare approach for the rest of Canada to save lives across our country?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to take a healthcare approach across the country, which is exactly the approach one needs to take, one needs to work with the people who actually direct the healthcare in every different province. And that means working with provinces. It means working with municipalities. It means working with frontline workers. And that's exactly what we've done in moving forward with BC responsibly to make sure there is a framework around it. Unfortunately, it is not a simple solution like proposed by the NDP. It is a complex solution that actually goes at the heart of the problem that we are moving forward on, and that, Mr. Speaker, is the right way to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Since 2016, 25,000 Canadians across the country have died as a result of toxic drugs. So we're talking about 25,000 individuals. We know that we can't take the same approach and get a different result. We need to take an approach that will help people. The Prime Minister changed the approach for British Columbia. If it's good for British Columbia, Why isn't it good for the rest of the country? Why isn't it good for Montreal, for example? Why is the Prime Minister not supporting our bill to save lives? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we made the choice to work with the province of British Columbia and the municipalities, and this to go forward with a science-based, evidence-based approach. But we cannot simply, with a decree of the Canadian Parliament, move into other areas of the country without working in partnership and working together with local jurisdictions. It's not a responsible approach that they're proposing. Responsible leadership means working with our partners to move forward as we're doing in British Columbia. And yes, we are open to do it elsewhere, but we need the partnerships to do so.
For Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, 3 RCMP officers killed in Moncton, 6 worshippers killed inside a Quebec City mosque, 2 grandparents and their grandson murdered in Calgary in 2017. Their killers were given jail sentences of 40 years or more, but the Supreme Court has now capped sentences for mass murderers at 25 years. The Prime Minister likes to say that he has Canadians' backs. Will he stand up for the families of these victims?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are with the families and survivors of the hate-filled Islamophobic attacks at the Quebec City Mosque and the other killings across the country. At the Supreme Court, we argued in support of a sentencing judge's discretion to impose a longer period of parole ineligibility where appropriate. We know this court's decision was painful for many. We want to be clear. Nothing in the decision changes the fact that all people convicted of murder receive a mandatory life sentence. Just as we did in January 2017, we will stand with the families, survivors, and community and everyone impacted by such violence.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Thoughts are not enough. This decision means that the person who killed 3 RCMP officers in Moncton will now be eligible for full parole at age 49. The Supreme Court ruling hands this issue back to Parliament for this government to do something about it. Will this government, will this Prime Minister act to ensure that families won't have to go through the re-traumatization every 2 years of parole hearings to ensure that their loved one's killer remains behind bars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, allow me to be clear once again. Nothing in the Supreme Court decision changes the fact that all people convicted of murder receive a mandatory life sentence. At the Supreme Court, we argued in support of a sentencing judge's discretion to impose a longer period of parole ineligibility where appropriate, but we will continue to stand with Canadians. We will continue to stand with victims and survivors of these terrible killings.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Supreme Court of Canada's ruling on consecutive parole sentences takes the side of serial killers and mass murderers instead of victims. What is cruel and unusual punishment is individuals losing their innocent loved ones to heinous crimes and then having to sit through years of detailed parole hearings, only adding to the trauma. Why isn't the Prime Minister taking the necessary steps to ensure victims are put first?
Honourable Prime Minister.
What we are also doing is taking the necessary steps to make sure there are fewer victims of mass killings by, for example, banning military-style assault weapons in this country, something conservative politicians continue to stand against. They want to make those guns used at Polytechnique, those guns used in other mass killings legal again, which we will continue to stand against. Not only that, we're now moving forward on an initiative that will make it illegal to buy, sell, transfer, or import handguns anywhere in Canada.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
That's disinformation, and the Prime Minister knows that they were already banned in the 70s. Those with consecutive sentences have only routinely committed the most horrifying of crimes, and yet the Supreme Court wants these criminals to have the opportunity to be in society again. Canada's worst criminals should be locked behind bars and not free to walk the streets. So when will the Prime Minister start standing with victims and commit to ensuring that criminals serve sentences that reflect the severity of their crimes?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Question, Mr. Speaker, is when will the Conservative Party stop standing with the NRA and start standing with Canadians so there are fewer victims of violent crimes, fewer victims of mass murders? That's why we are moving forward. We moved forward with a ban on military-style assault weapons in this country. It is now illegal to buy, sell, or use a military-style assault weapon in this country. And on top of that, we're moving forward to make it illegal to buy, sell, or import handguns anywhere in this country. The Conservative Party stands against that. Canadians should ask them why.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Section 33(1) of the Criminal Code states that the defence of extreme intoxication is not available when an act includes an assault. But just recently, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that Section 33(1) of the Criminal Code violates Section 7 and 11 of the Charter of Rights. Mr. Speaker, what part of this protects victims?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
This government is unwavering in our commitment to ensure that our criminal justice system keeps communities safe, respects victims, holds offenders to account, all while upholding charter rights. We're carefully reviewing the decision to determine its effect on victims as well as the criminal law. We've taken action to strengthen sexual assault laws to ensure that victims are treated with the utmost respect and are protected. It's critical to fostering greater confidence of survivors of sexual assault and gender-based violence, as well as the broader Canadian public in our justice system.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, time is not on victims' sides right now, so hopefully you hurry up. Mr. Speaker, because of the Supreme Court ruling allowing the defence of extreme intoxication, women have shared their fears about coming forward to local agencies and advocates. We are hearing from young women who are concerned about this decision, who are asking, is this really possible? Mr. Speaker, it is. There needs to be action. There needs to be resolutions. Victims' voices have been lost. When would this Prime Minister do something about it and fix this?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we have been acting on strengthening our criminal system's response to sexual assault for years now. We passed legislation which requires judges to obtain the necessary training to understand the complex nature of sexual assault and the myths that all too often surround it.
I'm just going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm trying to hear the answer, and I'm sure the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London wants to hear our answer as well. So I'm going to ask everyone to tone it down a bit. There's a couple of you out there who have very strong voices, and I admire them. But please try to refrain them while somebody else is speaking. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, right from the top, please.
Again, we have and will consistently act to support survivors of sexual assault and make sure that the justice system responds to them better. We passed legislation which requires judges to obtain the necessary training to understand the complex nature of sexual assault and the myths that too often surround them. Budget 2021 included $85.3 million over 5 years to ensure access to free legal advice and legal representation for survivors of sexual assault and intimate partner violence. We've also made over $12 million in funding available through the Victims Fund for projects designed to improve the criminal justice system's response to sexual assault against adults, and there's more to do.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, not only does the Prime Minister want to challenge Quebec's Bill 21, the Liberals even want to use the case to put Quebec under trusteeship. Indeed, his colleague from Montreal declared on Friday that the notwithstanding clause needs to be abolished. I quote, "This article has no place in our charter and should never be used." So he wants to take away from Quebec its only constitutional recourse to protect our societal choices against the dictates of the federal government or federally appointed judges. Will the Prime Minister correct him and remind him that the notwithstanding clause is important? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for everybody to remember that when a legislative assembly, a parliament, chooses to suspend the fundamental rights of some of its citizens, it takes reflection. We all know Quebecers, like all Canadians, want their basic protections under the Charter to be upheld. When a government chooses to ignore those fundamental protections, it's important to reflect, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the notwithstanding clause exists in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms precisely for cases like Bill 21. It's precisely to prevent Canadian institutions from unilaterally overturning the democratic choices of Quebec and the provinces. It's precisely to avoid this Prime Minister from countering Bill 21 to impose his own vision of state secularism, the vision of some guy who thinks we need to pray every day in Parliament. Will the Prime Minister leave the notwithstanding clause alone, or does he want to put Quebec under trusteeship? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Bloc is prepared to attack our fundamental freedoms of conscience in this country, but I know that the federal government will be here to defend fundamental freedoms, gender equality, protection of minorities, official language minorities across the country. We will always be there to ensure that all Canadians, be they in Quebec or elsewhere in the country, are protected in their fundamental rights and freedoms. That's what Canadians expect of this government.
Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, gun violence has gone up significantly over the past 7 years of Liberal government. That is fact. It is also a fact that most guns used in violent crime are smuggled in from the United States. Gun smugglers and gun traffickers are responsible for the murder of innocent Canadians in our cities like Toronto, Montreal, Regina, Edmonton. But why is the Liberal Prime Minister removing mandatory jail time for people who smuggle guns into Canada under Bill C-5? Why is he letting them off the hook, Mr. Speaker?
Great question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we're actually increasing the penalties from 10 to 15 to 14 years for illegal smuggling of guns. But the concern that the Conservative Party seems to have around guns gives me hope that perhaps finally they will agree to support our ban on military-style assault weapons. Perhaps they will actually support putting a freeze on the importation, transfer, sale, or purchase of handguns in this country. It's great to hear the Conservatives concerned about gun violence. Now maybe they'll step up and strengthen gun control instead of weakening it.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Speaker, the reality is the Prime Minister's Bill C-5 will severely threaten the safety of families, children, mothers, and vulnerable communities because Bill C-5 allows criminals to commit serious and deadly gun crimes to serve house arrest rather than go to jail, meaning these dangerous criminals will be kept in the communities they have terrorized, which will disproportionately impact Black and Indigenous communities. It is sick, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister prioritizing dangerous criminals with guns over the safety of our communities?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, we are doing no such thing. We are looking at the systemic discrimination and racism that exists in our justice system that unfairly, particularly under the previous Conservative government's tough-on-crime approach, unfairly penalizes Black and Indigenous Canadians. This is why we will continue to move forward in responsible ways to make sure that criminals are punished, that penalties are brought in, that our communities are kept safe, including by preventing more Canadians from becoming victims of gun violence by strengthening gun control. Why won't the Conservatives stand with us on that?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Annie Sampson, former Vice Chair of the City of Montreal's Executive Committee responsible for public safety, said, there is concern for the fate of criminals in prison, whereas at the same time there are hundreds of families that are mourning the loss of a loved one. Even if the provinces invest huge amounts of monies in fighting gun crime, these investments will be in vain if the Liberals follow a reckless strategy. By passing Bill C-5, there will be an increase in violence in Canadian communities. Will the Prime Minister accept that responsibility? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We're improving the justice system to ensure that there is less discrimination and a systemic racism against Indigenous communities and Black Canadians. We will continue to ensure that there are fewer victims of violence by ensuring better gun control. I cannot believe that the members from Quebec in the Conservative Party are still standing up for less gun restrictions and to stop our attempt to restrict handguns or assault-style weapons. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to play both sides. He's talking about C-21, C-5, but what's clear is that a Quebecer, Ms. Amy Sampson, testified that a criminal who uses an illegal weapon, no matter their ethnic origin, remains a criminal. It's incomprehensible to let criminals use guns to kill without having to worry about facing the same consequences as other criminals. For his part, the Prime Minister, with the complicity of the Bloc and the NDP, prefers to play petty politics at the expense of the safety of Canadian communities. Does the Prime Minister realize the negative consequences of C-5? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the legislative measures in C-5 do not prevent police officers from laying charges or prosecutors from getting convictions. What it does is to ensure that criminals are harshly punished while decreasing the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous Canadians in the criminal justice system. And I can tell you, because I know Annie Sanson very well, the former mayor of my region in Montreal, is very concerned about the fate of young Indigenous and Black people who are unfairly within our criminal justice system. Before we continue, I would like to remind the members in the front rows that when they speak, the microphone of the Prime Minister microphone also picks up what they say. So I know they're not doing it on purpose. However, I would just want to tell them that they are interrupting how this operates here in the House.
Or London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, the Justice Arbour report came out, and the Liberals are already failing to take it seriously. Today's news that this government will bring back Canada's top military police officer, despite being asked to apologize for his mishandling of a sexual assault case, is appalling. We have heard over and over again that there needs to be culture change in Canada's armed forces. This isn't it. For 7 years, the Prime Minister has protected toxic men in positions of power. When will this feminist Prime Minister finally do what's right for women?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking Madam Justice Louise Arbour for her extraordinary work and for her excellent report, which we accept. We know the transformational change is necessary for our defense institutions, and we're taking steps to build a military and defense team where everyone feels safe, protected, and respected. We've accepted the report, and work is already underway on a number of her recommendations. We are committed to completing this important work for the sake of all the women and men who choose to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, who deserve forces that are up to the level that they demand.
The member for Elmwood to Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, culture change is going to take much better answers coming from the top than that. Now, Canadians certainly didn't cause inflation, but they're paying for it. They're paying for it at the grocery store. Now they're paying for it with another interest rate hike by the Bank of Canada. And while there are things that are outside the government's control, there are things that they can do. Even Boris Johnson has seen fit to bring in a windfall tax on oil and gas companies, making a ton of money on the backs of people during this period of inflation. That's money this government could use to double the GST credit, to raise the Canada Child Benefit by $500. So will the Prime Minister get up and to commit to these things instead of talking about what he did in 2016?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to move forward on supports for families and supports for Canadians, including during this difficult time where the war on Ukraine and the supply chain disruptions caused by this pandemic are contributing to global inflation that Canadians are feeling. As people are struggling with the cost of groceries, as people are struggling with the cost of gas, they know. I spoke with a number of families in Saskatoon just last week who thanked me for the fact that the numbers, the amounts they're paying for childcare have significantly dropped already, more than enough to compensate for some of the extra charges. We're delivering supports for families across the country. We will continue to be there for Canadians every step of the way.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, we know that a dangerous situation can quickly turn deadly when a firearm is present. Canadians deserve to feel safe from gun violence. Unfortunately, Conservative politicians are more focused on fulfilling their promises to the gun lobby than actually keeping our community safe. On our side, I know we are taking real action to tackle this issue. Can the Prime Minister update this House of the concrete step this government is taking to protect Canadians from gun violence?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member for Brampton South for her hard work and for advocacy in her community. This week, we presented the most ambitious move to strengthen gun control in a generation and introduced many provisions to protect our society's most vulnerable, like allowing judges to protect the identity of those who raise a flag, by giving law enforcement more tools to intercept guns from coming over our borders and off our streets. While Conservative politicians want to allow dangerous weapons back into our communities, we're capping handgun ownership and moving Canada forward.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan,
Mr. Speaker, with today's interest rate hike, more and more households will have less to pay for rising fuel and grocery costs. Other G7 countries are trying to help with skyrocketing gas prices, but this Prime Minister is making it worse. His big spending has been called inflationary by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and his carbon tax has been called inflationary by the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Conservatives have proposed a temporary cut to the GST at the pumps to help Canadians. Will the Prime Minister finally quit his worn-out talking points and finally give the middle class and those striving to join it a break?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite well knows but will not share with his constituents or any Canadians, the price on pollution actually returns more money to the average Canadian family than it costs them in the places where it's brought in. We're talking about over $1,000 a year for families in Saskatchewan and Alberta, 800 or so in Manitoba. We will continue to make sure we are supporting Canadians even as we move beyond our reliance on fossil fuels. This is something we know the world is asking for, Canadians are asking for, and we are leading on despite Conservatives.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Inflation is always someone else's problem to solve, except this Prime Minister. And leadership, Mr. Speaker, is everything. Germany has given $16 billion break on fuel taxes. The United States has opened up a strategic reserve. This Prime Minister has asked Canadians to forgive him for not thinking about monetary policy, but inflation is hitting them hard, and we are seeing zero leadership from this Prime Minister. Conservatives aren't asking the Prime Minister to pay for his own meals, to pay for his own gas, to pay for his own housing. Will he act today and give Canadians a break at the pumps so that they can pay for theirs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know this current challenges around cost of living are hitting Canadian families hard, which is why we're continuing to step up on supports for them, whether it's supports for seniors, whether it's supports for families with increases linked to inflation of the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's moving forward on historic childcare deals that are saving Canadians, families across the country, thousands of dollars this year because of reduced costs. We are going to continue to support Canadians during this difficult time because we know they need it.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's goal to make everything more expensive is punishing Canadians at the grocery store. My constituency survey on inflationary grocery prices had this response from a resident. When is it going to stop? How much more do you think people can afford to spend on a set income? Another said, with the cost of food now so high, they can't afford medicine anymore. When is this Prime Minister going to wake up to how his made-in-Canada inflation is putting basic necessities out of the reach of so many people?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that global inflation caused first by the pandemic and second by Vladimir Putin's illegal war in Ukraine is putting pressures on families, including with high gas prices. Canadians deserve support, which is what we're giving, but instead, the Conservative Party has opposed policies that put money back into Canadians' pockets. They voted against cutting taxes for the middle class. They voted against cutting childcare fees in half this year, and they voted against more support support for families, for seniors, for students. They're also opposing our price on pollution, which means they're opposing giving more money to 8 out of 10 Canadian families. We will be...
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly sad that the Prime Minister is so out of touch with what people are going through. But it's not only individuals, it's small businesses as well. The total number of insolvencies in Canada, March 2022 compared to March 2021, was 33.1%. The Liberals' comments that business is back to pre-pandemic levels and that it's all sunny ways for everyone is false. When will the Prime Minister just acknowledge everything is more expensive, people are struggling, he blames everything on everyone else, and he really has no solutions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during the past 2 years of the pandemic, we were there for small businesses with help in the way of CEBA loans, in the way of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, direct support for families, and we were able to continue to ensure that small businesses would be able to hold through the darkest times of this pandemic. Now, unfortunately, this pandemic continues, and with it, we see record inflation around the world. We see rise in the cost of fuel and groceries. That's why we continue to be there to support families who are squeezed by this, by investing in them, by making sure we're making the kinds of investments that support them without adding further inflationary pressures. That's what we will continue to do.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, yesterday, the Prime Minister refused to grant Quebec the immigration powers it's requesting. Why? Because he says the protection of French and Francophone immigration is very important. Duh, Mr. Speaker. Of course it's important, and that's why Quebec wants to be in charge of its own immigration. Protecting French and Francophone immigration is the future of Quebec as a nation where the common and official language is French. Seriously, is there anyone who thinks the federal government can do a better job than Quebec at ensuring this protection? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, as a Quebecer, I know that the federal government has an important role to play to protect French, not just in Quebec, but across the country. And that is why, for these countries across Canada, these official language minority communities, it's for them that we're going to continue to ensure Francophone immigration across the country. And in Quebec, we're very pleased to be working hand in hand with the Quebec government to increase Francophone immigration, if that's what they want. We're here to work in partnership with them. We're here to be partners to protect French and to increase the population of Quebec. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Okay, so let's sum up. The Prime Minister says that he's going to challenge Bill 21 because Canada should be able to impose its own vision of state secularism on Quebec. He says he wants to limit the scope of the notwithstanding clause to make very sure that Quebecers cannot pass laws that might displease Canada. And now he says that Quebec will never be granted the immigration powers it's calling for so it can better integrate newcomers. So now what does the Prime Minister say to Quebecers who want to make their own democratic choices? Choose independence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I think, indeed, my colleague from the Bloc Québécois has skipped a step. All Quebecers are also Canadians, and as the Prime Minister of all Canadians, I am responsible for ensuring that the fundamental laws for all Canadians are protected, and that's what I'm always going to do, also realizing that protecting my beautiful French language is at the heart of our priorities as a government and of mine as a Quebecer. So yes, we're going to take responsibility to ensure that all of these Quebecers who are all Canadians are protected in their fundamental rights.
The Heritage Minister wasn't able to answer any of my questions on Monday, so I'm hoping perhaps the Prime Minister might be able to assist today. Now, the Heritage Minister has claimed repeatedly that Bill C-11 doesn't capture user-generated content. But the chair of the CRTC, Mr. Scott, has said, yes, in fact, user-generated content is captured within Bill C-11. Both of these men cannot be correct. And so I'm wondering if the Prime Minister can perhaps clarify for the sake of Canadians who are watching today, should they believe his minister or should they believe the chair of the CRTC?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear. Bill C-11 applies to platforms, not to users.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I have two amazing online content creators. Julia Westland and David Michaud have millions of viewers on YouTube, and they are world famous. Their art is their livelihood. But under Bill C-11, the CRTC could regulate their content and therefore have major impacts on their source of income. Will the Prime Minister guarantee that user-generated content on social media, like that of Julie and David, is exempt? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to be able to underscore the work of Julia and David and to say that their content will be protected. We are there to ensure that platforms protect Canadian content, but user-generated content, our users will be supported, and that's what the Conservatives still don't get. We, on this side of the House, we are always going to protect creators and artists. The Conservatives, we know what their story is. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it's not because the Prime Minister says something that it's true. What is written in the bill clearly is that the CRTC could regulate all content that generates income directly or indirectly, like artists who don't get subsidies and who want to live from their art. So a number of experts, not Conservatives, experts in the field have raised red flags in committee, and I'm going to repeat my question. It's very simple. Will he exempt all creators, all users on social media from Bill C-11, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, creators, users, these individual people are protected under the bill. We are targeting platforms because we know full well, if we remember, for example, we were able to protect Quebec and Canadian culture by focusing on access to Canadian creators, whether it be radio, TV, or whether it be now on internet. We want to ensure that Canadian creators can be viewed, listened, and appreciated, and that is exactly what Bill C-11 does, and that's what the Conservatives continue to fail to understand. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the summer coming, people from the world over are starting to plan their summer vacations, and as you know, with the easing of border measures, Canada is ready to welcome the world. Can the Prime Minister tell us what the government is doing to promote Canada on the international stage so that people can take advantage of our country from coast to coast to coast? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan for his question and his diligent work. These past 2 years have been extremely difficult for the tourism sector. During this National Tourism Week, I would like to thank all of the tourism industry for its resilience and its promotion of Canada the world over, whether it be dancing to music at the Montreal Jazz Festival or observing beluga whales in Churchill. Let's make Canada a main tourist destination of people the world over.
No. Nothing says Happy Tourism Week like the arbitrary, unjustified extension of the restrictions and mandates in Canada's airports. Airports, airlines, chambers of commerce, health experts all called for an end to mandates, and this week, even members of the minister's own caucus said that these restrictions don't make sense anymore. His response? He doubled down. What more will it take for him to finally do the right thing, do his job, clear the backlogs in our airport, and give Canadians their rights back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I wish we were able, like the Conservatives think we are, to simply wish away a pandemic, to wish away the thousands of deaths, to wish away the people dying every day, continued in this pandemic. Yes, we all want it to be over, but the best way to make sure that it's over.
Are we ready? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives in denial about the reality of this pandemic. We continue to have a pandemic in this country. We continue to need to take measures to keep Canadians safe, and we will continue to be informed by the best public health advice and the advice of experts to get us through this. We know that Canada was able to do the right things across the country to minimize the impacts of the pandemic, both on Canadians and on our economy. We will continue to make sure we're putting the health of Canadians and the health of our economy first and foremost, because nobody wants another wave of this COVID-19.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, nearly 38,000 people participated in a Twitter poll posted by this government, but PHAC says 33,000 of them got the answer wrong. So it seems like this government has done a terrible job of keeping Canadians informed. Now, the Prime Minister has extended his punishing mandates for another month. So let's give him a chance to provide Canadians with some information, some facts. For how many more months will this Prime Minister extend his unscientific mandates?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, no one knows how long this pandemic is going to last, but I can tell you, even though the Conservatives seem to think it's over already, it is not. We will continue to make sure we're putting first and foremost the protection of Canadians, their safety, their well-being, and the safety and reliability of their jobs and their futures. We have done that every step of the way, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to be informed by science, not by the barking of Conservative opposition.
That's it. Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister has changed his story so many times and moved the goalposts so many times, he refuses to answer a simple question. Millions of Canadians have lost their jobs and can't travel across the country because this Prime Minister chooses to divide, wedge, and stigmatize. Canadians deserve leadership, not ideology. So when will this Prime Minister finally drop the divisive politics and end the mandates?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, we see the Conservatives refusing to remember that we actually had a very important election last year on the question of mandates, on the question of protections for Canadians. And they lost that election. Overwhelmingly, Canadians supported moving forward with vaccination mandates to keep Canadians safe. Now, unfortunately, they're stuck on the wrong side of things, but we continue to know putting science first, putting vaccinations first, actually matters most to keep Canadians safe and to keep our economy going well. That is what we will continue to do.
Now we're getting close to the end, and I know everybody's getting excited, so I just want to remind everyone, and especially the ones with the loud voices who really carry well, I can hear you, and some of you don't have a mask on, so I can actually see your lips moving. I know who you are. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbia has been the epicenter for the overdose crisis for the past several years, and the increasingly toxic drug supply has exacerbated an already heartbreaking loss of life. In BC alone, there were an average of 5 deaths per day in the month of March alone, sending shockwaves of grief that ripple through families and communities. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on what our government is doing to turn the tide on the overdose and toxic drug supply crisis to save lives and to create a brighter future for communities in my province and right across the country?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his question and his incredibly hard work on this file and others. We're taking concrete action to tackle the opioid epidemic, including by announcing the approval of BC's proposal to decriminalize personal possession of certain small amounts. We will work in partnership with BC through their comprehensive monitoring and evaluation strategy to address both public health and public safety. Our approach is supporting community-led solutions to reduce harm, treat addiction, and prevent overdose.
Member for Port Moody, Quoquitlam.
So nice to see you back in the chair, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Liberals said they would move ahead with a disability benefit bill. People with disabilities deserve meaningful support from this government. and they have made it clear that the last bill was not good enough. Any new legislation must spell out comprehensive support. It cannot leave people behind. People living with disabilities have been waiting over a year for better. Will the Prime Minister promise that any new legislation will actually lift Canadians with disabilities out of poverty?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'm always pleased to see members of the NDP asking about this file. It's one that we take extraordinarily seriously and have continued to lead on every step of the way, including through the difficult times of the pandemic, by being there for Canadians living with disabilities. That's why we're very pleased to be moving forward to reintroduce the Canada Disabilities legislation. We know that support for people with disabilities is extremely important, but we also know that getting it right really matters. Nothing about people with disabilities without Canadians with disabilities, and that's why we will be working with the community to make sure we're getting it right.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this is it. The Prime Minister's last opportunity before we vote on Bill C-216. A national crisis requires federal leadership. There are moms like Irene and Angela with us today among the tens of thousands across the country who've lost loved ones to a poisoned drug supply. The Prime Minister can put people's lives ahead of politics. He can turn around right now and give his caucus permission to support having expert input at committee. Will he do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are acting to keep Canadians safe. We've moved forward with a proposal working in hand with the British Columbia government to make sure that as we move forward, people have the supports in their community, in the local health system. We need a wraparound approach which BC is leading on, and we are very pleased to work with them, and we look forward to working with any other jurisdiction that wants to take on this responsible approach that the British Columbia NDP government has led with. We stand with them, and we thank them for their leadership as we move forward.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for questions today. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, during question period, I and a number on this side of the House heard the member from Kildonan St. Paul make an intemperate, if not incendiary, remark in response to an answer the Prime Minister was making with regard to the over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples and Black Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that this member will not want those remarks to stand unanswered. So I ask that you offer her the opportunity to withdraw those remarks or to significantly clarify them to the House.
The member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if he's referring to my question, or so maybe he can clarify.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
PMO didn't tell me. Mr. Speaker, I'm very reluctant to repeat those comments because they were so incendiary and intemperate. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I might ask you to review Hansard and to review the comments that I'm certain that our reporters had heard. But, Mr. Speaker, to clarify for her, to answer her question, it was not a statement that she made in the question, it was not a question that she posed to the Prime Minister, rather it was a statement that she was made while the Prime Minister was answering.
If it's okay with the House, what I will do, or what we will do, is we will revise the language and then come back to the House should something arise from that. Very good. It being 3:18, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-211 under private members' business. Call in the members. question.
The question is the following one.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood, seconded by Mr. Pulowski, moved that Bill S-211, an act to enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the customs tariff, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. McKay.
We will proceed to members participating in person. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
How long have you been here, Lawrence? Come on. Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Fourth row on my
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
third row on my right.
Monsieur Arsenault. Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
The fourth row on my left, I'm sorry.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Champoux.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Third row on my left.
Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet Jonca.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
All those on my left in the second row.
Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Colkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Monsieur Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Trudel. Non, désolé. Monsieur Fortin,
Mr.
désolé.
Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
La première rangée.
First row on my right.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
rangée.
Sixth row.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. Première rangée.
First row.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Troisième.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to the technical difficulty, let me start that over. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote yes. Je vote oui.
Mr. Noor Mohammed, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 327, 327. Nays contre, zéro aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-216 under private members' business. The question is the following.
Mr. Johns, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moved that Bill C-216, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to enact the expungement of certain, may I dispense? No? Certain Drug-Related Convictions Act and the National Strategy on Substance Use Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr.
John.
We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Fourth row, quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée.
First row.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Going back to Ms. Kwan. Mr. Hanley. Sixth row. Mr. Hanley. Yes, sixth row. Mr. Hanley. Yes, Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Erskine Smith. Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left that oppose the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutieff.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Third row.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Second row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltay.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Oh.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Latancio.
Ms. Latancio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Fourth row.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
The first row.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Jessic.
Ms. Jessic.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
La Chambre attendra maintenant
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before continuing its business.
I wish to inform the House that electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Monsieur le Président, je vote non.
I vote no.
Can I ask you to repeat, Mr. Noor Mohammed?
Said no.
Did we hear that okay? No? One more time.
I vote no, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Noor Mohammed, against compte.
Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 71, 71. Nays contre 248, 248.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now...
Order! 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 Order. I want to remind the honourable members that reacting to what's going on in the galleries is not permitted. Just in case anyone forgot. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-233 under private members' business.
The question is the following one. Madame Dillon, appuyée par Madame Sachs.
Ms. Dillon, seconded by Ms. Sachs, moved that Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Judges Act, violence against an intimate partner, be now read a third time and do pass.
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Dillon.
Nous procéderons maintenant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
Right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam for Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam for Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième.
Third row.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr.
Sixth row.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Wagenthal.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Fourth row.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Mr. Savard-Tremblay.
Mr. Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Champoux.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Third row.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Perron.
Mr. Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Smale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Première rangée.
First row.
Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fass.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Going back to Mr. Albus.
Good. Good. Tous ceux à ma droite.
All those on my right who are opposed to the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Fifth row. Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row. Deuxième.
Second row.
First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Third row. Deuxième.
Second row.
First row. Very good. The table will now compile the results. Or sorry, no, we're going to have to wait till the House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended.
to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I guess we can proceed. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 326, 326. Nays contre 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill. Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Blanchet Jonca related to the business of supply.
The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet Jonca, seconded by Mr. Tellier, moved that A. The House denounce all forms of discrimination. B. In the opinion of the House, 1. Research is necessary for the advancement of science and society in general. 2.
The Canada Research Chairs program must be based on the candidate's skills and qualifications. And C.
The House call on the government to review the program's criteria to ensure that grants are awarded based on science and not based on identity criteria or unrelated to the purpose of the research. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Godreau. Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron, désolé.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kamiet.
Mr. Kamiet.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboulte.
Mr. Boutin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Martel. Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabia.
Mr. Rabia.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cervera.
Mr. Cervera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Edlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Cirillo.
Cirillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended.
I can't hear you.
Si des députés
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 178, 178.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion defeated.
Your lapdogs to vote with you again.
Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-235 under private members' business.
The question is the following one.
Here.
Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, moved that Bill C-235, an act respecting the public, let me start that one over. Bill C-235, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Rabia. Madame Shanahan. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Atwin. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pulowski.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hardy. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Fisher. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Ms. Suds. Ms. Damoff. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Arsenault. Madame Brière. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Mr. Lauzon. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. Scarpellegia. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Cara. Ms. Murray. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ng. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Casey. Mr. McPherson.
First row.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Jasic. Ms. Chager. Mr. Bouleris. Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Berube. Madame Hughes. Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Collins Victoria.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Lemire. Madame Chabot. Madame Desbiens.
Rangée.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Troisième rang.
Third row.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlau.
Premier rang.
First row.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Premier rang.
First row.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dolphin.
Fifth row.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. App.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Carrick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Fourth row.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Third row.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Second row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
that last month.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 206, 206. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 67 minutes. Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock, Health. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, Justice. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin, Health. Starting up here. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to two petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de.
Reports from committees.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
I have to do my duty.
You know what?
Huh? Waterloo?
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conformément au mandat.
Pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, a report concerning changes to the membership of standing and joint committees.
To move concurrence in the 9th report later this day.
To clarify. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7, 2022, and other measures. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our legislative clerk, Jacques Maziad, Émilie Teverge, Finance Committee Clerk Alexandre Roger, all our committee staff, interpreters, services, members of the committee, witnesses, department officials for their hard work in getting this report completed. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Okay. Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do request a recorded division.
Yes. Very good. Call in the members. There we go.
The question is the following one. Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. For members appearing in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Esasi.
Mr. Asasi.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Oh, j'ai oublié de dire. Okay. None. Il n'y a pas personne. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Report stage, Bill C-5, Act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Order. I would ask those who are leaving the chamber to please leave quietly. There are 5 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-5. Motions numbered 1 to 5 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 5 to the House.
Le motionnaire ainsi que
the sponsor of the motion, as well as the 2 members who had submitted an identical notice, have informed the chair that they do not wish to proceed with motion number 1.
Mr. Moore, seconded by motion number 2. Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Motion 3. Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Motion number 4. Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion number 5. Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that Bill C-5 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Debate. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal. We have a point of order. I don't have my sheet here. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand there's been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent that the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say no. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say no. Carried.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are debating Bill C-5 at report stage. It's actually hard to believe that a bill this reckless with the safety and security of Canadians has even gotten this far in the legislative process. This bill seeks to make changes to the criminal code in order to make life easier for criminals charged with violent firearm offenses and criminals who are fueling the opioid crisis in Canada. The Liberals have made themselves dizzy by the amount of spin they put on Bill C-5, but today I want Canadians to hear just the facts about this dangerous piece of legislation. Most of the offences that we're discussing today that the Liberals want to get rid of mandatory jail time are for crimes that involve firearms. However, many of the mandatory minimum penalties, particularly some escalating ones around gun violence that came in under the previous Conservative government, the Liberal government have chosen to leave in the criminal code. I want to make another point before I get too far into my speech. The charges for which the government is removing mandatory jail time are not for otherwise innocent individual who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This bill specifically allows repeat offenders to avoid mandatory jail sentences. These are hardened criminals who have already made the choice to live outside the law and have not made an effort to change their behavior. These are the people the Liberals are helping with their Bill C-5. In the government press release announcing Bill C-5, there wasn't a single mention of guns or gun violence. How then would the average Canadian know that this bill would eliminate mandatory jail time for criminals charged with robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting knowing a firearm is unauthorized, discharging a firearm with intent, using a firearm in the commission of an offense, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, possession of a weapon obtained by the commission of an offense, and possession for the purpose of weapons trafficking, just to name a few. You know, Madam Speaker, these are the very offenses that are ripped from the headlines today, the stories that we're hearing in many of our large cities of gang crime, drive-by shootings. These are the type of offenses that we're removing mandatory jail time for in Bill C-5. Why would the Liberals keep Canadians in the dark about getting rid of mandatory jail time for these serious offenses? I'm sure they're familiar with these mandatory prison sentences, most of them that were actually introduced by previous Liberal governments. The Liberal Party used to recognize that public safety should be a key factor. In 2007, the former parliamentary secretary, the Minister of Public Safety, said that the Liberals support mandatory minimums for gun-related crimes because the research shows they work. It was Marlene Jennings, the former parliamentary secretary of the Solicitor General of Canada, who correctly stated that it was a Liberal government that recognized minimum mandatory penalties in very targeted areas could send a clear message and could be effective in the sense of removing the offender from the community and ensuring that the victim and the community are not re-victimized. In the 2006 election campaign of the Liberal Party of Canada, under the Right Honourable Paul Martin, they ran on a promise to increase mandatory minimum sentences. The version of the Liberal Party that we see today isn't using Bill C-5 to reverse Conservative policies. They're using Bill C-5 to turn away from their own party's long-established values. Unfortunately, Canadians are seeing the same disregard for foundational beliefs among the members of the NDP as well. It wasn't so long ago that the former NDP leader, the late Jack Layton, ran on a platform that promised to increase the mandatory minimum penalty for the possession, sale, and importation of illegal arms such as handguns, assault rifles, and automatic weapons. He also promised to add mandatory minimum sentences to other weapons offenses. It's hard to believe how, in such a short time, the Liberals and NDP have turned their backs on the principles and values they were deeply held by their predecessors. I want to be very clear. These changes to the criminal code imposed by Bill C-5 are a radical shift away from the long-standing and bipartisan values and principles held by members of this House when it comes to public safety. The Liberal members and the government across the way cannot pretend that they haven't recognized the rising rate of violence in Canadian communities. They've seen it firsthand in their own ridings. While support for this bill would indicate otherwise, I'm sure many of the Liberal members are aware of the tragic firearms incidences that are happening weekly in their own ridings. We're talking about gun violence on the streets of Canada's big cities every day. The member for Mississauga-Streetsville would be aware of the increasingly bold behavior of violent firearm offenders. In April, a young person was rushed to hospital in life-threatening condition following a shooting at a townhouse complex in her riding in the middle of the afternoon. The member for Laval-Laval is well aware that in his riding, less than a month ago, a young man was shot just after 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Just a few weeks ago, on May 11th, the Montreal police announced the city's 9th homicide this year had taken place shortly after 4 p.m. in the afternoon. That shooting occurred in the riding of Papineau. Mr. Speaker, criminals carrying firearms are becoming more brazen. Madam Speaker, I should be saying, sorry, Madam Speaker. Criminals carrying firearms are becoming more brazen, and it's happening right in the Liberal members' own backyards. But instead of coming down hard on these violent offenders, they're rewarding their behavior by giving them the changes to the criminal code as proposed in Bill C-5. Andre Jelinas is a retired detective sergeant with the Montreal Police Service with years of experience, particularly with gang violence in Montreal. We've all seen the headlines out of big urban centers like Montreal and the rising gun and gang violence terrorizing communities within Canadian cities. The retired sergeant told the Justice Committee in no uncertain terms that anything remotely related to firearms trafficking must continue to be subject to mandatory minimum prison sentences. He called Bill C-5, I quote, a race to the bottom. Annie Sampson is a former municipal councillor and mayor whose jurisdiction included the most multicultural neighborhood in Montreal. Unfortunately, this neighborhood had a very high crime rate. It was also in the top 10 of the poorest neighborhoods in Canada. Ms. Sampson has shared heartbreaking stories about youth and even young children being victimized and targeted by organized crime in her community. When Ms. Sampson spoke to our committee last month, she told us that not only would Bill C-5 fail to protect the young people in her community from getting involved in criminal activity, but that abolishing certain mandatory minimum penalties would actually increase the feeling of impunity for criminal behavior that we're seeing every day in the headlines. She went on to say that criminal organizations are becoming more bold in our communities and having less regard for the law and for the implications of getting caught and facing some kind of consequence. Bill C-5 makes that stark reality even worse. In other words, Bill C-5 gives gang members license to continue to terrorize her community, a community that already faces a multitude of hardships. I should also mention that the borough of Montreal, in which Ms. Sampson represented as mayor, also happens to be the home riding of the Prime Minister. Over the past 7 years, it's become increasingly obvious that the Prime Minister does not prioritize the safety and security of Canadians in general. But it's particularly disappointing and even cruel that he would disregard the safety and security of his own constituents. In contrast, committee members were privileged to hear, that's the Justice Committee, from individuals and organizations who care very deeply about the safety and security of all Canadians, in particular those who have been victimized by violent crime or have lost a loved one due to some of the offenses where punishment will be reduced by Bill C-5. In this bill, the Liberals are making more criminal charges eligible to receive conditional sentences, also known, Madam Speaker, as house arrest. There may be cases where house arrest is acceptable, but house arrest should never be made available to dangerous offenders and criminals whose actions have victimized an innocent person or family. But the fact of the matter is this: the crimes that would become eligible for house arrest under the Liberals' Bill C-5 are not victimless crimes and are in fact dangerous. Should a criminal who abducted a child under the age of 14 be eligible for house arrest? The Liberal government says yes. Should a criminal who benefits financially from the scourge of human trafficking be eligible for house arrest? The Liberal government says yes. Should someone convicted of kidnapping get house arrest? The Liberal government says yes. Should criminals charged with sexual assault be able to serve their time back in the same community of their victims? I would argue absolutely not, but the Liberal government says that is absolutely appropriate. The Liberals are trying to expand house arrest for those charged with prison breach. In what world do you reward someone for trying to break out of jail by offering them a sentence of house arrest? This is just one example of how the Liberal government is trying to make a complete mockery of the Canadian justice system. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll wrap up my remarks, and I will be very strongly voting against Bill C-5 and encourage all members of this House to do the same.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. One thing that I didn't hear from him during the 10-minute speech is the term systemic racism. We know from the Auditor General's report yesterday, where she talks about the correctional institutions and the need to address issues of systemic racism. We know that Indigenous and Black Canadians who go into prisons spend longer because of systemic racism within the system. So it is important that we ensure that there are off-ramps, there's possibilities for people who do not pose a threat to be able to serve the sentence in the community. So I'm wondering if my friend opposite could say why he did not, in the 10 minutes he had, could not even utter the word systemic racism in his speech.
The Honourable Member Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually shocked that the member opposite raised this issue, because for a number of offenses within Bill C-5, weapons trafficking, discharging firearm with intent, possession of a weapon obtained in the commission of offense. For a number of the offenses in C-5, the government now in Bill C-21, those very same offenses where they're saying you don't need to go to jail at all, that's what they were saying last week. This week, in Bill C-21, they've increased the maximum penalty. So they can't have it both ways, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know there's a lot of shared ground here in the House of Commons on wanting to make communities safer. That's the goal we all share. What we share is a difference of opinion on how best to do that. So I'm always disappointed when I hear the Conservatives implying that somehow mandatory minimums create safer communities, when all the research and all the evidence shows that's simply not true. And so I guess I'm just hoping that the member could acknowledge that we have a different opinion about how best to protect communities. It's not that some of us care about communities more than others.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll absolutely acknowledge that we have a difference of opinion. I, for one, believe that using a firearm in the commission of offense, weapons trafficking, robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, discharging a firearm with intent, I believe that criminals that are engaged in that type of activity in our communities, putting Canadians at risk, should get jail time. And I think most Canadians would agree with that, whether they live in an urban or rural area.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
So grateful, Madam Speaker, to be acknowledged at this moment, because it allows me to follow up on the question from the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke and clarify for the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal that no one voting for C-5 does not think that guilty parties should have no jail time. What we're arguing for, based on the evidence, is that we don't put an additional cost burden on the provinces by putting more people in jail. The provinces have to pay the costs of what was Omnibus Crime Bill C-10 in a previous parliament. We don't want to see people who are innocent get so worried about a mandatory minimum that they take their lawyer's advice and take a plea deal because they don't really want to take the chance on letting the judge use the discretion of the judge having heard all the evidence. And we don't want people to get lesser sentences because they didn't go through the process where a judge had the discretion to decide how they should go to jail. The punishment must fit the crime, and the cookie-cutter approach of mandatory minimums is a failure.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Yeah, I wish all Canadians could have been watching when we saw the Green Party move at our committee amendments to remove every single mandatory penalty from the criminal code, including sexual offenses against children. It was appalling. They moved the amendments, but then they didn't want to speak about them. I'm happy to speak about them. We believe that individuals that are victimizing young people, victimizing Canadians, causing fear in our communities, engaging in drive-by shootings, weapons trafficking, importing and exporting firearms illegally, robbing with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, discharging a firearm with an intent, like in a drive-by shooting. Conservatives believe that Parliament needs to send a message that those individuals need to be off the street and there needs to be serious consequences for those type of crimes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to participate in the third reading debate of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Let me begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin peoples. At the outset, I'd like to thank my colleagues of the Justice Committee for their diligent work in improving this bill and moving it forward, and many witnesses who came forward to speak about their lived experiences. Bill C-5 addresses systemic racism and discrimination in the criminal justice system by promoting a fairer and more effective justice system that, among other things, will provide courts with increased judicial discretion at sentencing through the elimination of some mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonments and restrictions on the imposition of conditional sentences of imprisonment. Further, the bill promotes alternatives to charging and prosecuting individuals in cases involving simple possession of drugs. We see again here the opposition attempting to reinstate mandatory minimum penalties in the legislation, MMPs which we have clearly seen that do not work. I'm proud of the announcement our government made Monday to crack down on illegal and dangerous firearms in Canada, including raising maximum penalties for many firearm offenses. Together with this bill, we are restoring discretion to judges, ensuring that fair sentences can be applied and the serious crimes will still receive serious sentences. The Comité de la Justice.
The Justice Committee has now concluded its study of the bill and reported back to the House of Commons with 4 amendments that, in my opinion, reinforce the bill.
C-5's amendments provide space to treat the simple possession of drugs as a health issue rather than a criminal one, as it should be, and is consistent with the announcement made by the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions yesterday for British Columbia. The bill requires police and prosecutors to consider alternative measures, including diverting individuals to treatment programs, giving a warning or taking no further action, instead of laying charges or prosecuting individuals for simple possession of an illegal drug. Further, it would provide a declaration of principles to guide police and Crown prosecutors in the exercise of their discretion. Among other principles, the bill would recognize that scarce judicial resources should be reserved for offenses that pose a risk to public safety, and the criminal sanctions imposed in respect of the possession of drugs for personal use are not consistent with established public health evidence. The principle enacted under Bill C-5 do not condone the sale of drugs as it may result in the death of purchasers, including purchasers who may be youths or first-time users who are at greater health risk from consuming high concentrated drugs. Condoning the sale of drugs would be contrary to the government's ongoing efforts to combat the opioid crisis and deaths. Further, such an approach would also be contrary to the harm reduction and prevention pillar of the Canadian Drugs and Substances Act. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Bill C-5 is only one part of a larger government strategy to fight the ongoing opioid crisis. On May 31st, 2022, the Minister of Health Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister of Health announced that the granting of time-limited exemption under subsection 56(1) of the CDSA to exempt the application of simple possession offense to the personal possession of small amounts of controlled substances commonly involved in overdoses deaths by adults 18 years or older in the province of British Columbia. The exemption is part of the province's comprehensive approach to address the overdose crisis and intended to reduce harm for people who use drugs and promote better access to life-saving health services in the territory. Before I go into the other parts of the amendment, Mr. Speaker, I do want to highlight the report by the Auditor General of Canada to Parliament yesterday. And when I speak about the need to avoid prison sentences for those who are virtually no risk, who pose no threat to the public, particularly from racialized communities, particularly from Indigenous and Black communities, it is because we know that systemic racism is prevalent within many parts of the criminal justice system. The report by the Auditor General yesterday makes it crystal clear that there is a disparity in the manner in which we treat Indigenous and Black offenders. For example, Mr. Speaker, and I like to read parts of the report, it says, Indigenous and Black offenders face greater barriers to a safe and gradual reintegration into society than other incarcerated groups. She goes on to say, Indigenous and Black offenders remain in custody longer and are at a higher risk level of security before their release. So essentially, our correctional services mischaracterizes or categorizes offenders based on low, medium, high risk, and it is clear that there's a disparity in the manner in which they classify Indigenous and Black offenders. For example, we found that Indigenous and Black offenders were placed at higher security levels on admission to custody at twice the average rate of other offenders. She goes on to say, we found that although the majority of offenders were released on parole before the end of their sentences, fewer Indigenous offenders were released when first eligible. In fact, more Indigenous offenders remained in custody until their statutory release and were released directly into the community from a higher levels of security, and they did not obtain the right level of supports for them to go into the community and integrate. Indigenous offenders served longer portions of their sentences in custody than the average, placing them in a disadvantaged access to early release or paroles. And it's a report that's so important, I believe, to this discussion today, Mr. Speaker, because when we speak about ensuring that we minimize those going into the criminal justice system, it does not say that we treat everyone the same. What we're saying is that if you pose no risk, if you are a low-risk offender that does not belong in jail, then you have other alternatives, and as a government, C5 really addresses some of the root causes of both the mandatory minimum penalties as well as avoiding jail sentences, which we know from the Auditor General's report does have adverse impacts on Indigenous and Black Canadians, particularly Indigenous women and young Black men. So let me talk about the amendments at this stage, Mr. Speaker. The first amendment would clarify the kind of information kept in the police record of warning and referrals, the use that can be made for such records, and to whom they may be disclosed. For instance, as amended, any information contained in the record of warning or referral may be made available to a judge or a court for any purpose relating to offense proceedings or for the preparation of a pre-sentence report, but limited to circumstances to which the record relates. These changes address the concerns raised by several witnesses that such records could be improperly applied and frustrate the objectives of this bill to promote diversion, while recognizing that police officers are legally and ethically bound to keep notes to facilitate various operational requirements of the criminal justice system. To address these concerns, the second amendment here provides a mechanism to reduce the stigma associated with convictions for simple possession of drugs by specifying that past and future convictions must be kept separate and apart from other criminal convictions. after a certain period of time. These new measures would need to be implemented by 2 years after the coming into force of the bill in the case of convictions that occurred before the bill comes into force, and 2 years after the conviction or completion of the offender's sentence in the case of convictions after Bill C-5 is in force. The third amendment, Mr. Speaker, would provide an express provision to clarify that no social worker, medical professional, or service provider commits the offense of simple possession where they come into possession of a controlled substance in the course of their duties and they intend within a reasonable period to lawfully dispose of it. While we believe that this particular amendment is covered in the innocent possession common law defense, we were able to work with the opposition in order to strengthen the bill to have a bit more clarity, and it's incorporated herein. The last amendment to Bill C-5 requires a comprehensive review of the provisions and operations of the bill to be undertaken by the House on the 4th anniversary of this bill coming into force, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, this is a very important step forward to address common sense criminal law reform. It is embedded, it's under the basis that this mandatory minimum penalties in many cases have not had a positive impact on communities, particularly Indigenous and Black and other racialized communities, and it is a very important step forward in addressing the systemic racism that we have within the criminal justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my colleague's speech. The problem is I heard a number of times the word simple possession. And the issue is that's not what Bill C-5 deals with. The mandatory minimum penalties being repealed in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act have to do with trafficking, importing or exporting controlled substances, or the production of Schedule I or Schedule II drugs, that is cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, crystal meth. Would the honourable member, would he maintain that production and trafficking and importing is simple possession?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that when we have criminal law, it is intended to serve a particular purpose. What we're doing today is bring forward smart criminal justice reform that's intended to address the root cause of the issue and to ensure that we have enough off-ramps for people who may have substance addictions issues to be able to get the right treatment, the right supports that will enable them to move on in society.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Bois-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mandatory minimums have their advantages and disadvantages, but eliminating them, well, okay, fine. But there are problems that need to be fixed as well that are linked to that. Education problems, arms trafficking, problems with regard to hospitalization, societal problems, etc. It's high time that the government, even if it's just for just to make sure that young people receive protection and get help for mental health problems, that our health transfers need to be given to Quebec and the other provinces. What does the Honourable Member think? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question here is that as a society, we need to ensure that there are enough off-ramps for people who somehow get into the criminal justice system to be able to rehabilitate, to be able to move on, to get the right levels of support, whether it's through addictions counseling, whether it's through rehab or through community engagement and work, or in some cases to serve sentences. And that's really the purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to advance smart criminal justice policy that goes to ensure that our communities are safe.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Sanet-Souk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I just want to reflect on what happened just before we started this debate on C-5, because there are some modest measures in C-5 that will help address the opioid crisis. But the government just defeated Bill C-216, which would have decriminalized personal possession of drugs. But the Prime Minister said earlier today, when in reference to the Section 56 exemption for British Columbia, that he would be prepared to work with communities who are interested in such an exemption. And so my question is this government really telling us today that instead of just eliminating penalties for possession, you will work positively with communities to grant exemptions in addition to those in British Columbia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think the answer to that question is obvious, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, I think from the outset, has said he's willing to engage communities, and the result was what we saw in British Columbia yesterday with the Section 56 exemption. And of course, when parties come together, when provinces, municipalities come together, there's always room for us to discuss, and I'm absolutely certain that the Prime Minister has indicated today will live up to that, as we have with British Columbia.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to the impact on systemic racism and bringing forward this legislation, if he can just provide his thoughts in regards to that issue.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for that question. On the eve of C5 coming to third debate, and I do want my friends opposite to reflect on the notion of systemic racism, because that's something that has been central to this bill. I really do invite members, especially the opposition, to read the report by the Auditor General yesterday that talks about systemic barriers within Correctional Services Canada. It is a very profound report. I know the Office of the Correctional Investigator for many years has been putting forward reports after reports after reports. This is coming from the Auditor General, who I think for the first time empirically has demonstrated that systemic racism does in fact exist within our criminal justice system, and it's something that I take very personally, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to C5, which I find, how can I say this? Well, it's important, but at the same time, it's disappointing, because the way that we move through this bill is very disappointing, because there are two bills in C5. There's a bill that seeks to decriminalize certain offenses, and the other bill within this bill, excuse me, I've got a blank. We're talking about diversion, Mr. Speaker, and there's also the abolition of mandatory minimums, and those are two very different subjects. There are certain mandatory minimums that we would be comfortable with. Now, in general, the Bloc Québécois believes that mandatory minimums are not any kind of panacea. In fact, they're actually harmful in certain circumstances, and we should trust judges. But in certain circumstances, mandatory minimums can be useful, and it is a bad thing to eliminate them at the wrong time. Right now, there is an emergence of violence in Montreal and a number of other Canadian cities, and we're calling on the government to act. So we saw C21, where, they're talking about controlling illegal weapons, but that doesn't solve the problem of illegal weapons and street gangs who are committing these atrocities. So we have proposed a number of things. You've heard us in this House for months talking about working with organized crime to identify them and to put in place specific measures against criminal gang members. We've talked about setting up a mixed unit that would control arms trafficking through Indigenous reserves. We're talking about funding more border controls. All of these measures would tackle the root cause, but the government's doing nothing. And so what do we see here with C5? Well, C5 actually does nothing to fight gun violence. And I'm talking about illegal guns, but it also removes mandatory minimums for crimes that are actually quite serious, in my opinion. For example, armed robbery. That's not trite. What about extortion with a gun? That's bad as well. What about discharging a weapon with the intent to disfigure or wound? That's a very heinous crime too. And now the public is telling us that it's worried. They want the government to reassure them, and the government not only does nothing, but the mandatory minimums applicable to those crimes are being removed, and I think that's deplorable. And at the same time, diversion for certain offenses with regard to illicit substances, well, that's something else. We're being told, well, the possession of certain substances for personal consumption, well, we're going to use diversion. So we're going to try and treat these people instead of sending them to prison, and so that they can become active members of society. That's a good idea. But, Mr. Speaker, those are two completely different topics, and now the parliamentarians are being taken hostage by being told that it's a package deal. You have to vote for all of it, for or against, and I find that's shameful. For me, it's a way of shutting down democracy, and I would have liked to hear my colleague from the government respond to that aspect of this bill. Why did the government refuse to hive off the bill, to split it in two? It would have been much more easy to study it. Now, that being said, it is what it is. We have to live with it. And mandatory minimums, obviously there's a major problem with some of the offenses. And we in the Bloc Québécois, we looked for solutions. We are for some things and against some things, but we always try and improve bills when we can make them acceptable, compliant with the values of our citizens, then we're happy to do so. So we made a proposal. We said, don't abolish mandatory minimums right now. The timing is bad. It's going to concern Canadians even more. So let's keep the mandatory minimums. But let's add a provision that says that in exceptional circumstances, the courts could deviate from that. And it works. We heard from an expert at committee who told us that it works. So we asked for the addition of this provision, which means that judges have the obligation to say, well, this is an exceptional case. I'm going to deviate from the mandatory minimums for this and that reason. And that it gives clear guidelines to ensure that justice is taken seriously. But those proposals were so good that the Liberals took them and used it for themselves. They changed 2 or 3 words, but now they're taking credit for it. And I mean, I don't mind. I don't have any particular attachment to it. But when it was adopted, who presented the Liberal amendment? Well, it was me. And well that I'm not a Liberal. So I don't think that's a democracy. I find it deplorable, and it doesn't work for the interests of voters, either for those in Quebec or in Canada. So I would like to hear my colleague on that. Now, that being said, as I said, there is the sector of diversion, which for us is a very important component of this bill. And I'm really torn today. I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I don't know how we can live with this. It's like choosing between the plague and cholera. I mean, we're going to, regardless of what we do, we're going to be disappointed. Regardless of how we vote, we'll be disappointed. Because we all want the same thing. I don't think that people across the way are of bad faith, and neither are the people in the Conservatives or the NDP. We just have different ways of perceiving situations, and by working together, we can find common solutions that could satisfy all of our interests and those of our constituents as well. But unfortunately, with C5, this wasn't done. So, the opioid crisis, we have that too in Rivière-du-Nord. it's across Canada. Now we have other problems as well, and we want to be able to rely on rehabilitation. The Governor of Quebec already adopted certain provisions to ensure that criminal offences could be dealt with through the diversion process, so people can be rehabilitated instead of sending them to the courts and dumping them in prison. We're going to try and help them to reintegrate society, because they used to be active members of the population, but for different reasons, they took the wrong path. So we want to help them reintegrate into society. We believe in rehabilitation in Quebec. So yes, there's diversion, and we in the Bloc Québécois applaud diversion. We think it's an excellent idea, and that is why we also voted in favor of the NDP bills, which was C-216, I believe. And we know that these people need help, not to be thrown into prison. Drug addiction is a problem of health. It's not a judicial problem. So we are torn regarding this bill because abolishing mandatory minimums is such a terrible idea at this time. And there's certain words, of course, I can't use in this House, but it's completely disconnected from reality. We've got people who are shooting at daycare centers, who are killing people. A woman who was in her apartment, she was just sitting there, and a bullet came through her apartment window. Luckily, she wasn't injured. But, I mean, come on, what kind of people are shooting at daycare centers? That's worse than organized crime. I'm not a criminologist. I can't go any further with this, but we need to tackle these problems, and that is the responsibility of the federal government because it's under the criminal code. And the government says not only are we going to stand still, but we're going to abolish mandatory minimums and make things worse. So, Mr. Speaker, I find that this extremely regrettable, and we'll see how we're going to vote on this, but I must say that I'm torn. This is not a good day for democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his very passionate speech, and I do enjoy working with him. I believe he comes from a really good space when he talks about this bill. But I do want to highlight a couple of things. First and foremost, Bill C-21, a lot of the challenges that he addresses in his speech is addressed in Bill C-21. That's something that we've heard from him a number of times and we've delivered. It was tabled on Monday. The issue that I want to probe with him is the notion of systemic racism, because it's an area that we have had some conversation, and I don't believe that he's quite there yet in acknowledging systemic racism exists. After the report from the Office of the Correctional Investigator yesterday, after the testimony of people like the President of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers and many, many others, does my friend opposite acknowledge that systemic racism exists, and it's something that we need to ensure that our system of justice is fair and equitable to all who are part of it?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm happy to address this issue, which I didn't have time to address in my speech. But first of all, in terms of C-21, let's forget about that. There's not a single gang that's going to go buy its weapons at Canadian Tire. That doesn't exist. In terms of systemic racism, Mr. Speaker, well, what twisted idea, Mr. Speaker, to claim that if there are people, Indigenous or racialized people in our prisons, it's because the sentences are trop severe. What kind of an argument is that, Mr. Speaker? If that population needs help, and that's what we heard at committee, well, listen, yes, there are more people in prison. Those are the statistics. I can't choose them. It's true that there are more Black and Indigenous Canadians in prison, but what we need is money. We need to help those communities. That means more social workers. It means healthcare, education. You need a lot of things to prevent criminal activity. To say, look, crimes are committed by, to say that, people are to make a link with the length of the sentences, hey, wait a minute, no, that's absolutely far-fetched. I was shocked to see that. When I saw my colleagues defend that at committee, I said that, well, listen, I wouldn't want to be in their place. I imagine that their caucus is forcing them to defend these points of view, but I think I would have left my caucus if I'd had to defend those points of view.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his words, which I support, maybe not 100%, but for the most part, particularly when he talks about the justification used by the current government concerning that we want to bring down the length of crime. So listen, I represent Louis Saint Laurent, and I know a number of people who are shocked by the government's attitude here. You know, as the member said, we need to increase help for the most vulnerable amongst us to prevent crimes at the source. So how does the member judge the behavior of this government, which has decided that rather than being positive and constructive when it comes to dealing with the high population of racialized communities in our prisons. Instead, they're just lowering the criteria for going to prison. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I fully agree. Listen, we didn't hear one single person, not a single witness, come to committee to say that we'd like for you to allow us to commit crimes. Nobody said that, Mr. Speaker. Nobody said. They said, look, we have a problem. We have a problem. We need help. And help us. And it's our job as MPs to help them. But here, once again, to say we're going to reduce sentences for crimes that you're committing, listen, no, that doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. It's unjustifiable. And I would say that it's insulting for those populations. They need help for all kinds of historic reasons. They haven't been treated fairly in the past. We need to look at that issue, offer support, offer help to those communities. But it's not true that by allowing them to commit crimes with lower penalties that we're going to help them. No, that doesn't help anybody, and quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that it's better to ask questions quickly and answer quickly so that everyone can participate in the discussion itself. But we are going to start again. We're going to continue the discussion, resuming debate.
For Esquimalt, Senate Souk.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to rise to speak on C5 today. I think the debate sometimes strays away from what's actually in the bill into a lot of other things. I'd just like to remind everybody what the bill is doing is attempting to attack systemic racism in our criminal justice system by eliminating 20 mandatory minimum penalties, all of those in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and a few relating to firearms and tobacco offenses. It also expands access to conditional sentences, things like house arrest, things like serving your time on weekends, which are important in rehabilitating people who've, for whatever reason, gotten involved with the criminal justice system. And the third thing it does is provide more discretion for police to provide warnings and diversion instead of charging people and ending up with them in jail. All of these three things are key steps in reducing the impact of systemic racism. We know that in our corrections system, nearly 35% of those who are imprisoned are Indigenous, when Indigenous people make up less than 5% of our population. We know that those in prison, about 7.5% are Black Canadians, when they only represent 3.5% of the population. So something's clearly going on here in a systematic manner that produces these much worse outcomes for racialized and for Indigenous people. Now, who's in favor of this bill? Something nobody else has really been talking about here. So, and I know why some people don't raise it. Most important to me is the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police is in favor of this legislation because they know that mandatory minimums do nothing to make communities safer. Two other organizations I want to mention who are very much in favor, the John Howard Society and the Elizabeth Fry Society. These are two very valuable nonprofits who work with those who've served time to help reintegrate them back into the community. And they gave very powerful testimony at committee about the impacts of mandatory minimums. Who's opposed to them? Well, the Conservatives in the Bloc clearly are opposed to this bill, reducing the mandatory minimums. And they often fly off into this I'll call it a fantasy world, where the idea is if we take away mandatory minimums, somehow people don't get prison sentences. Somehow serious criminals don't end up in jail. That's not what happens with mandatory minimums or their removal. Judges will still assign serious time to serious crimes. That's not what we're talking about here. The fact is that mandatory minimums, and most of these are being removed, are minimums of less than 2 years. What they result in is people going into the provincial correction system, which have very, very limited rehabilitation programs. It also means, when you take into account time served for good behavior and other facets of our criminal justice system, people serve only a few months. Even if there was an addiction treatment program, even if there was a skills training program, the time is too short for those to be successful. But I'll tell you what the time is not too short for. The time is not too short to make sure you lose your housing. The time is not too short to make sure you lose your job. And the time is not too short to make sure your family is put at risk. Often the people who go under mandatory minimums are the sole providers for their families. And so their families, their kids are at risk of apprehension while they're in prison. All of this contributes to huge social problems that aren't necessary. Because if you don't have a mandatory minimum, you can use conditional sentences. So someone can stay in their own home, they can maintain their job, they could serve their time on weekends, and actually become a productive member of society again, rather than having their whole life turned upside down and put them onto a path which only leads to further addiction, to further crime. And so we know that's the record of mandatory minimums. The academic studies all show the same thing. Mandatory minimums, if they do anything at all, actually make recidivism worse, because people have fewer options as a result of serving those mandatory minimums. So the evidence is quite clear. They don't work. Now, should the government have done more? Yes, as a Democrat, I argue they should have done more. They should have done more earlier today on Bill C-216, when they had the chance to vote on our bill, which would have decriminalized personal possession of drugs. That would help address not just systemic racism, because we know that Black Canadians and Indigenous Canadians are overcharged for personal possession of drugs, charged at much higher rates when the rates of use of drugs aren't in fact higher. So we would help tackle that. But I don't think it's enough to say that we're just going to reduce the mandatory minimums. The government should have voted for 216. We should have made better progress. I'm happy to see the government, again, grant an exemption to British Columbia under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I think it'll lead to great success in tackling the opioid crisis. I just don't understand why the government wasn't prepared to do that for the 70-some% of Canadians who live outside British Columbia. I was glad to hear the Prime Minister say in answer to a question that they're prepared to consider other exemptions, and I certainly, New Democrats will be asking them to step up when that time comes. Now, what was in Bill C-5, as I said, was modest. And so I wish they'd done more on 216, but I also wish they had done more in the bill, and that's why I proposed 2 amendments at committee, which I thank the government for accepting. The first of those, to me, is the most important, and that's an amendment which says not only do mandatory minimums cause problems for racial injustice, the resulting criminal records make things much worse. So we have 250,000 Canadians who have a record for personal possession of drugs. What does this mean? It means sometimes it affects your hiring. Sometimes, very often, it affects your housing, whether it's social housing, which doesn't allow people with criminal records, whether it's landlords who refuse to rent. It prevents people from getting bank loans and mortgages. It forces them into the hand of what I call loan sharks, or otherwise called payday lenders. It prevents people from traveling. But the one I've heard the most in my community, a criminal record prevents you from volunteering with kids or seniors, when this may have been a personal possession charge from 20 years ago and has nothing to do with the way you've turned your life around, and when in fact those people might be the perfect person to volunteer with youth to show them a positive way forward. So again, I thank the government for agreeing. What we agreed on is what they call sequestration of records, meaning they'll be held separate and apart, and they will not show up in criminal records. So within 2 years, we'll be wiping out the records of 250,000 people. And I think that's enormously important for rehabilitation and building safer communities. The second amendment, which I moved, had to do with the expanded discretion for police. And here, New Democrats had a worry that was shared by many in the community, because discretion by the police is often subject to that very same systemic racism. So the bill originally did not require record keeping at all for the use of discretion. So my amendment suggests that police have to keep records on who they grant diversions to, who they warn, and then we'll be able to see, does this just happen to privileged white folks? Or does, in fact, discretion, is it being used fairly among all Canadians? The second part of that amendment says, well, yes, we'll keep records, but those records can't be used in future proceedings against individuals. Why say that? It may be seen counterintuitive. If it's really a warning, then it's a warning. It's not a conviction. So it shouldn't be used in future criminal processes. It'll make warnings much more powerful to people who get them, and diversions much more powerful for people who get them. Because if you successfully stay out of trouble from the warning, or you successfully complete maybe drug and alcohol counseling as part of your diversion, then this will never come back to haunt you again. So we'll encourage success in those programs. So I thank the government for supporting those two measures. I fail to understand why the Conservatives and Bloc oppose those two, but I also fail to understand why they're opposing this bill altogether. So I know time is running a bit short, but I want to go back to, I guess, what I think is most important here. And I have to say, I know people like to put forward their records as prosecutors and as police when they're talking about these things. I will say I taught criminal justice for 20 years. And I worked very closely with the John Howard Society and Elizabeth Fry Society on the question of rehabilitation of people. And we know what works. We know that when people can stay with their family, we know when people can have a job and maintain their employment. We know all of those things push them out of the criminal lifestyle and into the community. And so this, I think, is an important initiative to making all communities safer. And despite what people say about, oh, but it removes these mandatory minimums on some serious crimes, no. The judges will still give out that serious time for serious crimes. What it does is take away the injustice which sees those mandatory minimums falling most heavily on Indigenous people and racialized Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge the work of my friend opposite in supporting and strengthening Bill C-5. I do want to pose a question to him. This is with respect to the issue of sequestration of simple possession. I know it's an issue that he fought very hard for, and as he knows, the Minister of Public Safety is also mandated to ensure that there are reforms to the pardon system. So I'm wondering if the member opposite could reflect on how important it is to make sure that issues such as simple possession and records surrounding that are addressed within this bill.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, first I want to start by thanking the Parliamentary Secretary. We worked very cooperatively during the hearings on this bill to try and find some serious improvements, and the government has certainly stepped forward to accept those. I guess I'm going to use an example that's maybe a little counterintuitive here, but why I think this is so important. The government has an existing program to expunge criminal records, and in 2 years, of those 250,000 records, their program expunged 484 records. And so that's why I was insisting that this has to be an automatic process. No application, no fee, these records simply disappear. And I thank both the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Safety who met with me personally to discuss this, and I thank them for their support.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech and his work on the Justice Committee. He and I obviously do not agree on Bill C-5, but one thing I hope that he would agree with me on is the mandatory minimums being repealed in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The Liberal government likes to speak about simple possession. Is he of the opinion that trafficking, importing, or exporting controlled drugs and substances, or the production of Schedule I or Schedule II drugs, that's cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and crystal meth, the mandatory minimums for those offenses are being eliminated? Would he categorize those offenses as simple possession?
The Honourable Member Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, that may sound like a tough question, but for me, who's been a public advocate of decriminalizing all drugs for more than a decade, that's an easy question. I think all drugs should be decriminalized, and that's what we put forward in Bill C-216 today. But let me say, if you actually look at the statistics of what mandatory minimums are applied by judges, most of them are to things like simple possession or trafficking to support people's own drug habits. So it's something like, and I'm sorry, I don't have the statistic in front of me, it's something like 61% are for those offenses. They're not for the offenses that the Conservatives have combed through the code to find and to really fearmonger on by saying that those mandatory minimums being eliminated means those serious crimes would not be punished by jail time. They would be.
Question commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I agree with him when it comes to certain aspects. We're on the same level, but where I think we have divergent opinions is on mandatory minimums. I'd like to ask my colleague, what does he think about getting rid of mandatory minimums, as the government has proposed, in response to the mounting shootings in Montreal? In his opinion, is getting rid of mandatory minimums will be reassuring for the people of Montreal? And if not, what does my colleague propose? We propose that we create a register. We're proposing a squad against trafficking. We're proposing increased measures at the borders. What does the member think about those measures, and what would he propose? The Honourable Member.
Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank the member for his question. I enjoy working with him on the Justice Committee, and of course I support all those measures he's talking about. The law on mandatory minimums is not the solution to everything, but it is a solution to systemic racism, and it is a partial solution to the opioid crisis. So yes, do we need more measures to interdict the illegal importation of guns into our communities? Absolutely. I support those kind of things. But the reason that this doesn't create public confidence is that some people are putting forward the myth that somehow eliminating mandatory minimum sentences makes our communities more dangerous. It does precisely the opposite.
And we got a lot closer to getting people in, but we're now out of time again. So just again, lots of quick questions, quick answers. We get everybody to participate in the process. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to join the debate on C5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. And I will, I guess, spare members the suspense and do say from the outset that I don't support the bill. The bill sends exactly the wrong message from this Parliament to the judiciary. It sends the wrong message from the government to criminals. It sends the wrong message to Canada's victims of serious and violent crimes. And it also represents a missed opportunity to send a message that might help address a serious and growing problem, which is fraud, a crime that this government has taken no meaningful action to address since it was elected first nearly 7 years ago. But I won't have time to talk about that today. Mr. Speaker, thankfully in recent decades there has been a steep reduction in most violent offenses and property crimes. Experts and pundits have theories to explain this, but the most recent years show that this overall trend may now be in reverse. And it's against this backdrop that this government has chosen to undo a series of minimum sentences for offences that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have passed over a very long time. Offences for which this government wishes to reduce minimum sentences include some of the most grievous offences on the books. One is left to wonder why. Who are the Canadians crying out for lighter sentences on, for example, firearms offences? Are there Canadians who think that the criminal code is too harsh on gun traffickers or those who smuggle guns illegally in from the United States into Canada? Do Canadians think that the judicial system is too harsh on people convicted of robbery with a firearm? Is there really anyone in Canada that thinks that robbery with a firearm should result in anything other than a custodial sentence? Does any Canadian think that if a person uses a firearm to rob someone, that they shouldn't do so with full knowledge that if caught, they'll go to prison? Is there anyone in Canada that thinks extortion with a firearm or discharging a firearm with intent isn't a serious criminal offense? So, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Justice Minister's speech when this bill was first tabled and debated at second reading, and He spoke of the need for greater flexibility in sentencing, and he used a hypothetical example. He spoke of a 19-year-old man residing in a remote northern community who, after having too much to drink and maybe on a dare from his buddies, discharged a firearm, fired a gun into a building. And the minister suggested in this example that the current criminal code would force this young man into the prison system, into the company of other criminals, destroying his potential for lifelong employment, and set him on a lifelong trajectory of career criminality. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister's hypothetical critique of a mandatory sentence for this hypothetical crime is riddled with a series of false premises. First, the minister falsely assumed that in this hypothetical case, the police, the prosecutor, and the judge would have no other choice but to charge, prosecute, and convict this young man of discharging a firearm with intent and sending him to a mandatory sentence. Second, the minister, in choosing this example, deliberately chose to characterize drunkenly shooting up a building as a minor offense. And third, there was a certain amount of arrogance in assuming that a drunken late-night shooting is somehow more acceptable in a northern community than perhaps in his Montreal riding. Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the minister. Discharging a firearm is a serious crime with potentially life-altering consequences for victims that ought to carry life-altering consequences for the shooter. Just like a custodial sentence, should their actions actually meet the high bar for conviction that firing with intent would carry. So, Mr. Speaker, gun crimes are not the only offense for which this bill would reduce floor sentences. C5 reduces the penalties for kidnapping and human trafficking, and it allows for conditional sentences and house arrest instead of prison for those who abduct vulnerable Canadians and force them into unpaid labor or into the sex trade. So I ask again, who wants lighter sentences for human trafficking? Do we live in a country where normal people or even legal experts would say, the criminal code is way too strong and inflexible in the way that it robs judges of the flexibility to allow human traffickers and rapists to serve their sentences in their own homes? Allowing offenders convicted of sexual assault, kidnapping, or trafficking, human trafficking, to serve sentences in their home, in their communities, is the ultimate insult to their victims. We all know that the majority of these crimes go unreported. And that's exactly why most victims of sexual assault have no confidence as it is now that justice will be done if they come forward. The very knowledge that perpetrators of sexual assault could receive a community sentence is a disincentive to victims of sexual assault to report the crime. Mr. Speaker, C5 also weakens sentencing for criminals at the very top of criminal enterprises, the deadly opioid epidemic. This bill would reduce minimum penalties for the production and trafficking of Schedule I drugs. We're not talking about simple possession. We are not talking about street-level addicts who are selling drugs to finance their habit. We're talking about producers and importers of fentanyl and heroin. Every day, these drugs kill Canadians. Every day, these drugs create misery and deprivation that rip families apart. And yet, this bill would reduce the penalties, the minimum penalties for criminals that illegally manufacture these drugs to be sold to the most desperate and vulnerable members of our society. Mr. Speaker, if you manufacture the illegal opioids that are killing Canadians, you belong in prison. So, as we've heard, this bill eliminates the necessity of a custodial sentence for those convicted of crimes that include armed robbery, kidnapping, sexual assault, gun trafficking, opioid production, and a bunch of others. So what about the administration of justice? The minister has argued that the existence of mandatory prison sentences clog up the system. Setting aside the question of whether or not mandatory penalties cause delays within the court, let's instead ask the question, ask whether this is relevant in the context of serious violent crime. The reason for floor sentences for criminals that commit serious and violent crimes are to protect the public from dangerous offenders, to allow communities time to recover from victimization, to address issues like witness intimidation, and most importantly, to ensure that punishment is proportionate to crime. If the argument against floor sentences in these crimes is simply to relieve congestion in the courts and reduce the number of people in prison, then I must disagree with proponents of this bill. If our courts are congested and delay is denying the public, the accused, and the victims of justice, the minister should get serious about timely judicial appointments instead of trying to blame those who disagree with him on the necessity of floor sentence requirements for serious violent offenses. The member from Danton, Mississippi, Churchill raised an important point when he pointed out that peace officers, prosecutors, and judges already do what they can to divert non-violent offenders away from prison and into other programs. I agree that prison is not the only, or in fact, even the most suitable option for non-violent offenders when other programs can adequately punish their crimes, contribute to public safety, and increase the chances of successful reintegration. One can recognize this fact and still object to this bill. The point of floor sentences is not to railroad the judiciary into certain decisions or to unduly diminish judges' discretion. It's to ensure that justice is done and the public is protected from violent offenders. Finally, legislating effective sentencing does not pit the legislature against the judiciary as the minister would frame it. It's an example of Parliament exercising its legitimate authority over defining criminal offenses and setting floors and ceilings on penalties. Setting reasonable parameters for sentencing is part of Parliament's job. So in conclusion, Bill C-5 sends the wrong signals to criminals and society at large about the severity of certain crimes. It risks increasing crime rates and victimization. It continues to miss the mark in addressing gun crime and the opioid crisis, and goes soft on sexual assault, kidnapping, and modern-day slavery. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up, and I cannot support the bill.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I do note that within his speech he doesn't acknowledge or discuss the notion of systemic racism. I know I cited the report a number of times. The Auditor General yesterday highlighted the issue of systemic racism within the correctional systems, which is one of the reasons why we need to ensure that we don't put people in jail when there are other alternatives, especially for those who are not deemed to be harmful. So I'm wondering if my friend could highlight why he didn't use the term systemic racism, if he believes it exists, and if it doesn't, what his suggestions are to address that.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that racism exists in our systems, in our justice systems, and it is indeed a serious problem. But I will also point out that the victims of many of the crimes that this bill, for which it reduces floor sentences, the victims are often the same Canadians and members of the same communities that face racism, and I don't see that repealing these sentences will adequately address the issues of racism, and certainly will not help the victims of these serious crimes, who are often among the most vulnerable populations in Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nesbitt, Pemesquata. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the colleague and his speech. I thank him for it. A simple question for him. He talked about the fact that, in fact, there's a possibility of intervening necessarily in advance to ensure that some groups of individuals who commit certain crimes, or some communities, be better supported and accompanied so that there are fewer crimes committed by some people. So instead of giving reduced sentences, I would like the colleague to explain to me how it would be possible to intervene in advance and to therefore stop those kinds of crimes from occurring.
Ridge.
thank the member for the question. And indeed, one can acknowledge the vast issues that contribute to offenses, and acknowledge there are different ways to deal with the problems of crime and criminal justice without the prison system. And the prison system is certainly the last and really the last resort in these matters. And I don't really have time to get too far beyond the bill itself, which is where we're dealing with the repeal of floor sentences for grievous offenses, and I don't think that the Canadian public is served by that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues in the NDP for not standing up on this round. To my honourable friend from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, what I want to make clear again, because I was in this place when under Stephen Harper the Omnibus Crime Bill C-10 was passed. In that time, we already knew that there was no evidence that mandatory minimums would reduce the crime rate. We were watching in the United States as they were being removed in Texas. We saw at the time that these would probably be struck down as unconstitutional. As they are being struck down, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is being found to be violated by a number of these laws. And what they do at their essence is not to deter criminals. They do not make communities safer. There is no evidence that they make communities safer. So I would ask my honourable friend from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, if he's able to produce at this time or cite for us any study by reputable criminologists or any group that works with the criminal defense, anything from the Elizabeth Fry Society or John Howard Society that would suggest that mandatory minimums make communities safer, because there is no evidence for that proposition.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member launches straight into an attack on the previous Conservative government while ignoring that almost all of the mandatory floor sentences being repealed in this bill were not passed under the Harper government. They came from earlier governments. Successive governments of Conservative, Liberal, different prime ministers have over a very long period of time created these minimums. Most of them predate the Harper government, and it was disappointing to see her use this as an opportunity to just make a dig at the previous government, when this is something that has been ongoing for many, many years. Now, she disagrees that there should be mandatory minimum sentences, and I can agree with her. I can agree with many people that have spoken about the futility and the blunt instrument that prison can be, but for the most serious crimes, there needs to be a floor.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake, and unfortunately, you only have about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, pleasure to speak on this bill today, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the things today that I find most interesting is across the country we hear the Liberal members talking about guns, and they're always trying to crack down and ban guns that have already been banned for 45 years. I mean, we hear this every day. Every problem that happens, they blame it on guns. Well, I want to read to the Canadian public what this is doing. C-5 eliminates a number of mandatory minimums relating to gun crimes. Robbery with a firearm. Extortion with a firearm. Weapons trafficking, including firearms and ammunition. Importing or exporting knowing it's unauthorized. Discharging firearm with intent. Using firearm in commission of offenses. Possession of firearm, knowing its possession is unauthorized. Possession of prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition. Possession for purpose of weapons trafficking, and discharging a firearm recklessness. These are the mandatory prison times for firearm offenses that this bill is now eliminating. So it's very simple, Mr. Speaker. There's a great hypocrisy in what's happening here in this country. We've got a government fixated on guns, but now they're letting the criminals who bring illegal guns into this country, the illegal guns that are killing children and innocent people in their homes and on their properties, and they're letting them off with mandatory prison time. Now explain to me how you can be a bleeding heart and against guns when you're allowing them to be trafficked into this country and you're allowing people to get away with mandatory prison sentences based on the very guns you're trying to convince the public that you're trying to ban, that were already banned 45 years ago. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear example of the government firmly believing that Canadian citizens don't know anything about guns, and that Canadian citizens would actually want people that committed crimes with weapons to have lesser sentences. Can you imagine the hypocrisy in our country in this very bill? A majority of the above mandatory minimums were introduced under previous Liberal governments, most notably the Prime Minister's own father, contrary to the narrative from the Liberals that they are undoing Conservative legislation. This is yet another hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. To be clear, the Liberals are eliminating mandatory prison time for criminals who commit robbery with the firearm, weapons trafficking, and drive-by shootings, and that is shameful, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for this evening. When the member comes back, he'll have about 7 minutes of time. Comme il est...
It being 6:37, the House will now consider private members' business as indicated in today's order paper.
Orders of the day du jour, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Massey.
I believe when we left this out, the honourable member for Essex has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for all the fantastic work that you've done in this House in the absence of our Speaker, and it was certainly wonderful to see him back here this week. Incredibly proud of you, sir, and incredibly proud of how you've helped the decorum of this House. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm lucky enough again to stand to another private member's bill, and it just happens to be the member for Windsor West who's in this chamber this evening. And you know, before I get started in speaking in favor of Bill C-248, I got to tell you a quick story, Mr. Speaker. So I was elected in 2019, and shortly after the election, myself, the member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington, and the member for Windsor West, we ended up in the Toronto airport, Pearson Airport. We were stuck in a snowstorm. And previous to that, I had never had an opportunity to meet the member for Windsor West. And so we decided, because the airplanes weren't flying and we couldn't get on a train, that we would take an Uber through one of the ugliest snowstorms that I've seen in recent history. And I got to know the member for Windsor West quite well. And so today, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, you never know where life's going to take you. And so it was a fantastic, about 6.5-hour drive, I think it was, and got to know the member quite well. And so, Mr. Speaker, on top of that story, I also want to tell you another story, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps, just perhaps, if we went to the history books to find out, perhaps the Guinness Book of World Records for Canada. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to the private members' bill this evening, and ironically, Mr. Speaker, he's speaking to my private members' bill on Friday. I don't know the last time, Mr. Speaker, that two neighboring MPs actually have private members' bill in the same week. And if we can get the support of this House, hopefully they'll both be voted on next Wednesday at committee. So with no further ado, Mr. Speaker, I want to address Bill C-248. And I guess before I would address that, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest this. I believe I've done my due diligence. When I say that, Mr. Speaker, this bill is to create, well, the green space is already there. But it's literally an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, specifically, Speaker, the Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. And so for those that don't know the riding of Essex and the riding of Windsor West, Windsor-Tecumseh, we're somewhat landlocked, Mr. Speaker, in that our only way out is across the Ambassador Bridge, apparently by 2025, soon to be the Gordie Howe International Bridge, and or through my other neighbor from Chatham-Kent-Leamington. But other than that, we're surrounded by 3 bodies of water. And so land is, well, to say the least, expensive. It's prime real estate, and opportunities for our constituents to get out to and appreciate Mother Nature at its finest is at a very premium cost, Mr. Speaker. And so what the member here, and why I'm supporting this to send it to committee, is because I've done my due diligence, Mr. Speaker. I have spoke to the Mayor of LaSalle, Mayor Bondi. I've met in his office. And Mayor Bondi said, Chris, at the end of the day, there's really no development around this area that can happen anyways. And if it could happen, the cost of permitting and the cost of the red tape would be so incredibly high that it's not going to happen anyways. And then I ironically ran into Mayor Dilkins I believe it was last Thursday, up in the city of Windsor. Mayor Dilkins is the mayor for the city of Windsor. And I asked him, Mayor, I'm going to be speaking to this bill next week, Bill C-248. Tell me one more time, are you or are you not in favor? And he said, absolutely, I am in favor of this bill. And so why was I so happy to speak to it tonight? And it's because it goes back to the conversation of green space. But it also goes back, Mr. Speaker, to the conversation of mental health. We need to get people outdoors. We need to get families away from their televisions. We need to get people active. And through that activeness, we have healthy, happy people that just might see a white-tailed deer, Mr. Speaker. It might see one of the endangered eastern fox snakes, which doesn't necessarily excite me, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not necessarily a snake lover, but we're certainly going to respect and protect. And something else it'll do, Mr. Speaker, it'll create tourism. Tourism for Essex, tourism for Windsor West, tourism for Windsor-Tecumseh, because we now have an opportunity for our friends in Michigan, our friends in Ohio, in upstate New York, our friends in Wisconsin, and by the way, the opportunities are endless, to come over to a really, really unique, really neat national park. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Essex is truly a microcosm of Canada. It always has been. Whatever you can find throughout Canada, you will find in Essex, Mr. Speaker. I guess the only fly in that ointment, Mr. Speaker, is the land, is the vast, beautiful land. So this gives an opportunity specifically to the residents of LaSalle to get out and enjoy the outdoors. My only concern, Mr. Speaker, with Bill C-248 that I see to date, otherwise, is the fact that we need to ensure that we keep the arteries opened. And when I say the arteries, Mr. Speaker, and this is not a prop, Mr. Speaker, this is purely a map. And I really hope that when it is studied at committee, that Malden Road and Matchett Road both remain open corridors for the folks that need to get into the cities, that need to get to the Stellantis plants, that need to get to the new $5 billion battery plants that are now being built as we speak in Windsor. And those are the people that need to make sure that we save them time and we save them money. And after they have a hard day's work, they can get home to be with their family. But I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, this study, this information has been, quite frankly, exhaustive. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to stand here today because the previous member, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I retract that statement. 2 previous members ago, the member for Essex, Mr. Watson, actually worked incredibly hard on this bill as well. So, Mr. Watson, thank you, and I hope you get an opportunity to see this. Mr. Speaker, I will tell this House through you, Mr. Speaker, and I could go on all the paperwork. I have a letter from the City of Windsor, the Council of Windsor, unanimously saying, please do it. So I'm not speaking on behalf of Windsor. What I'm saying is we've done our due diligence. I have a letter from the Wildlands League that I could read and I don't have time, asking to please send this to committee. Really, really neat, Mr. Speaker. I have a letter from the Caldwell First Nation, from Chief Mary Duckworth, from April 11th, 2022, Mr. Speaker, who has said Caldwell First Nation has been involved with the Ojibwe Urban National Park project since 2019, and we would like to ensure these lands are protected for future generations. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing how fast 10 minutes go in this House of Commons. Blows my mind. The last thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is this. I visited a home in LaSalle 2.5 weeks ago, and I stood in the backyard and I asked the homeowner, beautiful, beautiful place, what he thinks about this, Mr. Speaker. And he said, you know, it can't be developed anyways. It's a great opportunity for the residents of LaSalle. It's a great opportunity for folks to get out, to get active, to maybe smile once again, to get away from the negativity. And I'll leave you with one final thought, Mr. Speaker. Not all, but usually all we hear in this House, Mr. Speaker, is the negative side of things. Here's a conservative, incredibly excited to help out a member of the New Democratic Party because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing for our region. And I would ask that this bill gets sent to committee to be studied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Well, I thank the member for his intervention. Of course, the buttering up was really cool at the beginning as well. Got him a whole extra 4-5 seconds. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Avignon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon, Amitis Matan Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to Bill C-248. And you often hear me talk about Quebec. I'm not as familiar with Ontario, so please be indulgent with me. And I do want to voice my support for this bill. And I'm very proud to support my colleague from Windsor West. And I'll tell you a little bit about the history of this bill and explain why we in the Bloc might have proceeded otherwise if it had been a park in Quebec. But obviously in Ontario things are different, but I'll lay all this out. And I would like to commend his tenacity for having seen this bill through. It dates all the way back to 2013, more or less, I believe, when the member attended a public meeting of the sector residents. And that's when he became aware of the importance of preserving Ojibwe shores. So I understand why my colleague wants to preserve this terrain, this 33 acres of terrain. There are a number of floral and fauna species, species that are in danger. And if I had this kind of piece of property in my riding, I would also fight for it to be preserved. Perhaps not in exactly the same way, but I'll come back to that. But for now, let's talk about the fight that the member waged for the community and for the Ojibwe Shores site. We must remember, and we have to say things the way they are, Mr. Speaker, the Windsor Port Authority never had any intention of protecting or preserving this site. Its goal from the outset was to create a site with industrial development, and to do that, it would have had to clear-cut the natural forest along the shore. And that was one of the environmental concerns of the Windsor citizens, who even signed a petition for that the development be suspended in 2015. My colleague from Windsor West certainly remembers, because he was the leader of this advocacy campaign to protect the environment, and he asked the Minister of Transport to take this matter seriously and to transfer the land. In October 2017, the Windsor-Essex Environmental Committee adopted a resolution calling on Windsor to ask the federal government to preserve the natural state, biodiversity, and the biology function of Ojibwe shores by transferring it into a protected area. So we can see how the federal government comes into here. The member organized a public meeting to call for the transfer of the Ojibwe shore sector and to talk about the protection of Sandwich Town. So I can understand that my colleague was disappointed in December 2017 when the Minister of Transport, who is our colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmount, who wrote to the Port Authority, and it was said that the Port Authority was discussing with Windsor and that the minister would not interfere. But the member for Windsor West is a fighter, and he was reelected in 2019, and so the message was very clear that his constituents wanted him to continue the fight. So a few months after the campaign, it was recalled that Canada was a signatory to the Waterfowl Management Plan, which includes the 3 countries. To fund this plan, the United States adopted the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, which invests in the protection of wetlands and their fauna in the 3 countries. In September 2020, in the throne speech, the Government of Canada announced funding to create urban parks across the country, and so the citizens of Windsor regained new hope, but they had to be patient until June 2021, when the Windsor Municipal Council voted unanimously in favor of the member for Windsor West's proposal to call on the federal government for support in making Ojibwe Shores a national urban park. So we're here to talk about this, and now that that step has been taken, we're moving closer to the creation of this park. So I just wanted to lay the table and tell you about the history of this fight, but I could go on, obviously. There were so many other things. But we need to take the time as parliamentarians to realize how long environmental battles can be: long, arduous, and very drawn out. So we have to continue to fight to protect our environmental areas. And often there are very curious obstacles that crop up. What I heard was that the Windsor Port Authority tried to get $12 million out of the Sandwich Town Community Benefit Fund, which is supposed to compensate for the environmental repercussions in exchange for a 30-year lease for Ojibwe Shores, and obviously that was rejected. But it was another obstacle in the way of Windsor residents enjoying this urban park, and this is a good representation of what it takes to defend the quality of our environment in Canada. So you will have understood that the Bloc Québécois supports this bill in principle. And according to the information that we have, there is no doubt that the Ojibwe Shores is of great environmental value, and it's an excellent idea to make it into a park. The government has already pledged to work with the cities, to extend urban parks, something that is supposed to protect 25% of Canada's territory. And this kind of project is perfectly in step with this type of commitment. Now, I have said that I perhaps wouldn't have gone about it this way to protect Ojibwe Shores, and I had said that I would come back to this, and so here we go. What I'm wondering is, why was this battle so long? Why such a long battle to preserve this site? And why should the Canadian government become the owner of this space, especially of urban parks in general? So why shouldn't it just offer provinces adequate funding that would allow them to support their own efforts to preserve their urban environment? Because the role of the government federal is to offer funding with no strings attached, so that provinces and cities can conserve their fragile sites. And I'm not saying that we're against the creation of this park, the Ojibwe Shores Park. Ojibwe Shores Park. On the contrary, because if it had been done in Quebec, I think that it would have been done differently. Here's a very good example, the Lachine Canal in Montreal. It is part and parcel of the history of the city of Montreal, especially in the Saint-Henri, Griffintown, and Pointe-Saint-Charles districts, and therefore it would be appropriate, in our mind, that it should be the city of Montreal and the boroughs that should administer this park. They could look after its management, how it should be developed with other urban management projects, and that would be consistent with the residents of the community who live there. People know how and why this area is so important for the culture and the environment of the sector in question. So I think that people agree with me. The federal government is not perceived by the public as being the closest government to the citizens. Obviously, the federal government looks after monetary policy, our borders, our international relations, the defense of our territory, and that's very important. But is it the role of the federal government to ensure that the vegetation of an urban park should be representative of the plants in that area? Is it up to federal officials or parliamentarians to decide who should be responsible for the management of an urban park like Ojibwe Shores? But I think, obviously, the member for Windsor West has clearly explained the process, so we know why it happened. But I just wanted to raise the question because there could be a different way of acting for future urban parks. So once again, I repeat that we're favorable to this bill, and obviously I commend the tenacity, as I said, of my colleague from Windsor West, because I remember when I tabled my first private member's bill in this House, it's very exciting to be able to see such a bill through. And as I said, my colleague has been on this project for years. He's been a leader, and it's great to hear all the opinions from the different parties and also all the people in Windsor who've come together to make this happen. So I'll close on this, and I want to wish the best of luck to my colleague, and he'll be able to count on the support of the Bloc Québécois. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay, as we continue debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud here to rise to speak to Bill C-248, bill that would create a Ojibwe National Urban Park near Windsor, Ontario, put forward by the member from Windsor West. This initiative would combine lands owned by the federal government, the provincial government, and the City of Windsor to form a priceless package that would protect an endangered ecosystem unique to Canada. And I hope part of my point here tonight in what I'm saying is to answer the question put forward by the member just now from Avignon, Matam, Métis, Matapedia, close enough, that, why should the federal government be involved here? Well, it is a national treasure. This is an area that's unique in Canada, not just in Windsor, not just in Ontario, but in Canada. And I'd like to really thank the member from Windsor West for the tireless work he has put in on this file. And again, the previous speaker mentioned that this has been going on for almost 10 years, the work he's done to get this to this point. And I have to thank him also for inviting me to Windsor a few years ago to visit this site, and he gave me the full tour. It was a beautiful weekend in September, so we walked the trails of several properties through fields of big blue stem grass. It's also called turkey foot because of the way the seed pods are, the flower heads. Groves of oak trees, late summer flowers, and of course a diverse array of birds and other wildlife. And the member from Essex mentioned how valuable this would be also for the local residents and visitors, especially since the pandemic. I've seen a huge increase, and I'm sure every other member here, of people going into the outdoors in their ridings, visiting parks. We need these spaces for people to get out in. But again, some might ask why a relatively small collection of properties, only about 900 acres in all, adjacent the urban industrial areas of Windsor, just across the river from the urban and industrial sprawl of Detroit, deserve the status of a national park. Well, Ojibwe Urban National Park would preserve some of the last and best remnants of once much larger ecosystems, the tall grass prairie, oak savannas, and the Carolinian forest. Now, in my previous life, I was a biologist, and much of the work I did in that career was centered around endangered ecosystems and species at risk. And there are 4 ecosystems in this country that are consistently listed as the most endangered ecosystems in Canada. They are the Gary Oak savannas of southeastern Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands in British Columbia, the desert grasslands of the southern interior British Columbia, that's my home habitat, the Carolinian forests of southern Ontario, and the tall grass prairie of southeastern Manitoba and southwestern Ontario. An Ojibwe National Urban Park would protect 2 of these critically endangered ecosystems. And we don't often think of Ontario as a prairie province, but it once had extensive tall grass prairies throughout southern Ontario. Over the past 3 centuries, those prairies have almost been completely wiped out by agriculture and development. And only 1% of those habitats now remain in scattered remnants from Essex County north to the Rice Lake Plains. There are only 3 relatively large, and when I say large, I'm talking more than just a few acres, protected prairie remnants in Ontario. There's the Alderville Black Oak Savanna near Rice Lake, Bronte Creek Provincial Park, and the Ojibwe Prairie. And Ojibwe Prairie is a significant part of the national park that this bill would create. Now, endangered ecosystems are almost by definition home to long lists of species at risk, and I'd like to just talk about some of them now. There are 160 provincially rare species on the Ojibwe Prairie area. No other area in Ontario has such a concentration of rare species, and only 1 or 2 areas in Canada can match this concentration of rarity. And one of those areas, I have to add, is the desert grasslands in my riding. 119 of these rare species are plants at Ojibwe Prairie, and 19 of those species are federally listed. They're listed in the Species at Risk Act, and that includes the American chestnut and the Kentucky coffee tree. Another endangered plant is the scarlet amania, which I have to point out is only found in 2 places in Canada. One is in Ojibwe Prairie, and the other is at Osoyoos, British Columbia, in my riding. So these rare plant communities are obviously home to thousands of species of insects, many of which we know little about. For many, we don't even have good basic survey information, let alone how important they are to broader ecosystem function. But, Mr. Speaker, since we don't talk very often in this place about beautiful insects, I just really have to take a moment to talk about at least one species found in this area in question, and that's the giant spreadwing. As I'm sure you know, everyone here, dragonflies come in 2 groups, the big dragonflies that rest with their wings open, the smaller damselflies that rest with their wings closed. Well, there's another group in the middle, the spreadwings, that rest with their wings open as well. And the biggest of that group is the giant spreadwing. And you know, the only place in Canada it's found, the Ojibwe Prairie. There's endangered reptiles. The member from Essex mentioned the eastern fox snake. There's also Blanding's turtle, Butler's garter snake, and of course the Massasauga rattlesnake. I'm not sure what he'd think if he came across one of those, but this is a population that is isolated from other Canadian populations by over 300 kilometers, and it's on the brink of local extinction. And some endangered species, such as the northern bobwhite and the 5-line skink, have disappeared from the Ojibwe Prairie area. And that's what happens when we let endangered ecosystems become too fractured and too small for populations to maintain themselves. The bobwhite is an iconic quail species, once common over much of eastern North America. It became rarer in Canada during the 20th century as prairie and savanna habitats were developed for intensive agriculture, housing development, and altered by afforestation. Its Canadian population collapsed in the 1990s, and it's no longer found even on Ojibwe Prairie. The only existing population in Canada is on Walpole Island, northwest of Windsor. Mr. Speaker, a natural area need not be as large, as spectacular, as pristine as Banff or Jasper or Kluane to deserve protection as a national park. The Ojibwe shores and surrounding areas are clearly deserving of this protection. The biodiversity and rare ecosystems there are a national treasure. And the fact that remaining areas of intact habitat are small, dissected by roads and surrounded by farmland, industrial sites, and suburban neighborhoods are no reason to abandon them to further development. And yet that's almost what happened to Ojibwe shores. In 2013, the Windsor Port Authority planned to clear-cut the forest, fill the Ojibwe shores property for development. The member from Windsor West fought to stop this action, and over the course of several years led a successful battle to convince the federal government to preserve the property. And I'd like to stress one other thing that makes this such an important proposal, and that is that the National Urban Park would bring together properties that together would provide connectivity between the Detroit River and its shoreline habitats through woodlands and savannas to upland woodlands and prairie. Connectivity is a critical part of maintaining the integrity of rare habitats, especially as they become fragmented into smaller pieces. If any one of the parcels that are part of this proposal is lost to development, it would negatively impact the rest of the parcels. So it's critical they be protected together. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention there's a national park proposal in my riding in the South Okanagan area of British Columbia. Like Ojibwe, this is an ecosystem unique in Canada in a fragmented landscape, a mosaic of Crown land, First Nations land, municipalities, and private lands. This initiative has been debated in my riding for over 20 years and is now in the negotiation stage, negotiations between First Nations, the federal government, and provincial governments. And because of the diversity of the land ownership in this landscape, those negotiations represent a delicate balance between the need for strong protection of the nationally significant ecosystems while respecting the concerns of the broader community and the livelihoods of those that depend on the grasslands, such as ranchers. Like Ojibwe, this will not be a park like Jasper or Banff, but a park designed for the unique circumstances of the South Okanagan. Now, the Ojibwe National Urban Park proposal has the full backing of the Caldwell First Nation, the City of Windsor, as the member from Essex mentioned. It will be a jewel in the crown of our national park system, and I fully support this bill. So in closing, I'd simply like to thank the member from Windsor West once again, and thank all of those who worked so hard, often against all odds, to make this happen. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join my colleagues as we resume debate on Bill C-248 this evening. And of course, as you're well aware, this is an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, or the Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. It is indeed a great honor to join all of my colleagues here this evening. Allow me to begin, of course, by acknowledging that I'm joining this discussion from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. In earlier contributions we saw on the debate with respect to this park, as well as what we have heard this evening, what has certainly emerged is that there is consensus in this chamber that it is imperative that we move forward with this specific park. And I must say, it is great on an evening like this to see that there is consensus in this chamber. It's important to emphasize, of course, that Windsor is one of 7 cities where work is currently underway to create national urban parks. In fact, it falls under a new $130 million program with the aim of designating up to 6 new national urban parks across Canada by the year 2026. Canadians expect us to be bold, and that is why we're fully committed to moving in the right direction, and there is a time frame, of course, in place by 2026. The National Urban Parks Program is being led by Parks Canada, and I should say and emphasize that it cannot be short-circuited. At the heart of the process, which is in this particular case and in other processes, is led by Parks Canada. The premise that we should not forget is that there needs to be partnership and there needs to be collaboration between various stakeholders and communities. Every one of us is committed to partnering together to work hand in hand to explore opportunities, define boundaries and governance structures, and to achieve a shared vision together. The process, of course, must be grassroots and bottom up as well. So, since this process began, Parks Canada has been actively collaborating with key partners in the Windsor area, including, of course, as it was alluded to, the City of Windsor, Caldwell First Nation, and Walpole Island First Nation. Engagement with such key stakeholders has also begun, including with conservation and heritage groups, as well as with universities, tourism stakeholders, and economic development shareholders. I emphasize engagement, of course, and I emphasize collaboration because I want to highlight one of the obvious weaknesses of the bill before us. Though the bill, I think we can all agree, has very good, laudable intentions, the process is top-down and it totally bypasses grassroots and bottom-up engagement. The failure to undertake appropriate engagement with Indigenous peoples, specifically on whose traditional lands and proposed parks will occur, violates the very spirit of reconciliation, and it risks undermining new relationships and the requisite trust that must always underpin such developments. Creating a national urban park without proper engagement with Indigenous partners from the very start would be an unfortunate setback, and it would get in the way of achieving an important objective. Bringing together communities and stakeholders to develop a shared vision will ensure that a national urban park is created that endures as a special place that will allow all of us to come together for generations to come. At this preliminary stage, key decisions require careful consideration and engagement, particularly the extent of lands to be included within the boundaries. The bill before us prematurely presupposes the precise limits of the park. Furthermore, the bill's identification of these lands, which includes lands currently owned by the provincial government, amounts to a taking of lands without consent and without consultation. To re-emphasize a robust consultative process, again, I repeat this, is being short-circuited. Imagine supporting a bill, for example, where Ottawa automatically takes control of a park in Quebec or in one of our western provinces without a single conversation or negotiation with the relevant provincial authorities. This is not the spirit with which to launch an enduring national urban park and lacks respect for key partners who have ensured the conservation of the subject lands in the face of significant urban development pressures. Although the lands identified in the bill may well be those that should be included in the park, we must take the time and work collaboratively with our local partners to properly assess this question and to explore whether there are other lands that might be considered. This needs to happen before the boundaries of a proposed park are finalized. This bill defines the boundaries prematurely. It also closes the door on the possibility that private landowners or adjacent municipalities may identify lands that could be added to the Ojibwe footprint. This bill closes the door to that. Mr. Speaker, we're already building an Ojibwe National Urban Park. Last summer, over 50 local partners stood in Ojibwe with my colleagues from Windsor-Tecumseh and the Minister of Families to declare our ironclad commitment to establishing an Ojibwe National Urban Park. A few months later, we announced over $580,000 in Parks Canada funding for the City of Windsor to begin pre-consultations. And just 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada announced in the House of Commons that we have an MOU in place between Parks Canada and Transport Canada to work together on transferring the Ojibwe Shores lands from the Windsor Port Authority to Parks Canada for inclusion in the eventual Ojibwe National Urban Park. Ojibwe Shores is the last remaining underdeveloped shoreline and natural habitat along the Detroit River, and it will connect the Ojibwe Prairie Complex to the Detroit River. It has significant environmental value. It is an essential ecological gem and concentrates in its 33 acres some of the most diverse plants, as was alluded to earlier this evening, insects and animal species in North America. Many of them are rare and at risk. The Windsor community has been fighting for 20 years to preserve Ojibwe Shores. Our government got it done. Ojibwe Shores will be preserved forever, and it will be part of a national urban park for generations of residents and visitors to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, this MOU that I refer to is a major step forward. It underscores the importance and the value of collaboration and consultation and setting the groundwork for the National Urban Park. Mr. Speaker, we're on the cusp of achieving something that everyone wants, a National Urban Park that will benefit the people of Windsor and all Canadians and contribute to our ongoing efforts to protect the environment and advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. This bill, C-248, is well-meaning, but it is contemplating the wrong approach. It sends the wrong message, and that is why this House should not support this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening to speak with respect to Private Member's Bill C-248, put forward by the member for Windsor West, an act to create a national urban park, Ojibwe National Urban Park in particular. I want to start by highlighting that this park wouldn't involve any private property whatsoever, that it would connect several pieces of publicly owned lands that, if connected, would create one larger 900-acre national urban park. I think it's important to pause to share more about why national urban parks are so important. Not only, as we've heard, are they home, in this case, to hundreds of endangered species, they provide mitigation of flooding due to climate change, providing a natural heritage area that the community can enjoy and appreciate and use with respect to healthy living and ecotourism. I think it's also worth pausing to reflect on nature deficit disorder, a term to use what happens when people are disconnected from their natural surroundings. I wonder if we had more national urban parks, how this might affect the thinking even in this very place. When we think about the larger systemic challenges we face, like the climate crisis, if we had more urban green space that Canadians across the country and that even parliamentarians were enjoying, how that might affect some of the thinking that goes into decisions we are making, again, with respect to the climate crisis, for example, or decisions we're not making. I think it's also important to pause to point out how this aligns with what Parks Canada has already put forward with respect to their interests in establishing at least one new national park in every province or territory across the country, and how it aligns with existing plans from the governing party and commitments they've made to protect up to 25% of land by 2025 and up to 30% by 2030. And it strikes me that we ought to be taking every opportunity we have to make the most of going more quickly to work towards protecting biodiversity across the country. I also want to pause to give kudos to the member for Windsor West for bringing forward legislation like this. In my view, this is actually how democracy is supposed to function. The member for Windsor West has been advocating with respect to this National Urban Park since 2013, when he made the first request of the federal government, listening to the interests of those across his community, collaborating with others to find consensus to move forward. I'll point out that that he has received the support by Caldwell First Nations, by Chief Duckworth in particular, in a letter shared on April 11th, encouraging all parliamentarians in this place to support Bill C-248. I'll point out that it's also been unanimously supported by Windsor City Council. These are, in my view, exactly the kind of indications for why a parliamentarian should look to choose a topic such as this, knowing that work has been put in, that consultations have been had, that members here should be listening to their communities first and foremost. It should always be community ahead of party. And that members here, based on what they hear, should then be advocating in support of those interests. In my view, that's exactly what the member for Windsor West has done, and in so doing would allow us to move more quickly towards ensuring we have more nationally protected areas and a new national urban park. I'm less interested in who gets the credit for it and more in ensuring that we support whoever is bringing forward ideas to this place to ensure that we move more quickly to protect urban areas. It's for this reason that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands and I will both be supporting this legislation. It's for this reason that I was encouraged to hear the member for Essex supporting it as well. Encouraged to hear a biologist among us, the member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, also voicing his support. And I'll point out that in some ways this has been a difficult day, that there were some votes in this place where there wasn't as much alignment as I would have liked to have seen. But at least on this debate, this is one where consensus can be achieved in my hope. And I am certainly hopeful that this bill will go to committee as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Seeing that there's no other interveners, I'll recognize the honourable member for Windsor West for his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues and to yourself for being part of this. And Bill C-248 is really from the community. It's not my idea. It's something that we've been fighting for a long period of time. And as a member who's been here for 20 plus years now, it's exciting to me when we can actually bring unity to the House and we can actually work on projects that can help define our country and our communities. And I have a list of people to thank, and some of them I'm going to have to abandon because I don't have enough time. But the first and foremost is I want to start by thanking the Wildland Leagues, Janet and Dave. They were part of this process from the beginning and helping give inspiration. And they understand the park systems, green spaces, connectivity, and have been very special and very positive going through this. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank Chief Mary Duckworth as well, too. So Chief Duckworth was actually here in the House of Commons in this area, outside this chamber with me to push this issue before. For this to be made up as some type of thing of circumventing First Nations is unbelievable to hear that. It's terribly disrespecting. Caldwell First Nations, I brought them down to this site as they were deciding about where they're setting up their reserve, and now it's actually closer to Point Pelee, ironically the place that they should have had historically. It's one of the most beautiful stories that we have of reconciliation taking place. And it's amazing. And Chief Duckworth and all the energy is going there, they're supporting this, and they explicitly ask to go to committee to tell their story of why they support this. This is part of their heritage, and they want to share it through the vision of a national urban park for all. It's a terrific story in itself because of the tragedy of what started, but also, too, is where they're going in the future. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank, and it's been interesting because Mayor Dilkins and
City Council have been working on trying to get this land protected on the Ojibwe shoreline for a number of different years. It was going to be bulldozed and cut down. Finally, during this process, after 7 years, I was told that they couldn't transfer it to Environment Canada. A few weeks ago, they finally transferred it to Environment Canada. And so we're happy for that. We're glad for that. They wanted the City of Windsor residents at one point to pay millions of dollars, then give it back to the federal government. How absurd is that? How absurd what the Liberals wanted to do with that. And so I'm thankful that they finally reversed their position on that. But the reason this bill is necessary is because every national park has its own legislation. Every national park is secured in that way. And so what we've done is we've put the pieces of property together, and there has been consultation constantly. Most importantly, consultation with the children, the youth, the advocates, the environmental people, the unions, companies, all in Windsor for several different years, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we actually have in the bill the defined geography to start with. And what I don't understand about the Liberals in this that are opposing this, why not send it to committee? Why is there a resentment from this Liberal government right now, or some members, maybe not all of them, to actually send this to committee to bring up concerns? The Conservatives had some concerns about private property being involved. We didn't include that. The Bloc, we want to make sure this is a special thing because they have some very legitimate questions about the province, and those things have been taken care of as well. And the province right now is going through election, but they have been talking and supporting this in local member provincial parliament. Lisa Gretzi's in favor of it, and of course the City of Windsor. So we're looking at now getting this to committee to define those areas and have a chance to speak, to showcase why this is so important. And I don't understand. I've been here for a while. I've been trying to work, especially when they were sent back to Parliament, in a constructive way. And that's why I chose this bill, is because it should survive the test of metal to get to committee at least. How could you want to shut down this beautiful process that has been grassroots every single step along the way without even allowing people from Windsor and Essex to have their voice? And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. There have been so many people, some even passed away during this process. It is going to be right next to the Gordie Howe Bridge. I had my first public meeting for New Border Crossing back in 1998 as a city councillor at Marlborough Public School. We're finally getting it built. We don't need another 20 years to do the obvious. This should be done. It's grassroots, and most importantly, it defines us on the doorstep of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank everyone for their interventions. The question is as follows. Monsieur Massé, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Massé, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Recognized party, President of the House, wishes to request a recorded division, or the motion be adopted on division. I would ask them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I see the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I request a recorded division. Thank you.
There we go here. So pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 8th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Making sure everyone's in place because we are a couple minutes early, which is great. It's never that we're early in this House of Commons, are we? Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, the House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to concur in the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security presented on Monday, May 30th, 2022. Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
All right. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and all members of this House for taking the time to hold a debate on what our government sees as a critical priority for Canada's foreign policy, our strong support for Finland and NATO's accession, for Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO. However, I want to begin by speaking to the gravest threat to international peace today, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It has been months since President Putin unleashed his war of choice on Ukraine. With every day that passes, the number of civilians, including children, killed and wounded continues to climb. We have witnessed Russian attacks on apartment buildings, public squares, theaters, and maternity hospitals. In addition, the reports and images of Russian forces carried out in Bucha are horrifying and deeply shameful. Let me be clear. We believe that this amounts to war crimes and crimes against humanity, and we are committed to holding President Putin and those supporting him accountable for their actions. Canada and our NATO allies are responding to Putin's aggression with unprecedented coordination as we continue to support the men and women of Ukraine as they defend themselves and fight for their country, communities, and families. We have announced round after round of sanctions and will continue working across our alliance and with international partners to suffocate the Putin regime. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that I'll be sharing my time with the member of Cambridge, for Cambridge. This reality provides even greater urgency to the debate we are having tonight. Since its foundation in 1949, NATO has been a cornerstone of Canada's international security policy. Along with 11 other founding nations, we established the alliance to promote the collective defense of its members, maintain peace and security in the North Atlantic area, and safeguard the freedom of its people based on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. Since then, the alliance has increased from 12 to 30 allies. NATO's door is open to any European country in a position to undertake the commitments and obligations of membership and contribute to Euro-Atlantic security. Canada has a long tradition of fully supporting NATO's open door policy based on Article 10 of the Washington Treaty. This is why we strongly support Finland and Sweden's decision to pursue NATO membership, and we wholeheartedly endorse their application without reservation. We also believe that every country has the sovereign right to choose its own path and its own security arrangements. And we stand with the people of Finland and Sweden who have made their choice clear. We have always welcomed Finland and Sweden's close partnership with NATO and their contributions to Euro-Atlantic security. We enjoy a long history of excellent bilateral relations with both countries as demonstrated by our extensive cooperation and our shared values and priorities. The Canadian Armed Forces have worked extensively with their armed forces on training exercises as well as the NATO's training mission in Iraq. Our troops have also fought alongside one another on operations from Bosnia and Herzegovina to Kosovo to Afghanistan to Libya. Canada also has a strong presence in Europe, and we are currently deploying 1,375 Canadian Armed Forces members across NATO's eastern flank, along with 2 frigates and accompanying patrol aircraft in support of the alliance's strengthened deterrence and defense posture. These deployments fall under Canada's Operation Reassurance, which includes NATO's enhanced forward presence, the standing NATO maritime groups, and NATO air policing. Canada has full confidence in Finland and Sweden's ability to integrate immediately into NATO and make meaningful contributions to our collective security. Both their militaries are strong, and in areas such as the whole-of-society engagement on security, allies have much to learn from them. Finland and Sweden are some of the alliance's closest and most active security and defense partners. They share the alliance's commitment to upholding the rules-based international order. They are committed to the principles of state sovereignty and territorial integrity, and their militaries are highly qualified and very capable. Sweden and Finland are also strong proponents for advancing the women, peace, and security agenda. Gender equality and inclusive peace processes build more stable societies and are critical preconditions for a peaceful world for people of all genders. The full, equal, and meaningful participation of all women and girls in preventing, ending, and recovering from conflict benefits us all and is essential in achieving sustainable peace. As a close friend and security partner, Canada will support Finland and Sweden through the accession process, including against threats to their security. We are working to expedite our domestic processes in order to facilitate the accession of both countries without delay. We encourage all allies to do the same, to approve their application for NATO membership as quickly as possible. Finland and Sweden are strong champions of the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law that the alliance was founded upon. Their ascension will strengthen our collective defense. The consequences of President Putin's reckless war of aggression extend far beyond Ukraine's borders. His unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine constitutes a significant threat to Euro-Atlantic security and the rules-based international order as a whole. Putin's brazen attack on a neighbor, on a sovereign country, supported by a campaign of lies and disinformation, and carried out with devastating impact on civilians, has shattered peace in Europe. This is not just an attack on Ukraine. This does not only impact Europe. This is an attack on the UN Charter, the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and impacts democracy, freedom, and human rights for the foreseeable future. Yet, in the face of this war, NATO's resolve is as strong as ever. NATO allies and partners, including Finland and Sweden, are increasing our support for Ukraine as it continues to defend itself against Russia's full-scale invasion. Thousands of anti-tank weapons, hundreds of air defense missiles, and thousands of small arms and ammunition stocks are being sent to Ukraine bilaterally by Canada, our allies, and our partners. Sweden has provided anti-tank weapons, demining equipment, personal protective equipment, and financial aid to Ukraine. Finland has sent small arms, ammunition, anti-tank weapons, and personal protective equipment. NATO has also increased efforts to reinforce the alliance's eastern flank to deter and defend against Russia's aggression. The alliance strengthens NATO's enhanced forward presence with additional battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. Canada remains steadfast in our commitment to bolster NATO's eastern flank and support our eastern allies. It is the sovereign right of Finland and Sweden to choose their own security arrangements. They have made this decision to join NATO with the strong and unprecedented support of the Finnish and Swedish people. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been in close contact with her Swedish and Finnish counterparts, as has the Prime Minister, and we have assured them of Canada's complete support through this process. We also continue to underscore in the face of Russian disinformation and threats that NATO is a defensive alliance and does not seek confrontation nor pose any threat to Russia. NATO and transatlantic security are more important than ever, and Finland and Sweden's accession will increase our shared security, including in the Baltic Sea. Their decision to join NATO has been warmly welcomed by neighboring allies such as Denmark, Norway, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. Canada will continue to support the principles that have kept the countries on both sides of the Atlantic safe, free, and prosperous for over 70 years. We look forward to welcoming Finland and Sweden to the alliance and our continued close cooperation and friendship. Madam Speaker, I will end simply by stating the facts. Time is of the essence, and we encourage all NATO allies work to support their membership rapidly. There is no time to waste. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, we support this motion at the Bloc Québécois. We support the fact that we want Finland and Sweden to join NATO, of course. There is just one issue that we will have to work upon altogether. That is Turkey. Currently, the Turkish government is against Sweden's entry especially, but also Finland's entry. Sweden's entry because of the situation with the Kurds. I would like to hear what the government is going to do to resolve the problem. Are they going to show leadership with regards to Turkey and its opposition against Sweden and Finland's accession to NATO?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member through you for that very important question. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has discussed this matter with her Turkish counterparts. Sweden and Finland will undoubtedly be assets to the alliance. We encourage our allies to promptly support their membership. As I said, Madam Speaker, there is no time to waste. It's very important that we support our allies in this application. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate it. And my colleague from the bloc basically touched on one of my questions, and I'm just wondering if the member might be able to expand even a little bit more on that aspect, because as we see what's going on here, the great nations of Sweden and Finland, who we would love to see as part of NATO, we want to be together, and those steps need to be done. And you've indicated, Madam Speaker, the member indicated that we're going to act on this as quickly as possible. I'm wondering if there's any way that he can possibly give us a timeline or some information on how quickly that might be.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le député pour cette question importante. La ministre des Affaires étrangères parle avec ses homologues en faveur de l'accession à l'OTAN de ces deux pays. Nous sommes en faveur ici au Canada. Il s'agit de deux pays qui défendent avec ferveur la démocratie et l'État de droit, et leur accession à l'OTAN serait avantageuse pour l'Alliance. Question et observation, l'honorable député de Port Moody Coquitlam. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le député a parlé d'équité entre les genres. La Suède défend l'équité entre les genres. On y trouve l'un des plus forts pourcentages de femmes au Parlement. Alors, l'accession de la Suède et de la Finlande aura-t-elle une incidence sur l'équité entre les genres au sein de l'OTAN? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire. C'est une question importante. Alors, je remercie la députée pour sa question. Ces deux pays sont engagés envers l'équité entre les genres, et une délégation était en visite de la Suède récemment. Ils en ont parlé. Il s'agit de pays qui ont des vues similaires aux nôtres, et c'est important de continuer d'appuyer leurs demandes. L'honorable député de Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je n'ai pas vraiment de questions, mais plutôt un commentaire à formuler à l'intention du secrétaire parlementaire. Et je veux dire ceci officiellement. J'ai servi au sein des forces armées. J'ai servi aux côtés des forces armées de la Suède et de la Finlande, et je peux certainement confirmer leur professionnalisme et ce qu'ils apporteront comme contribution positive à l'OTAN et seront bienvenus. Ils auront un apport positif à l'Alliance, et c'est important de le considérer dans le contexte de l'invasion de l'Ukraine par la Russie. C'était important de le dire pour moi. En tant que Parlement, en tant que Chambre des communes, eh bien, c'est important qu'on en discute, et j'ai apprécié l'occasion qui m'est donnée ici. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le député de Bruce Grey Owen Sound pour son service pour notre pays, et j'apprécie ses observations et son appui envers l'accession de ces deux pays. Il est important de continuer d'en parler pour appuyer la Suède et la Finlande. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Reprise du débat. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de la Défense. Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est une position de longue date du Canada, comme quoi, en temps d'incertitude, les relations internationales sont plus importantes que jamais. L'OTAN a fourni la possibilité de travailler ensemble avec nos alliés dans les salles de conférence et dans les champs de bataille. Nous savons à quel point cette alliance est importante pour notre sécurité, pour la stabilité mondiale. Nous accueillons favorablement des changements qui rendront l'alliance plus forte et plus sécuritaire, notamment donc l'accession de la Suède et de la Finlande. Ces pays ont fait des contributions importantes, et ils sont très bien alignés avec nos valeurs, l'importance de la paix, de l'intégrité et de l'appui à l'ordre international fondé sur des règles. Il est clair que l'Europe et le monde entier est menacé à cause de la guerre non provoquée par le président Poutine. Il s'agit d'une guerre menée à l'endroit d'un voisin démocratique. Il s'agit d'une menace à l'ordre international, la plus grande menace depuis la fin de la guerre froide. Et c'est un symptôme de la resurgence de la concurrence entre les grands pouvoirs, du retour des pays autoritaires qui veulent faire valoir leurs forces militaires. Ces changements géopolitiques font en sorte qu'il est encore plus important de travailler ensemble et de faire front commun contre ceux qui veulent réviser les frontières. Et ce que l'on fait avec l'Alliance de l'OTAN est plus important que jamais. Cette alliance fait partie du soutien que fournit le Canada un peu partout dans le monde. La plus grande contribution, c'est l'opération Réassurance qui appuie des mesures de dissuasion en Europe.
And bad. Standing together against those who would seek to undermine our alliance or member states' security and sovereignty. As part of this mission, we have almost 700 Canadian soldiers leading NATO Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group in Latvia. Canadian military personnel stand shoulder to shoulder with soldiers from 10 NATO countries, demonstrating the strength of our alliance in protecting stability in the region. Canada has played an important role in Latvia for 5 years, and we recently expanded our efforts by deploying a battery of M777 artillery guns with forward observers and an electronic warfare group, Madam Speaker. As part of our C component of Operation Reassurance, we've also have HMCS Montreal and HMCS Halifax deployed to standing NATO maritime forces. And in the air, we have a CP-140 Aurora long-range patrol aircraft and 2 C-130 transport aircraft operating in the Euro-Atlantic area, and we look forward to resuming our enhanced air policing mission in Romania later this year. We also have 3,400 CAF members standing by for the NATO response force, should their support be required. Madam Speaker, our support for global peace and stability does not stop at NATO's borders. Since February 2022, we've committed hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid to Ukraine, including anti-tank weapons, rockets, M777 howitzers, drone cameras, 155mm ammunition, rifles, armored utility vehicles, satellite imagery, and communication equipment, Madam Speaker. Some of this aid has already been delivered, and we are working hard to provide the rest as quickly as possible. I am pleased to say that some of the military aid delivered comes from the $500 million that our government announced in the last federal budget. This is the case for the 20,000 155mm artillery rounds that Minister Anand recently announced at the cost of $98 million, which will be crucial in Ukraine's current fight to defend its eastern territory. Prior to the war, we also helped train over 33,000 members of the Ukrainian security force through Operation Unifier, learning valuable skills from one another, Madam Speaker, and supporting Ukrainians' efforts to become stronger and better prepared to respond to Russia's aggression. While Ukraine's success in holding back Russia is entirely its own, I know many CAF members are proud to have worked alongside those who are now on the front lines fighting for their freedom. We are all inspired by their bravery and their dedication. As I mentioned earlier in my speech, Finland and Sweden have long-standing ties to NATO and are among the alliance's most active partners. They are 2 of the 6 countries, including Ukraine, under the partnership interoperability initiative that makes particularly significant contributions to NATO. Both countries field strong and capable militaries whose soldiers have fought alongside ours in Afghanistan, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo and Libya. Other armed forces have worked extensively together on training, including NATO missions in Iraq. But, Madam Speaker, our ties run even deeper. As Arctic nations, our long-standing cooperation has contributed to peace and stability in the Arctic. For these reasons and more, Canada unreservedly and enthusiastically supports Finland and Sweden's decision to pursue NATO membership. In Ukraine, across Europe, and around the globe, Canada supports our allies and partners both on and off the battlefield. As we move forward, we will continue standing with them in the name of global peace and stability. We know as our biggest defense and security threats evolve, so too must the alliance evolve. To support these efforts and to keep peace with our allies, Canada is making new investments in defense, here at home, in North America, and across the globe. In Budget 2022, we announced a new investment package for defense worth $8 billion, as well as our plans to update Canada's defense policy to become more responsive to the current defense and security environment. Through these efforts, we will ensure that our people have the modern, fit-for-purpose equipment they need when they deploy. We will also keep supporting NATO's diplomatic efforts, including welcoming Sweden and Finland into the alliance. We know we're stronger and more capable of tackling our biggest defense and security challenges when we work together with our like-minded allies and partners. Madam Speaker, Canada was one of the original founding members of NATO when the organization came into existence in 1949. And when we remain just as dedicated to its success and to global peace and stability today. In missions across the globe, including in Central and Eastern Europe, we work alongside NATO, allies and partner countries to safeguard the alliance against external threats, including those stemming from Russia's aggressive actions in Ukraine. While we live in a defensive and security environment defined by uncertainty, I remain optimistic, Madam Speaker. Optimistic that the values of peace, freedom, and adherence to the rules-based international order will win out against authoritarianism, doubt, and division. The addition of two like-minded countries into our alliance makes this outcome all the more likely. And we're looking forward to supporting Finland and Sweden through the accession process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député du Lac-Saint.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague's speech. I'd like to thank him for that speech. Now, we've listened to two government speeches, and we've heard twice that things need to be done as quickly as possible. I agree. But I haven't gotten a response about how we're going to deal with the issue of Turkey. I was told that there would be conversations. It's all very well to say that it's going to go quickly, but it took them 3 months to send 3 planes for Ukrainian refugees. So if that's what the government calls speed, is it going to take them just as long this time? Or do they have an actual plan for the timeline to ensure that Finland and Sweden can join NATO?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. Sweden and Finland will undoubtedly be assets to this alliance. We know this, Madam Speaker. We're encouraged. We encourage our allies, all of our allies, including Turkey, to promptly support their membership. We are moving quickly. I would point out the fact that we are speaking here today on this to move this process through as quickly as possible is proof of that. And there is no time to waste, Madam Speaker. We know that this is usually a very lengthy process. Speeding up this process as much as we possibly can, as quickly as we can, is what we want to do here today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey-Moosmet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his presentation. And he talked a little bit about Latvia, and he talked about our military and the great military. And my father was a Major General in the Canadian Forces. My brother was a colonel. My sister was a nurse. My brother-in-law was a full colonel. My nephews are presently serving in the Canadian Forces, and they do tremendous work, and they do tremendous work with our allies in Finland and Sweden. And I think we've talked about how unreservedly we are here to try and support that. But as my colleague from the bloc has indicated, and as I think people have heard, there are those concerns about how quickly this can be expedited and how quickly we can step forward with these moves that we need to do to include them. And I'm just wondering if the member can indicate, at least within his caucus, is there strong support to push this forward as quickly as possible?
Parliamentary Secretary.
The short answer, Madam Speaker, is absolutely. There is support throughout not just our caucus, but I imagine throughout this House to move forward on this as quickly as possible. And if I can just take a moment here and through you, Madam Speaker, thank the member opposite, and if he could, through you, Madam Speaker, thank his family for their service, and the commitment in that family sounds quite impressive. And I think that it is that commitment that we're talking about here today. It is about recognizing the need to focus on getting this done, getting it done right, but getting it done quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Skeena-Buckley-Bob.
And I thank my colleague across the way for his remarks. I listened with interest. I wonder if he could provide his thoughts on what he hopes tonight's debate will result in, what bearing it will have on the course of events over the coming weeks and months.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I speak for all of us in this House that this concurrence debate sends a message, sends a very strong message to Vladimir Putin and to our NATO allies, that they need to continue to have their conversations in their houses and their parliaments and recognize the importance of getting this done. But I'll go back to the fact that, in the face of Russian aggression, we stand united with our allies, partners in defense and freedom for democracy and the rights for people to determine their own future. And if not now, when would we try to band together like this? I recognize that there has been criticism of NATO in the past being maybe divided. And if you can think of it like a hand like this, what Vladimir Putin has accomplished is this. We are committed, we are together, and we need to move forward, as I said, as quickly as possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Je vais partager mon temps.
I will be sharing my time with the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Madam Speaker, I'm in support of concurring in the fourth report of the Public Safety and National Security Committee, which expresses its strong support for Finland's and Sweden's accession into the NATO alliance, and which calls on all NATO members to approve their application for NATO membership as soon as possible. Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th was an illegal act of war. It was an unprovoked attack on a European democracy. And it marks the first war between European states since 1945. It shattered the relative peace and security that we in the Western Alliance have enjoyed for the last 8 decades, since the end of the Second World War. Russia's war in Ukraine has actualized something that was once only theoretical. An authoritarian state led by an autocrat directly attacked.
Silence, please. We had silence for the previous speeches. Could I ask that conversations be taken outside, please? Thank you. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Russia's war in Ukraine has actualized something that was once only theoretical. An authoritarian state led by an autocrat has attacked a democracy has demonstrated it is willing and able to attack a democracy. It's made clear that democracies that stand alone and are not part of military alliances are most vulnerable. And that's why it's become necessary to bring both Sweden and Finland into the NATO alliance. And this is an urgent matter. It's urgent because Sweden and Finland are now very vulnerable, because they sit in between a period where they were once neutral states and full NATO membership, which would guarantee their security and protection by other NATO members under Article 5. And that's why this debate is so important, and why I hope the House will add its political support to the Government of Canada's decision to support Finland and Sweden's accession to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's also an urgent matter because now that Sweden and Finland have indicated that they wish to join the NATO alliance, Russian disinformation will no doubt accelerate through media sympathetic to Russian disinformation and through political actors sympathetic to Russian disinformation. And that's why it's important that we here in this House speak clearly and categorically about our support for both Finland and Sweden's entry into the NATO alliance. It's also important that the Government of Canada put pressure on NATO members who are resistant to Finland and Sweden joining the NATO alliance. Both Turkey and Croatia have indicated concerns, if not outright opposition, to Finland and Sweden joining NATO. The Government of Canada must make clear through its ambassadors, as well as discussions between foreign ministers and heads of government, Canada's position. Canada supported Turkey's accession to NATO in 1952, and Canada should now ask Turkey to clearly support Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO in 2022. Canada should note that it supplies military equipment to Turkey, particularly key technology for Baykar drones. Canada supported Croatia's entry to NATO in 2009, and now Canada should ask Croatia's president, Mr. Milanovic, for his support for Finland and Sweden's accession into the NATO alliance in 2022. The government should note that continued opposition could have negative repercussions for Canada-Croatia relations, impacting everything from youth mobility arrangements to the promotion of two-way trade and investment. The Government of Canada also needs to make clear to Finland and Sweden that both Canada and Turkey work together to combat terrorism. And it should indicate that there are groups that both Canada and Turkey consider terrorist entities as listed under the Canadian Criminal Code. And the Canadian government should do as the United Kingdom government recently did and provide interim security guarantees to both Finland and Sweden in the interim period where they are the most vulnerable before their accession to the NATO alliance, to counter any plans that Moscow may have to try and block and intimidate these two countries. Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure of meeting Ann Linde, Sweden's foreign minister, on May 5th. We discussed Sweden's application to join NATO, Russia's war in Ukraine, and its implications for defense, energy, and Arctic sovereignty. It was clear during our discussion that it was in Canada's interest as well for Finland and Sweden to join the NATO alliance. Their membership would help bolster Arctic defense and security, a region that Russia considers its most strategically important, a region in which Russia has invested considerable resources in recent years. Finland and Sweden also have robust militaries that could bolster Canada's contributions to the military alliance. Finland demonstrated its fighting spirit during the Winter War of 1939 and 1940, where brave Finns fought back advancing Soviet tanks by running up to the tanks with tar-coated bombs and slapping those bombs onto the track treads of those Soviet tanks, disabling them. They used nothing more than their bodies and simple homemade, handmade bombs to stop the Soviet army in its tracks. And they eventually repelled the invaders. And the Swedes have a robust domestic military industry. They produce the Gripen fighter jet. And so it is in Canada's interest that both Sweden and Finland join the alliance, helping us to bolster our military capabilities both here and abroad. Finland and Sweden and their desire to join NATO have demonstrated how much the world has changed since Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th. For some 200 years, Sweden has had a policy of neutrality, longer than the Confederation of Swiss Cantons, longer than Switzerland. In fact, their position of neutrality dates back to 1812, when they lost territory to Russia as a result of the Napoleonic Wars. The fact that after 2 centuries of neutrality, Sweden has formally applied to join a military alliance reveals how much the world has changed in the last 3 months. And that should be a wake-up call for the government. The world has changed, but the government has been slow to react to that change. Russia's invasion of Ukraine makes it urgent that the Canadian government meet its 2% commitment to spend 2% of Canada's gross domestic product on our military. That's something they committed to before the most recent budget, something the most recent budget fails to deliver on. And our allies are increasingly making note of our failure to uphold our defense spending commitments. Just this past week, U.S. Ambassador to Canada David Cohen said, and I quote, "In the public discourse leading up to the release of the budget, the rhetoric from senior Canadian government officials implied that there would be a significant increase in defense spending," end quote. He added, quote, "It's fair to say that although $8 billion is more money, it was a little disappointing as matched against the rhetoric that we heard leading into the release of the budget," end quote. Finland and Sweden understand that the world has changed, and that's why they are urgently seeking to join NATO. Germany understands that the world has changed, which is why Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who heads a center-left coalition, announced on February 27th a dramatic U-turn in decades of German foreign and defense policy by immediately committing to increase German defense spending to well beyond 2% of gross domestic product, with an immediate commitment to spend $140 billion Canadian on German defense spending. Other NATO allies understand that the world has changed, but the government has not and has been slow to react. Madam Speaker, let me finish by stating clearly and categorically that we as Conservatives support Sweden and Finland's accession into the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And I encourage all members of this House to do the same, to ensure that the Parliament of Canada adds its clear voice of support to the Government of Canada's decision to support Finland and Sweden's accession into the NATO alliance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member across the way, who's also my geographic neighbour from Guelph and Wellington, Halton Hills being so close together. I was listening with interest on his discussion of the neutrality of Sweden and Finland, which they have had a formal neutrality for many, many years, but in 1995, they joined the EU, and I think in 1995 they clearly indicated that they were becoming part of an economic alliance that we already have. And in fact, our government has signed a trade agreement with Europe, the CETA agreement, that we have a formal economic tie with the EU members. So could the Honourable Member maybe comment on how having that economic tie can also benefit with the alliance through NATO that we're looking at now?
Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. And in response to his question, I think that democracies need to work more closely together on not just diplomacy, not just on military, but also on economic issues. And I think an example of that is precisely in Sweden and Finland. Finland is a global leader in telecommunications technologies. The Scandinavian countries have long produced telecommunications giants such as Nokia and others who could help us develop 5G and 6G technologies that will help us build a secure national communications infrastructure to ensure that we are no longer threatened by authoritarian states such as China, that have their own 5G systems through companies like Huawei, which the government has recently banned. I note that Sweden has a robust domestic defense industry. They produce the fighter jet Gripen, and so many other economic strengths that Canada could take advantage of by working more closely with those two countries.
Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Wellington Halton Hills. As per usual, he is demonstrating that he knows international politics very well. Now, the debate we have, he talked to us about leadership. He said that the government should show leadership to solve this problem. Yet, the member for Wellington Halton Hills is one of the best placed in this House to understand the government's leadership in international relations. We saw this in February when he had his motion to condemn Uyghur genocide. And the government, many of them abstained from voting. So how does the member feel about their ability to be leaders and to solve this issue with Turkey now?
Halton Hills.
Well, je pense que merci à mon.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I feel that the government needs to manage our relationship with Turkey more effectively than in the past. The current Canadian government has, in my opinion, made many mistakes in handling our relations with Turkey. For example, they made mistakes for drone technology export permits, and they have made other mistakes too. In my view, they need to improve our relations with Turkey. They should clearly communicate to Turkey that we have interests in supporting Finland and Sweden in their membership application to join NATO.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, we know that NATO is, in fact, a security alliance of some countries. And what I'm wondering is, if the member believes that, you know, he talked a lot about the investment in NATO, but what about the investment in other multilateral institutions? Other multilateral institutions that would work towards a more peaceful future, work towards not just peacekeeping, but peace building. Would he be as supportive of investment in those institutions as he is in NATO?
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I would point out that I've been quite critical in recent years about the government's spending on official development assistance. I noted that in the period from 2016 to 2021, the Government of Canada actually reduced official development assistance by 10% compared to the previous government. Bob Ray noted that, Ambassador Ray noted that in his report that he did for the government that was posted in August of 2020 on the Government of Canada's website. And so we are supportive of the government doing a better job in the areas of official development assistance, peacemaking, in the area of climate change, but we also believe the government needs to do a much better job in the area of military and defense commitments.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg au Saint-Charles. Sorry, I didn't have your name on my list. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite a coincidence because I have just returned to Canada after having spent 4 days in Vilnius in Lithuania. We had some NATO meetings. There were talks about assessing Finland and Sweden's membership application. So this is very well timed. The Standing Committee on Public Security and National Security has tabled its 4th report. Tonight we're debating the adoption of the report. The report has 2 recommendations for us. First, that we should express our strong support to Finland and Sweden joining NATO, that Finland and Sweden are among the closest partners of NATO. And secondly, to call on all NATO members to approve their membership application as quickly as possible. That's why I'm happy to rise in in this place today to say that I support the committee's recommendations. I would also like to share some comments I heard about this during meetings in Lithuania this week. Finland and Sweden joining NATO, that was debated at length. We heard arguments from Matti Vanhanen, president of the Eduskunta of the Finnish parliament, and Andreas Norlin, president of the Riksdag in the Swedish parliament. Madam Speaker, first, it's important to highlight that Finland and Sweden submitted their membership application on May 18, 2022. These two countries are clearly requesting to become NATO members, even though the past decades they always wanted to keep their independence. They didn't want to commit from a military standpoint. But now, given Russia's sudden and violent invasion of Ukraine, these two countries have no other choice. They feel that it's urgent for them to join NATO. Because as you know, Madam Speaker, Canada is a founding member. We've been in NATO for 73 years, and there is a promise of collective security. Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, any attack against one NATO member is an attack against all. And with everything that's going on right now, Sweden and Finland understand how important it is for them to be part of a group like NATO. Over the past few years, there were questions about NATO. The American president was doubting whether NATO should even exist. The past few years, I have participated in NATO meetings, and I think what we really needed to do was give NATO a boost, invest more, be more prepared, because we never know what's coming. And then something came on February 24th with Russia's invasion. Finland has approximately 1,000-kilometer border shared with Russia. They are side by side. You can't be more side by side, but Finland has always managed to keep its sovereignty with a strong military. But given what's happening in Ukraine, Finland has come to understand that being a NATO member would be a major strategic military advantage for them. And that's what NATO does. It gives additional guarantees of safety and security. Now, for Ukraine, it's sad for them, but, a few years ago, they applied for NATO membership, but things were always delayed. They also applied to join the European Union. That's a European matter. Either way, with Crimea in 2014 and all the microaggressions by Russia since 2014, Ukrainians have been afraid. They wanted to join NATO. NATO did not accept their membership application. Now, they can't accept Ukraine into NATO because that would be like NATO declaring war on Russia. On the other hand, Finland and Sweden, they had votes in their respective parliaments. They demonstrated what they needed to demonstrate in terms of their capacities. And they are asking NATO and its member countries to accept their membership application, which would happen a lot quicker than Ukraine's application. Now, what's interesting for Canada is the geographic position of Finland and Sweden. We know that Norway is already in NATO, but if we had Finland and Sweden, this would be incredibly important and advantageous for Canada, because the Arctic countries, there would be these two countries who could work with Canada and the United States and Norway to ensure our collective safety and protection. Furthermore, when it comes to membership, it has to be through consensus among member countries. We know that Turkey has expressed some serious reservations about Sweden and Finland joining. I had 3 colleagues at a recent meeting, and I discussed this with them. Turkish colleagues, and they did say that this was problematic for them. And I'd like to give you more information about this, why Turkey is opposed. According to the news agency Al Jazeera, the Turkish Foreign Affairs Minister said that Finland and Sweden should change their laws in order to gain Ankara's support for their joining. Otherwise, if they don't meet their demands, then they will veto their membership. Turkey said if its demands are not met, then they won't support the membership. The Foreign Affairs Minister said so, echoing what President Erdogan said too. Why? Well, Turkey feels that these two countries are harboring people that they consider terrorists, including members of the PKK, the Kurdistan Workers' Party, and they're also opposed to decisions that were made about arms exports in 2019. They want Finland and Sweden to forbid these groups from having any events, that they extradite these individuals back to Turkey, and they want arms export bans lifted. As we can see, Madam Speaker, geopolitics has always been complicated, and in the current context of NATO, the vast majority of NATO member countries want to have Finland and Sweden join, but there are some partners who have their own issues. Their own unique issues, such as, for example, as I mentioned, terrorist groups. That's why Canada supports this.
Canada is favourable for the entry of these two countries into NATO, but we understand that the government's efforts must push diplomatically with the Turks in order to find a solution to the problem to satisfy the Turks and to accelerate the process to allow these two countries to enter this great organization. It's a complex situation, but at the end of the day, I would like that given what we are living in Ukraine, we don't want a similar situation to happen in Finland, because you never know. Vladimir Putin could one day decide to send some tanks into Finland. They have over 1,000 kilometers of borders. Finland isn't a member of NATO, so he could just send in some tanks and say, well, I'm going to have some fun here. Who knows what Putin is ready to do? What is happening in Ukraine should not happen elsewhere. We have to work to make sure that the Turks accept and find a compromise to find an agreement. Our government can work with them. I was there with some colleagues, and our position as Canadians is, I mean, it's easy to have an opinion on what is going on in Europe. It's easy for us to say, why are you not doing this or that? But when you are in Europe, and I heard my colleagues from Europe, the dynamic is different. And that is something that must be understood. We have a role to play. That is the role of as a diplomat to bring the various European countries together in agreement, in a Canadian way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his intervention. I was picturing the Nordic alliance that was tried to be formed by Sweden after the Second World War. Denmark and Norway instead went into NATO. There was an economic isolation with Finland and Sweden. And now with the economic ties with the EU and the EU's economic ties with Canada, could the Honourable Member comment on the coverage that we're giving for this economically so that militarily they could move in and join the military alliance?
The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Well, this adding of Finland and Sweden would strengthen our collective capacity to counter threats in the Arctic, for example. With Finland and Sweden in NATO, we would be militarily linked to them. Major interveners in the Arctic, Finland and Sweden, have very efficient and effective and well-armed armies, so these are partners who could respond and intervene in NATO missions in Latvia, for example. We have other partners in Lithuania, the Swedes and the Finns could also take part in these exercises. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his presentation. We know that in order to join NATO, we need unanimous consent from the 30 different member states, plus ratification. I believe that up to now, Canada has been fairly proactive. The second Sweden and Finland raised their hand. The Minister for Foreign Affairs supported that decision rapidly. Then a motion was tabled at the Committee of Public Safety, and everyone here seems to agree. I don't know what is going to happen with other member countries, where the process is, where Canada's leadership role is, what this role should look like. And we know that Turkey has shown its opposition to Sweden and Finland's entry into NATO. We have a role to play. Canada has a role to play. And he spoke about it in his presentation. I would like to hear how this diplomacy should occur. Should we join our voice to European countries to talk about this? Do we know what other member states believe or what their point of view is? Is the same process happening in their democratic institutions in their countries? So what role can Canada play to try and facilitate the process? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my excellent colleague for that lovely and, let's say, long question. As I mentioned in my presentation, Madam Speaker, currently, what I saw from my counterparts in other NATO countries is that there's quasi-unanimity on the entrance of Sweden and Finland, apart from the Turks, as I mentioned. What is Canada's role? Well, given the war in Ukraine, European issues with regards to gas supply, I saw that a number of countries were, well, they had their own problems. They're relatively nervous when it comes to supply. Hungary yesterday said they didn't agree with new sanctions because they wanted to protect themselves. I think that Europe as it stands is under pressure, and Canada, being slightly further away, has a role to play, and it is incumbent upon our government to play its full diplomatic potential by talking to Turkey in order to find ways to intervene to try and calm things down and ensure that there is a consensus within NATO.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention. You know, I want to follow up on a question I'd asked earlier this evening, when his colleague had talked about how the spending on ODA was lower now under this current administration than it had been under the previous administration. And in fact, you know, under the previous administration, it was 0.26 GNI. Now, and of course that's with COVID and is still a disgustingly low number, we're at about 0.31. I'm just wondering why the Conservatives are so eager to invest the 2% in NATO spending, in defense spending, but are so unwilling to invest in international development and humanitarian aid and peace building. So would the member agree that it would be useful to tie international development spending, ODA spending, to defense spending? 2% on one side, 2% on the other side. Would he agree with that?
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't in the government at the time, but what I do know is that the Conservative government at the time spent more in international aid. That's what she said? Okay, perfect. Why do we want to reach 2%? Well, when you're part of NATO, that is one of NATO's requests, reaching this 2% figure. In that 2%, there's 20% of military procurement for equipment, and that is the reason for which we have to be ready. When we have people like Putin, who decides to act like he's doing in Ukraine, what we need is ready armies, latest technologies, and that is the reason for which Ukraine can fight Putin and the Russian army, because equipment is being sent there. The latest technology is being sent there, and that is hindering Russian advances. To avoid war, we have to prepare for peace. Or to have peace, we have to prepare for war. Thank you very much. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to take the floor today on Sweden and Finland's entry into NATO. Like my colleague Michel Saint-Charles mentioned, I'm back from a parliamentary mission in Lithuania with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and we've discussed this subject matter. On top of what my colleague has already mentioned on what we have learned, there are also comments that have stuck in our minds. A quote, for example, of Ms. Victoria Kimilite Nielsen, who is the Speaker rather of the Lithuanian Parliament. I will be sharing my time as well with the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. I almost forgot him, and he probably would have held it against me. So I was mentioning that Ms. Victoria Kimilite Nielsen, who is the Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament, said, as a question, she said, if the Baltic states today had not been members of NATO, would they be in their current state with a strong economy and democracy? Given the proximity with the Russian Federation, given that Lithuania is stuck between Belarus and the Kaliningrad exclave that is ever more militarized, would they be as safe as they are now, thanks to NATO, if they hadn't joined NATO? It's a question worth asking. Finland and Sweden's joining of NATO adds an extra layer of safety, given what is happening in Ukraine. We know that Finland and Sweden already meet basic criteria to join NATO. They have a healthy democracy. They can militarily contribute to the alliance. Their economy is sustainable. But they also bring something else, militarily speaking, for that region in particular, in the Baltic Sea. We don't want the Baltic Sea to become a lake, a Russian lake, that would jeopardize the Baltic states in the area. We know that Finland, even if it only has 12,000 forces, they need to be able to strike rapidly with 20,000 conscripts that could be quickly mobilized. They can mobilize 280,000 people, in fact, counting 600,000 reservists also. Even if Baltic countries have kind of divested from military affairs in the past few years, they have started anew for evident reasons. The country wants to increase its defense budget by 40% by 2026. They already have 55 F-18s that should soon be replaced by F-35. They also have artillery. That was for Finland. Sweden has an army of about 50,000, but mandatory military service that was removed in 2010 was brought back in 2017. There have been divestments in defense in Sweden as well recently, but they are now reinvesting. They are currently at 2.6% of their GDP when it comes to defense spending. We also met Ukrainian members of parliament. We had the pleasure of meeting them in Vilnius. We asked them a question a few times. We wanted to know what they thought of Sweden and Finland's rapid accession to NATO. But at the Bucharest summit in 2008, Ukraine was promised. They were promised that they would be able to join NATO, but nothing came from it. What they responded was that, well, yes, it does have an effect on them. They felt like they had been left to the side, but they hope, frankly, that Sweden and Finland will be able to enter NATO as rapidly as possible. Ukraine knows that they should be able to join NATO eventually. It won't be possible now because, of course, it is at war. What they told us is that throughout history, especially recently, NATO has been essential. They were not admitted in 2008. Had it been done more rapidly, perhaps we wouldn't be in our situation today. With regards to the support we can bring to Ukraine, NATO can send military equipment every day, but every day costs even more. Ukraine has a $35 billion monthly budgetary deficit, and the war will probably cost about $100 billion. The more it lasts, the worse it'll get. We send equipment, yes, but we also have to train people to use the equipment. So a bit more predictability would be great for them. Ukraine could perhaps one day join NATO. Ukraine might need a Marshall Plan to kickstart its infrastructures and its investments once again. They also need psychological support for women and children who have been aggressed and violated by Russian soldiers. Russians have also left many mines, many presents, as they call them. Bombs hidden in cars, in children's toys even. So Ukraine will need our assistance, and will need our assistance rapidly. In a certain way, what I hope to see with the debate we're having this evening is I want us to all think about this feeling of urgency. In 2008, we missed an opportunity. Ukraine had been promised entry into NATO, but it wasn't even offered a roadmap to join NATO in the first place. An action plan that has to be implemented by the candidate country. Unfortunately, Ukraine had to take a step backward with the war because they will have to rebuild before they can meet NATO criteria when it comes to healthy democracy, when it comes to potential military support. Unfortunately, in a way, Ukraine has been a test ground for the West. Ukraine has excellent military knowledge now with regards to how Russia wages war, but they will need support to rebuild. They will rebuild, and they will once again become an incredible resource for NATO. Ukrainian MPs also told us that once the war will be over, and we hope that Ukraine will win the war, it will maybe not be the end of things. There may be another incursion by Russia, another attempt of aggression by Russia. Where it will be, we don't know, but it will be pertinent for us to have as many interveners as possible to counter that. I want to come back to what I was saying when the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament came to us and said, what would the Baltic states be? What would they look like today had they not joined NATO in the first place? This is something that we must keep in mind in order to have a strong West and strong, resilient democracies. That is NATO's mission, ensuring that democracy be healthy throughout its member states. This health comes through better protection of the Baltic Sea and through integration of Sweden and Finland into NATO. So I hope that collectively, the message we will be able to hold this evening is that there is no time to lose, generally speaking, when it comes to support that we bring today to Ukraine, when it comes to military forces, be it in the support that we will bring to Ukraine in the future with regards to its reconstruction. We want all of this to perhaps lead to their joining NATO eventually, as is what is happening now with Sweden and Finland. In that context, we do have to remember that it is important for all Western nations and all democracies, and it's the president of the Parliamentary Assembly, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, that reminded us of it when they talked to the Ukrainian defense minister who spoke to us during one of the video conferences during the summit. They said that Ukraine's current war is everyone's current war. And given that this is a war for democracy, we must not be, we must seek allies wherever we can find them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, this evening I've been asking questions relating to economic alliances versus military and other types of alliances. The member from the bloc has given us a good intervention tonight. There were questions from the bloc about Turkey's involvement in all of this. So maybe I could ask back to her through you. The trade with Russia and Turkey is significant. I think Turkey is the fourth largest export market for Russia. Turkey also does a lot of work back with Russia. Could the member comment on the need to have economic ties with Turkey in the Western democracies to increase in order to bring them back into the alliance militarily?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, it would take me a long time to answer that question deservedly, but I will try to take the time that I can to explain what is happening. The situation with Turkey is a unique one because we know that Turkey is saber-rattling for, well, maybe an understandable reason for them. Turkey has perhaps lost trust from NATO allies. They've used Kurdish military personnel in Syria. Turkey bought weapons from Russia, so they were taken out of the American F-35 process. Turkey intervened in Syria. Finland and Sweden stopped selling weapons thereafter to Turkey. So Turkey is wary. There will soon be an election with an inflation rate of beyond 70%, and that's the official figure. We understand that it's probably higher than that. So Turkey is wary. And so perhaps we have to come in with the stick, but also the carrot, threats of sanctions, whilst trying to bring new economic ties to the country, with a view of ensuring their support when it comes to Sweden and Finland joining NATO, so that it happens rapidly. They have to approve, but they also have to ratify it. I would love to give the Honourable Member a full 5 more minutes, but now we'll move on to the MP for Edmonton Strathcona. My apologies, I don't speak French because it is difficult for me.
The member spoke about the initial invasion in 2008 and how we need to act to ensure that the escalation we're seeing since February 24th doesn't continue. I'm just wondering, in her opinion, what are some of those other steps that we can take to ensure that what we do now doesn't result in further invasion in Ukraine from the Russian Federation in another, 6 years?
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I feel that there is nothing we can do to prevent a Russian invasion, because very often it's irrational and illogical. And even some people who are close to President Putin are questioning his strategy. So in a context where you can't prevent something from happening, you have to be ready. Which is why I think Ukraine needs more resilience in its infrastructure. That needs funding, as well as support to countries that wish to join NATO, like Finland and Sweden, that will be able to contribute to the defense of the entire front.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by the Honourable Member and her talk, quite forthright talk about the challenges that Ukraine had in joining NATO so many years ago. And our colleague who asked the question on Turkey and the challenges now that we see for Finland and for Sweden and the steps that need to be taken along those lines. I'm wondering if the member could also sort of talk to us a little bit more about, because both these countries are basically Arctic countries and so much affiliated, and the closeness to us as Canada, and what steps that we as Canadians can move forward to try and further encourage that and encourage Turkey to also further support.
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I think tonight's debate is part of that solution. There is a consensus about Finland and Sweden joining NATO. Regarding Turkey, in a context where Finland and Sweden meet the criteria, I think we're sending a message to Turkey that it will need to be accountable for its actions if it ultimately decides to vote no, because there's no reason to do so, except for purely personal reasons for Turkey, which is ultimately trying to make the best of the situation. It's not taking these actions for the right reasons. Nothing that has to do with Article 10 of the Washington Treaty. And I think Turkey should be held accountable. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's hard to follow my colleague for Saint-Jean. She knows so much about this file. but I will try. I can't do better, but I will try to at least give a decent speech. And I must say that it's quite nice. It's been a long time since we had a debate where the four parties, and I assume the Greens as well, so the five parties are all in agreement. Yes, of course, there's some details we will need to look at, but I think everyone is willing to work together, and that is wonderful. It hasn't occurred for some time. Now, it's great, but unfortunately, it took a war for everyone to agree. That's unfortunate. But anyway, returning to my speech, the debate of a new country joining NATO, well, I think it's going to be something that stands out during 2022. Western flip-flopping regarding Ukraine's status in NATO could have given a pretext to Vladimir Putin, but we are learning. And I would like to urge all of my honorable colleagues to welcome Sweden and Finland. And I mean, I think, having heard what people had to say, I think that we all agree on that. Now, there were many people who doubted NATO previously, but now we see what it is based on and its importance. It's particularly important when we see that Russia is attempting to overturn the world political order that we have been working to build for 30 years. So now NATO is becoming a protector that for all of our allies to guarantee the security of Europe and the Atlantic as well as the Arctic. Now, the two accession requests that we are seeing here are from allies of Quebec and Canada, objective allies of NATO, and our interests in the North. And their membership quest is also a powerful message against Putin's authoritarianism and his Kremlin's policies. Traditionally, Finland and Sweden are non-aligned countries. They've always deeply been attached to their neutrality. Even during the Cold War, the fall of the Soviet Union, and the realignment of global powers. So the fact that they're putting that aside is something very significant. It shows how serious the situation is and the importance for countries near the Russian giant to guarantee their security. And when we look at recent history and the geopolitics of the region, we can see that these concerns are legitimate. The Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin said it better than I can. I am paraphrasing, but she said everything changed when Russia attacked Ukraine. And I personally think that we cannot believe in a future of peace on the borders of Russia. Joining NATO is an act of peace to ensure that there is never again a war in Finland. And the Swedish Prime Minister also summed it up well. She said that the best way to protect the Swedish people is to join NATO with Finland. So when I hear these women saying that they want to join NATO, well, we all have to listen to them. To the south, Anthony Blinken, the American Secretary of State, also said that the states are supporting Sweden's and Finland's membership requests. And that's significant support. And further bolsters me in my position, which is that we need to accept Sweden and Finland into the alliance. Additionally, they already have a foot in the door. There's no reason to oppose this. They meet the conditions and their troops have already been participating in NATO exercises for decades. Their membership would become a historic event and would define the political dynamics of the region for a great deal of time, and hopefully will decrease Vladimir Putin's folly. To simply try to appease Russia is a strategy that clearly no longer works, and we should never repeat that strategy. Pressures on Russia are changing the stakes in the war. The fact that all of the Western world has mobilized to support an independent and sovereign Ukraine is our most powerful weapon. Dictators cannot imagine the power of unity. It is our duty to show them. Broadening NATO membership is a gesture of unity. Our parliament should show leadership on this. And I'm talking about leadership And that's important because earlier, as I was saying, this government simply follows in the wake of other countries. For example, with regard to the conservative motion on the Uyghur genocide. The Prime Minister and his cabinet abstained from that vote. And I'd like to thank the member for Wellington Halton Hills, who even allowed me to offer a friendly amendment to the motion, which was a very kind gesture and a gesture of support to the Uyghur people. But unfortunately, on the other side of the House, there wasn't that support. When we asked for airlifts for Ukraine and its refugees, we were told that it would be done quickly. We had to wait for a month after the beginning of the war for an announcement to be made. And then another month passed, nothing had been done. It's now been 3 months, and only 3 planes have been sent or chartered. This government has a leadership problem. But I do have hope. I do have hope, and do you know why? Because they quickly raised their hand to support Finland and Sweden's membership request. We're here tonight because a motion was quickly introduced by this government, by a member for this government. There is hope, but we also need to see what has already been done in the past. And you won't often hear a sovereignist praising the former Federalist Prime Minister of this country. But let's just think about Lester B. Pearson, a Liberal Prime Minister who led to the creation of the Blue Berets. That's a great example of leadership. And let's not forget our Conservative friends. Let's think about Brian Mulroney. He followed up on what Jean Doré, the mayor of Montreal at the time, did against the apartheid regime in South Africa. The mayor of Montreal was one of the first ones to stand up to that regime, and Brian Mulroney picked up on that. And as a head of state, he said that he too would stand up against the regime. Initially, Brian Mulroney didn't have a lot of allies. He went to talk to people in the UK and the States. That's a really good example of international leadership. So I'm pleased that my government colleagues want to show leadership on this debate tonight. I hope that that will continue. I hope that these aren't just words. I believe that Canada does have a role to play. We have a role to play in convincing Turkey to not oppose this membership request. It is eminently important that these 2 countries be able to join the alliance. My colleague for Saint-Jean showed earlier how important it is from the perspective of geopolitics and how much it offers a message to the rest of the planet, especially Russia. And if we're talking about Russia, we shouldn't forget China as well. If we act quickly, it sends a real message to dictatorships like Russia and China. Countries where people are subject to human rights violations. And so I think this is a great way to show some leadership, and I think we are on the right path, and that's why we're here tonight. And that's why we're seeing so much cohesion between the parties. Madam Speaker, I say I don't have any more time. As I often say, what do I have on my night table when I get up in the morning? I have a little post-it that says who I work for. I work for Quebecers and people in Lac-Saint-Jean, and I know that people in Lac-Saint-Jean have real values about human rights and democracy. They care about these things. They care about freedom. And on that note, Madam Speaker, I will continue to work hard for them, and I'm very glad that everyone here is doing the same.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleague across the way from the bloc. His comments on leadership had me really reflecting on the notion of collaborative leadership and how Canada plays a role and has always played a role in collaboration on bringing countries together. I thought it might be interesting from the bloc's perspective on how leaders don't go it alone, that leaders do work with others and build on the strengths of the people around them in order to get combined goals, such as we're doing in this discussion on NATO.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean, I couldn't agree more. We can't be alone with this leadership that we're showing. We need multilateral actions. And that means that we need to work with many different countries at once. But we need to set an example. That's leadership. We need to be proactive. That way, we can help encourage other people to eventually participate in multilateral action. And what we're seeing here tonight means that indeed I think that Canada will be able to show leadership and have a positive effect. I just wish that the same reaction had occurred in response to the Uyghur genocide caused by the current regime in China. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Lac-Saint-Jean for his excellent speech. He spoke about leadership, and I would say very proudly, as a member in this House, I would say that it's wonderful, his work regarding the airlift for the arrival of refugees, and it is good to see that there have been 3 airplanes, and that's just the beginning. I hope it will continue. Now, Madam Speaker, my colleague mentioned the fact that Canada over the years has been on the right side of history very often. And in fact, it's actually been in the vanguard of people working for the right thing to be done. For example, with Lester B. Pearson and Brian Mulroney with apartheid. And that we worked with our allies and encouraged them to do the same thing. So my colleague mentioned leadership. What do we need to do urgently to help the Ukrainian people? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I respect my colleague greatly. It's unfortunate that he's not part of my party, but perhaps one day. Madam Speaker, this is an important question. What should we do about the situation in Ukraine? We need to be realistic. We are not a great military power. So how can we move things along? How can we best have an impact? Well, the first thing is to help refugees. We are a host country. We need to do everything we can to help refugees. Right now, there are 200,000 requests that have been made to get a travel authorization to Canada from Ukrainian refugees. And so far, only a bit more than half have been approved. But people aren't arriving. For example, a Ukrainian mother with 3 kids who wants to come here, well, it's great if her travel authorization request has been approved, but the fact is that someone like that has been scraping by for 3 months, so she doesn't have the money to come here. So it's all very well to authorize them, but we need to actually help them come here. And then we can also work through diplomatic channels. That's the way for Canada to work on as many fronts as possible to encourage Finland and Sweden to join NATO. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. I know him to care deeply about people around the world. We've worked together on many files looking at human rights around the world. In fact, today, Madam Speaker, we were on a panel looking at the atrocious war crimes that are being committed in Ethiopia in the Tigray region. And I am delighted to hear at least the words, if not the actions, of this government in terms of support for Ukraine. But I wonder if he could comment on how he feels the government has sent a message and what that message is to other places around the world where there is dire humanitarian crises happening and the government has not responded at all.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. That's a very important question, Madam Speaker. How is it that our response to the conflict in Ukraine, how is it that we responded so quickly compared to other catastrophes? Whether it be natural catastrophes or war in the world, armed conflict, populations that are experiencing genocide, currently occurring genocide. We signed the 1948 Genocide Convention. When we know a genocide is happening, we have 2 obligations, either to prevent it or stop it and punish people who committed it. And currently, we know that there is a genocide in Tigray. We know about the Uyghurs. Several of us here in the House, many of us voted on our colleague for Edmonton Transcona's motion on the situation in Ukraine. But there was also a motion for everyone in this House to denounce the Uyghur genocide. I presented that only 3 weeks ago. And that motion was refused by the party in power. And that really bothers me.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time this evening with the member from North Island, Powell River, as well. Madam Speaker, I want to begin my remarks tonight by stating unequivocally that the New Democratic Party supports Sweden and Finland in their bid for membership into NATO, and that New Democrats call on all NATO members to approve the application as quickly as possible to address the urgent situation that is facing both countries, including the very real threats made against both Sweden and Finland by the Russian Federation. New Democrats strongly believe in the legal right of self-determination and the right that all people must have to decide their own destiny within the international order. Self-determination is a core principle of international law, and it is enshrined in the United Nations Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Madam Speaker. All countries must have the opportunity and independence to determine their own fate, and all democratically elected governments must decide what is in the best interest of their citizens. Clearly, the people of Sweden and Finland have decided that as a result of the illegal war of aggression by the Russian Federation in Ukraine and the very clear indication that Vladimir Putin has no respect for national sovereignty, for multilateral institutions, or for international law and order, that the people of Sweden and Finland must do what they can to prevent their countries from being threatened further by the Russian Federation. Everyone in this House agrees that that Sweden and Finland should be allowed to join NATO, and that we should do what we can as parliamentarians to expedite that ascension. But I want to take some time today because, of course, since we all agree on this basic principle, I think we really do have an obligation to look at how we got to this position. The illegal invasion and criminal war of aggression that the Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation have inflicted upon the people of Ukraine since 2014, with obvious massive escalation of aggression since February 24th of this year, is why we are here today. Prior to the further invasion of Ukraine, support for NATO membership was around 20 to 30% in Sweden and Finland. Now, 76% of Finnish people support joining NATO. Very simply, Madam Speaker, Vladimir Putin and the aggression of the Russian Federation is responsible for escalating tensions in the region, leading Sweden and Finland to seek NATO membership. The war in Ukraine is horrifying and will have massive implications for all countries. The reports of Putin's war crimes against Ukrainians are appalling. We are hearing stories of children's toys being mined. We are hearing stories of such gross and horrific crimes against women and children that it makes my skin crawl. I welcome yesterday's announcement by this government to inflict further sanctions on the Russian Federation. However, Madam Speaker, currently we don't know how these decisions are being made, if these sanctions are being enforced, and why they are taking so long to implement. I asked an order paper question recently on the exact issue, and the government response from the Parliamentary Secretary on Foreign Affairs was to say that they couldn't share any information because they couldn't confirm that the information would be correct. As a parliamentarian, I can't get the information I need to do my job because this government can't guarantee that it'll be correct, so they won't give us any information. While properties, business assets, and yachts are being seized by other countries, we have almost no information about what is happening in Canada. We know that they've been too slow. We know that they've been implemented too late. For example, why was Igor Marakov permitted to move $120 million out of Canada before he was added to the sanctions list? That $120 million was money that should have gone back to Ukraine to help build Ukraine. That was $120 million that should have gone to Ukrainians in Canada to help them settle in this country. We need a full review of Canada's sanction regime. The last time the Parliament of Canada reviewed Canada's sanction regime was 5 years ago, when the Foreign Affairs Committee found it lacking in transparency and accountability. Why is it that Canadians don't know how sanctions are decided, how they are enforced, and why the enforcement of the sanctions is so poor. Madam Speaker, I will be calling on the Foreign Affairs Committee to review the government's implementation of the recommendations in the 2017 report on Canadian sanctions and assess the need for changes since then. We need this review, Madam Speaker. The government must do better when it comes to sanctions. Madam Speaker, another point that I want to make about NATO, and I again want to reiterate that I support Sweden and Finland's bid to join NATO. But I want to talk about the bigger picture of how the global community must work together. How we must increase support for our multilateral institutions. Because, Madam Speaker, multilateralism is the most effective way we have to ensure peaceful global order. Because ultimately, what is NATO? NATO is a defense and security alliance. It's a defense and security alliance, and its purpose is to guarantee the freedom and security of its members through political and military means. And as we've seen since February 24th, there is a role for NATO to play. In fact, as Canada's Arctic becomes more accessible, we need greater protection in the north, and we do need to be a part of NATO. But we need to do more than invest in just security. We need to invest in peace, Madam Speaker. I have learned a great deal from my mentor, the Honourable Douglas Roach, and if he has taught me anything, it is that war is a failure. War is a failure to build peace in this world. War is never a solution that we can depend on. We always have to be pushing for peace. You know, I've spoken to Doug about the need to develop a declaration on the right to peace. In 2012, the UN Human Rights Council began a study to draft a human right to peace. This is vital. This is vital work that we need to be doing. As a species, we should be promoting peace as a basic human right. And I will continue to work with any member in this House that is interested in working towards that goal. Because, Madam Speaker, what we need right now is dialogue, diplomacy, pluralism that puts the common global good at the forefront. Global challenges like climate change, like global health pandemics, food shortages, and nuclear war are global challenges that will require global solutions. We need multilateralism to solve the biggest challenges facing humanity right now. We need United Nations reform. I know many people are working very hard on United Nations reform. We need to make sure that the UN is a strong set of institutions that can protect all people and all countries. We need to look at the Security Council. My goodness, Madam Speaker, the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine while they were chairing a Security Council meeting. What is the obligation of the General Assembly of the United Nations when the Security Council no longer is able to meet its mandate? What is the obligation of all the other countries in the world to stand up and say that that is not okay? We need to work to reform our multilateral institutions. We need to work to make sure that the investment that we put in to foreign security, that we put into defense, that investment is echoed in our investment for diplomacy, our investment for peace, our investment in making sure that the world is fair and equitable for all people, regardless of which country they come from. We want to see stronger support from Canada for the International Criminal Court. We were glad to see that Canada's decision to refer the situation in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court. We support the government's decision to send resources. And I was proud to see the support going to prove that what is happening in Ukraine is genocide. Every member in this House supported my resolution on that. But I have to tell you, Canada has a long history of picking and choosing when human rights matter, a long history of deciding when the International Criminal Court is applicable and when it is not. I am shocked that Canada does not support the court's decision or does not support the investigation into Israel and Palestine and what's happening there. Madam Speaker, this would look at crimes being committed by Israelis and by Palestinians. Canada has to start playing a better role, being universal in their approach to human rights. This is a great place to start. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, when I think of Canadians, I don't think there's any doubt in my mind, at the very least, that the idea and concept of world peace is a wonderful thing, and no doubt anything we can do to encourage and move in that direction is a positive thing. But my question to the member is that when we think of the NATO alliance and just the important role, and it's really been amplified because of what's taking place in Europe today, one of the greatest demands that was coming from Ukraine was the fact of having lethal weapons. And over the years, Canada's been challenged to say that we need to increase our contribution to things such as lethal weapons. It's been suggested 2%. Very much interested in what the members' thoughts are in regards to Canada's potential in terms of as a leadership role in investing that 2% of GDP.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
What an excellent question, Madam Speaker. I have many thoughts, and I will not have time to get to them all. But here are a couple of my thoughts. Let's tie our defense spending to our humanitarian spending. As soon as the government's ready to spend 2% on humanitarian diplomacy and overseas development, I would be happy to see that spending go into our defense budget. You know, the other thing we could do, we could, at the very, very low bar, send a delegation to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons in Vienna, which is happening in June, which we still have not heard from the government on. You know, there is so much we could be doing on peace, and asking about, trying to get a gotcha on the NDP on the 2% is a little bit gross, to be honest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for an excellent speech, but I would like to correct something that I said. I believe I said that there was a $35 billion deficit in Ukraine. It's 35% of the economy that is not working monthly, which leads to lost money. Now, for sanctions, it's been suggested that money that is seized be used to help Ukraine, but the money that's being seized, we don't know where it is. The RCMP doesn't know whether assets are frozen. They are asking banks. Have we lost track of this? Are we not handling it? Are we not losing out on opportunities?
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I would say that we haven't lost track of where those sanctions have gone. We've never been told. Parliamentarians have never been given that information, and the opaqueness of our sanctions regime has been called out many times. The government is not interested in sharing it. In fact, I have an interesting fact for you. Do you know if you need to know what was shipped to Canada from Russia, you can check with Russia. You can't check with Canada. We don't have those records available. The U.S. does, the U.K. does, Russia does, Canada doesn't.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Notre Dame. Not too far.
Good job, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And I thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for her intervention. And, Canada is part of a coalition. We're in NATO. We support each other. We have a commitment to live up to. I'm sure my honourable colleague understands what it's like to be committed in a coalition as her party supports the minority Liberal government. So I'd just like to ask my honourable colleague if we don't support our NATO partners and if the NDP does not support the Liberals, what would you think will happen to it all?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
See about that question, but I will say this one thing. Today in the House, there was a coalition. There was a coalition of parties that voted against supporting people trying to get safe access to a safe drug supply. So the Liberals voted with the Conservatives to stop life-saving legislation from going forward. So I don't really know if he understands what coalition means, if he understands the coalition that he's part of, if he's proud of that coalition, if there's anything else he wants to sort of say about coalitions. It's up to him.
On that note, we resume debate. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to recognize the amazing work of the member from Edmonton Strathcona this evening. I really appreciate her thoughts on this issue and certainly hope that all people in this House listens to what she has to say. You know, I wanted to start this speech today by talking a little bit about the fact that growing up, I lived part of the time at my grandfather's house. He owned a large part of property, and the whole community, over acres and acres, had a total of 25 people that lived there. And the reason that that is so important to me is, as a young person, I would go visit Mary and Dobie. Mary and Dobie lived about a 45-minute walk from my house. And I would go visit them regularly, help them out with things. And as I got older and older, I started to understand that their accents were from where they grew up, which was in Europe. And the reason that they were there is because during the Second World War, they fled Nazi Germany. And I remember Mary telling me stories about being a young person, her family being taken, and how she had to hide in a suitcase to get through parts of Europe to get safety eventually in Canada. And she talked about the reason that she lived in such a small house in such a big piece of land is she always wanted an exit. So that if anybody came for her again, she would be able to hide and get away. And that there was enough space for her to do that. And I remember as a young person really being impacted by what that meant. To understand that for this person and her husband, every day was a precious gift, and every day they were slightly afraid of what they had lived through and that it could happen again. And I think of every Remembrance Day in my riding where I go to multiple communities to be with them, to stand and to remember the history of the Second World War and understand how important it is that we create as much peace as we can. And I remember one time Mary saying to me, I no longer believe in a God. I cannot believe in a God when I saw what happened in my community. When I saw people that I thought were friends tell on our family and get some of those people taken away. And she said, even though I don't believe in God, I pray for peace unceasingly. And often when I think of her legacy, for me personally, is I think about peace unceasingly, and I'm really grateful for that lesson. I too am one of the members who spent time in Lithuania just a few days ago at the Parliamentary Association for NATO. And I think it is really important that as we sit in those rooms and we listen to the interesting debates and discussions and education and papers that are presented to us, that we always remember that even in those places where we're talking about security and how to stay safe, we also remember peace. And I think about that space and how many of us listened to ministers who were coming in from Ukraine, projected on the wall. And I think all of us, every single one of us that was there, will never forget how exhausted those faces looked, how determined they looked, and how exhausted they looked. I think of the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine and government coordination of humanitarian aid, who spoke very passionately about the huge violations that were happening across her country, and how she had to wake up every day when she could actually sleep and deal with those issues again and again and try to find solutions in a situation that I think most of us cannot even imagine trying to think of solutions. Knowing that her communities, her people were not safe, and that children and women were particularly being attacked. I also think of the work that was done and presented to us on NATO's approach to women, peace, and security. I think we need to keep talking about these things. We know that when there's an investment in women, in all of these situations, whether it's an act of warfare or it's in international aid while people are rebuilding, that if women are not lifted up, given supports, given power, things don't get better. In fact, it gets worse. Heard very clearly that they play such a large part in communities, in leadership, and in resources, and that they're better at negotiating when they have limited resources so that everybody can be okay. And I think about that a lot. I also think of a presentation from Konstantin von Egert, who is an independent journalist, recognized in many countries for the profound work that he has done, especially in correlation to Russia. He talked about one of the biggest challenges that we have in terms of building up understanding and knowledge in Russia is people's indifference, because their focus is so much just on survival, getting through day to day, that they really don't have the energy to even think about what's happening outside of those borders. They're dealing with a lot of propaganda that's very concerning, and we need to fight that misinformation. And it's hard to do that when we're trying to educate people behind Putin's walls. He also talked a lot about continuing to expand sanctions, that needs to keep happening. We have to build that disease, and talked so much about how much power Putin has within his own country and within the oligarchs, and how hard it is to build up that pressure. I think it's incredibly important that we remember that our process in terms of sanctions is still very weak in this country, and we need to do much, much better so that we can have better accountability, and of course make sure that resources that are coming in from that are going back home to Ukraine, who desperately needs it right now. I think, Madam Speaker, as we look at all of these things, one of the deep honors that I had of the trip was having a meal with some Ukrainian members of parliament, sitting down with them, and again, seeing how exhausted those faces are, and understanding that not only are they working within their own countries day by day, when they leave their countries, they are on a roadshow where they are talking to people, going from country to country, trying to get engagement so that they can continue to fight this fight. One of the things that I was happy to tell them is that in my riding, people are gathering together. They're working so hard. I spoke specifically of Slav and Stefan, who are in my riding, getting resources, sending them off to Ukraine every day. They are working so hard. And I want to recognize that. I know across Canada, so many people are doing that work. And one of the things we have to also be talking about is the rebuilding process. We don't know how long this is going to last. We need to do everything that we can during this time. But the other part is, how do we rebuild? And I remember the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and the Trade of Ukraine came and presented to us and talked about reconstruction and development and how they're already working on that plan, recognizing the horrendous war crimes that have happened in their country, where they have seen many hospitals, schools, infrastructure that is core to communities completely obliterated, destroyed, and they have to figure out what they're going to do for the interim and later on as they rebuild. And I think one of the things that is so clear is how scary it is to think about rebuilding with so much uncertainty. It is, again, one of the things that we all need to think about in this House as we have these discussions. So I'm very pleased to support having Finland and Sweden come into the fold of NATO. I think we are always better together. I think it is always important that as we come together in these ways, we hold one another accountable, as we should in all the countries, to make sure that our human rights standards continue to be strong, that we are respectful, that we understand the relationships and how they will impact us. I met with members of parliament from both countries, and we had conversations about the concerns that they're seeing and the things they want to do moving forward, and we can do it better together. So I look forward to that discussion. Madam Speaker, I also just want to close by saying, as we do these things, we must remember human aid, or humanitarian aid. We must remember that stabilizing communities as they go through conflict and as they are trying to recover from conflict must be a priority. If those resources aren't there, then we will all continue to deal with this, and we are across this planet. So let's make sure that every system we use always focuses on peace. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Honourable Member and I were on the same trip, as was a member of Saint-Jean and Charlesbourg's St. Charles. And I thought that I would like her to comment on the fact that the people of Lithuania raised $5 million in the course of 3 days to buy a drone. And what does that mean in terms of their commitment to this, this brutal invasion by Vladimir Putin into Ukraine?
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Of course, really appreciated our time together. And I just want to say, in terms of the NATO PA, the Parliamentary Association, this is an opportunity for members from all parties. We may have internal disagreements, but in this place we represent Canada, and it's important for us to work together. I was really moved in Lithuania, actually, how many people were having flags on their cars, how many stores had signs up, who were taking money to donate even while we were there. So I think the commitment is profound. And when you see that reality, that these communities, these countries are all so close together, they know that a threat to one is a threat to all. And I think we have to remember, we may be far away on the other side of that particular ocean, but we are all connected. And I think when we look at the realities that are happening in Ukraine, we must all stand together. And I believe Putin needs to see that. Putin needs to see us all coming together in solidarity so that all countries understand that we will not put up with that kind of violence. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Speaker, and thank the member for her comments. She just made reference to the threat that Lithuania and other countries that are right bordering the Russia feel. I wonder what her thoughts might be in the fact that Canada borders Russia also with the Arctic sovereignty, the fact that we have almost no naval capacity, icebreakers to defend our north, and also the fact that we're not meeting our NATO obligations of 2%. I wonder if she could make some comments on that. Thank you.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member, and I agree that we need to continue to do the work in the Arctic. That's incredibly important. And I also want to say that I represent the 19 Wing. I know how hard those folks are working every day in my area to protect not only our region, but the whole country. And I also know that they have a lot of realities that they're facing where they're trying to repair planes and they cannot necessarily do so in a very safe way, and it concerns me greatly. The NDP firmly believes that when we ask people to do a job, that we must give them the equipment that they need to do it. Safety has to be paramount. But I will also go back to the idea that we need to see investment in humanitarian aid and support increase. So if we're going to see military spending increase, it must be paired, because if we are not doing both, then we are not committed to peace.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, thank you. I would like to thank my colleague with whom I was in Lithuania. Well, I think that we are all slightly jet-lagged still, all of us. But what I realised during that trip is that, yes, as parliamentarians, we bring information to colleagues abroad, but we also obtain information, and we have that role, the role of being spokespeople to our colleagues here in the House, so that the answers of our counterparts be collaborative, so that we can all be together. So what is the main message that the Honourable Member has retained from the mission? From who? And what is the message that she would like to communicate to our parliamentary colleagues here this evening so we can have full cooperative actions?
For North Island Powell River.
Well, I think that it was such an amazing event with so much information. It is hard to pick one thing after you hear the many reports that we heard. When you hear from all the different countries, I think that is something that I guess would be very important for me to make sure that people understand, is that the countries have different thoughts and opinions and working out issues. You know, there was a lot of discussion today about Turkey and how important it is for all of our countries to start to work to get Turkey to the next step. That is why we have to focus on that idea of an alliance. An alliance is like having a big family. Sometimes you have people who agree and sometimes you have people who disagree, but if you're going to come together when you need to, you all have to work together. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor and a pleasure to participate in this debate. apparently I'm splitting my time with a member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I'm not quite sure how that got in there, but my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands and I are apparently splitting this time together, which I'm honored to do so. So, Madam Speaker, as you have heard, a number of us traveled to Vilnius, Lithuania in the past few days to participate in the NATO conference, the parliamentary NATO conference, and it was truly one of those extraordinary experiences that I have the honor to share with a member from Saint Jean and Charlesburg, Saint Charles, North Island, Powell River, Dartmouth, Cole Harbor, and two senators, Senator Cordy and Senator Bonsuer. Madam Speaker, as the member from North Island, Powell River indicated, it is an important element of our responsibilities to participate in these meetings which extend parliamentary diplomacy, which extend our values as Canadians, as we try to wrestle with some of the most intractable issues in global politics. So when you land in Vilnius, you come out of the airport and you can see a country that's sort of emerging from Soviet occupation. Some of the buildings are extraordinarily beautiful, some are clearly classic, and others are this brutal Soviet architecture which is just kind of falling down. And when you get to the hotel, you are in a kind of a revitalized area of the city. And as you emerge from the hotel, you are confronted with the history of the Baltics, the history of Lithuania. Because as you walk out of the hotel and go to the main street, if you go to the left, you go to the parliamentary buildings, which are about 3 blocks away, and debate the issues, which is essentially where we were for the 3 or 4 days that we were in Vilnius. And may I say the experience there, the presentations there were extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary, and pointed and detailed and very useful and very united. Interestingly, one of the speakers was the defense minister from Ukraine. And today, he received a threat of assassination. Nothing focuses the mind like that. And that was the kind of atmosphere in which we spent, peripherally, I would say, 3 or 4 days. Now, as you're emerging from the street from the hotel, if you go to the left, you go to the parliamentary buildings. Go to the right, same distance, about 3 blocks, you get to the Vilnius version of Lubyanka. And Lubyanka, of course, is where the Russians torture and kill political prisoners. It is now a museum to the genocide of the Soviet occupation. And I and our delegation, frankly, didn't have time to tour what has been turned into a museum of genocide. But as you walk down the sidewalk, this beautiful old town city with a gorgeous park right across the street, inscribed on the walls of this prison are the names of those people who were tortured and killed in that building. And what is even more extraordinary when you read the birth date and the death date is that these people were 23, 25, occasionally a 40-year-old, sometimes a 21-year-old, sometimes even a teenager. Life cut off in the middle of, or not even in the middle of, at the beginning of their aspirations to live a full human life. And it just descends on you, Madam Speaker, the reality of these brutal occupations of the Baltic nations over the course of history. This is where history and geopolitics merge. The Baltic nations, whether it's Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, have always been, if you will, the highways to hell. And whether it was German occupation or Soviet occupation, it's been occupation. And so Lithuania has actually enjoyed relatively few years of independence. And so for the average citizen of Lithuania, this is not an abstraction. This is not a discussion, a academic discussion at Carleton University or at Ottawa Political Science Department. This is reality for these folks. And so when you talk about Finland or Sweden joining NATO, that means something. That's a real security guarantee that up to now they have not enjoyed. They are afraid, and for darn good reason, that the Baltic Sea turns into a Russian lake. And they will be threatened not only from land borders, but also from the Baltic Sea. Much like the Black Sea has been, or that Putin is attempting to turn into a Russian lake. And the joining of Sweden and Finland to the NATO alliance puts that whole enterprise in an entirely different light. And it enables countries like, or citizens in countries like Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, some measure of guarantee that we as Canadian citizens, we as North Americans, don't even understand. We don't get it. For the Europeans, World War III has already started. They understand Bucha in a way that we don't understand it, because Bucha is on the main street of Vilnius. It's memorialized in the lives and deaths of those young Lithuanians. So for us, Madam Speaker, we are, if you will, respectfully, quite naive about what this actually means. My colleagues and I had some extraordinary experiences, but the one experience that really stayed with me was a supper with the committee chairs of the Polish Parliament, the German Parliament, the Lithuanian Parliament, and a young Ukrainian MP who reminded me, frankly, of my daughter. And I asked her how she was coping with this. And she said, I'm frozen inside, because she had lost family, she had lost colleagues, she understood this in a visceral way that none of the rest of us do. And the other experience that really hit on me was what the rest of us experienced, which was a young Ukrainian MP calling into the conference, had only 5 minutes, and as she spoke, she said, they've tracked my signal, so now I need to hang up the phone, and she went to the bomb shelter. Madam Speaker, that's reality in the Baltic nations and Ukraine, and I wish that I could convey that to my colleagues and to our nation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for his very insightful and interesting remarks, and have a great deal of respect for him. I was born in Germany. My dad was in the Air Force, and it was during the missile crisis. We were very close to the nuclear war, and it was during the time that the Berlin Wall was built, and then in '89 the wall came down, and there was people thought, well, no more need for NATO. And then people, cut their military expenses, and so, including Canada. And so, obviously, we see now just the importance of NATO and Finland and Sweden, putting their names forward. They're themselves forward. We're certainly supportive. We're all supportive in this House. Just my question to the member, the former Liberal member of Parliament, Andrew Leslie, who was a general, he said that the Liberal Party really isn't serious, don't have a plan for our military or for NATO. And I think that's cutting. I just wonder if maybe this has brought about a change of thinking. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I consider myself a friend of the Honourable Member Andrew Leslie, General Leslie, whose service to the nation is well respected. I think that in some respects, as my speech indicated, we don't get the seriousness of the threat that Putinism presents to us. The Ukrainians are fighting for us as well as their nations, and where we need to get our act together is to support them in a real and material way. And I like to think, and I take note, maybe the Honourable Member won't appreciate it, but the Defense Minister of Ukraine, in his presentation, noted the Defense Minister for Canada and appreciated her contributions to the fight.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's so interesting to hear him. Something that was mentioned when we were in Lithuania that affected me. The fact that the Parliament of Lithuania is not particularly aesthetically beautiful. Even Lithuanians will say that it's kind of ugly, but they're particularly proud of it because of what it represents. They say that themselves. That parliament was built with people's lives and bodies. As my colleague said, Lithuania was colonized more than once by the Russians and the Germans until independence in 1991. Several times during our stay, they said to us, we told you that this was coming. We told you so. Why didn't we listen, according to my colleague?
My honourable colleague is right. It's not a particularly attractive building. I wasn't going to use the word ugly. But she is also right in the sense that we aren't listening. We didn't listen in 2008. We didn't listen in 2014. And we've been slow to listen in 2022. And it's not as if Vladimir Putin doesn't signal what he's going to do. He tells you what he's going to do. And it's about as blindingly obvious gets that if he's successful in Ukraine, then the Baltic nations are next.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member both for being my travel companion and also for his intervention in the House. And I couldn't agree more. I was on a trip not too long ago with the Veterans Minister across parts of France, the Netherlands, and Belgium, and I stood in many graveyards that had children buried there. 16-year-olds to 25-year-olds. Got to the point when I saw somebody that was over 35, I thought they'd had a long life. And I think this is a recognition of why we must always work towards peace, because that is a very high price to pay. I'm just wondering if this member could talk a little bit about an election promise in 2019 to set up a Centre for Peace, Order and Good Government here in this country, and where we are, and if that's going to be happening.
Brief answer from the member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
It is always the youth that pay the price for wars. I mean, most of the generals are older, and the people that are getting killed are frequently younger people. And boy, that was blindingly obvious in the prison in Vilnius, but also in your experience as well. Peace, order, and good government. I don't know where we're at on that. I think we should be. I think it's a worthwhile initiative. You can't separate diplomacy, aid, and military abilities. It's got to be a Team Canada approach in all matters. And I like to think that we're making some progress in that, but I don't always know that we are.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you also to the member for Scarborough-Guildwood for his intervention just now. We're debating something that I hope we can look to some consensus. It's a tough issue, and I will confess this, Madam Speaker. It's a tough issue for Green Party members to talk about NATO. Pour nous, les questions de l'OTAN sont difficiles et compliquées à cause de notre...
We have a deep commitment to peace and the principles of nonviolence.
Around the world, and I am part of a global party, it doesn't come up very often in this place, that I'm a member of Parliament in Canada within a family of global Greens. One of those global Greens is Pekka Haavisto, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Finland, and who is a very, very germane part of the debate tonight. Up until December, a friend of mine, Per Bolund, co-leader of the Green Party of Sweden, was their Deputy Prime Minister, but the Swedish Greens just left the Swedish coalition for reasons I need not get into here. But just to say, for Greens, we have a profound commitment to peace and nonviolence, which means that, and I'll say it just as clearly as I can, I'm no fan of NATO. Greens aren't generally, because it's a defensive alliance, but it's not without issues for us who are committed to nonviolence. It's been an issue for us to know that we absolutely, unequivocally believe that Russia's attack on Ukraine is Vladimir Putin solely responsible, and we are on the side of Ukraine and Ukrainians. But we also, and we are supportive of every action our government has taken. But it's not without difficulty for us. How do Greens feel about Canada being in NATO? In an ideal world, when the Warsaw Pact ended, NATO would have ended too. That's how we see it. NATO's continued involvement in the world does create tensions that we probably didn't need if, and this is a big if, and this is one of the main things I want to talk about tonight, if we had had the former Soviet Union and the United States pursue nuclear disarmament. When Mikhail Gorbachev was championing perestroika and glasnost, he also picked up the phone and called former U.S. President Ronald Reagan and said, "Do you want to end nuclear weapons? Because I do." And Ronald Reagan said, "I do too." By the way, the reason I know that is that Mikhail Gorbachev told that story to a small group of people in a room in Rio de Janeiro at Rio+5, and I was there because I was part of a committee that Mikhail Gorbachev co-chaired. But in the years that followed, the efforts towards nuclear disarmament faltered. And And I believe that Donald Trump was a puppet of Vladimir Putin, and the two of them decided, or at least Putin decided, let's not get rid of nuclear weapons. Let's slow down the talks. Let's not have nuclear nonproliferation discussions anymore. Let's not have nuclear disarmament discussions anymore. It's made the world less safe. In the context of Vladimir Putin and Russia's completely, I mean, wars are generally illegal. It's hard to know when a war is exactly legal because many of them are founded on lies. The Vietnam War, the Iraq War, we can make up a story and say we need to attack this other country because, but there are some wars that we know were morally justified, such as the Allied forces confronting fascism in the Second World War. Many of our parents, my parents, many people in this room, had family members engaged in a war that is, as the member for Scarborough-Guildwood just said, it's the young people who suffer in wars, it's the young people who die. But some wars are morally, you can see the moral justification. In this case, supporting Ukraine really matters. But I question what Canada should be doing in NATO. And I want to share with all of you that, as I conclude that my remarks, I will, spoiler alert, agree with a motion that Finland and Sweden should be supported in joining NATO. Because that's what they ask for right now. And as I said, my colleagues who are in the Global Green Party, Global Green parliamentarians, ask for that, and we respect the decisions made within countries by our colleagues in the Green Party. No question from Greens that we support that Finland and Sweden should be supported in joining NATO. But let me ask the question. We're going to be, the budget of 2022 said clearly we are going to have a foreign policy review. And in that foreign policy review, I hope we'll ask the question, should Canada stay in NATO? Pourquoi pour le Canada c'est un avantage?
Why, for Canada, it's an advantage to be a member of NATO. Is it an advantage? Perhaps. But the major security threats are not, well, the major threats, rather, aren't military threats. The real threat is climate change. That's the greatest threat to our future, greater than all the military powers in the world.
In NATO, I believe we should stay in NATO to advocate for nuclear disarmament. We would play a role, an important role, in saying to our NATO partners, the world is less safe because of nuclear weapons. If we had succeeded where Mikhail Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan had hoped to go, where Lester B. Pearson would have hoped to go, if we had moved to remove nuclear weapons, how much more effective would we be now to help Ukraine? When President Zelensky asked us in this space, I mean, his face was there on Zoom, in this space asking for a no-fly zone, we knew we couldn't do it because we're NATO partners. And Vladimir Putin has threatened the use of nuclear weapons. If we were non-aligned, a neutral nation, could we have done more? NATO itself is, in a sense, muscle-bound. It has so many armaments. It has nuclear weapons. It can't confront Russia without threatening what we always heard about in the Cold War, the strategy of nuclear weapons, mutually assured destruction. There's no future or hope in that. So in this instance tonight, for the first time that I've ever had a chance to speak in this place about NATO, I would say to all of my colleagues here, let's look at what makes the world safer. The world will be safer when nuclear weapons are eliminated. We have now before us, and it's taken legal effect, the treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. Enough countries around the world, nation states, have signed on, but none of the nuclear powers have signed on, and Canada hasn't even signed on to be an observer to the conversation. At the end of this month, June 20th to 22nd in Vienna, will be the first state party gathering under the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I know my colleague here from Edmonton, Strathcona, and I, and a senator from the other place, and plan to go to Vienna. We hope our government will be there. We hope our government will be there as a delegation. We hope we sign on. But in the meantime, as we examine this question, Finland and Sweden have been made less secure by Putin's assault on Russia's assault on Ukraine. We have to do two things at all times: defend Ukraine, do everything we can to put pressure on Russia to get to a peace talk, to get to a ceasefire. And we have to look beyond the immediate conflict in Ukraine and say, how do we make the world safer? We make the world safer when nuclear weapons are abolished. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to share an experience with the Honourable Member about NATO. I was traveling with John Manley, the then Foreign Affairs Minister. Our itinerary was London, Paris, Riga, and Berlin. And when we were in Riga, the president of Latvia came into the room and she harangued John and I for 20 minutes about getting into NATO. This was in September 2001. And she didn't want anything else. She just wanted into NATO because she saw NATO as her best security guarantee against the Russians, frankly. So we go to Germany, and to John's great credit, he put the Latvian question to the Germans. They had the same question. Well, what about the Russians? So is the honourable member prepared to assert her judgment about the utility of NATO against the president of Latvia's judgment about the utility of NATO?
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, to my friend from Scarborough-Guildwood, in the context of a nuclear-armed Russia and Latvia, that is a concern that I can't second-guess what the president of Latvia said. But would her response have been different if we had done the right thing? When the USSR broke down and capitalism decided to declare capitalism had won and communism had lost, why did we not do a Marshall Plan for Russia? Why did we not build the democratic institutions? Why did we leave the people of Russia to reduced life expectancy, to reduced economic opportunities, and to the crony capitalism of Putin's friends? We let them down. We could change that. So I can't answer the question because the context could have been so different if we'd done more for the people of Russia.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate my colleagues' speeches. And not just me. My father also likes listening to my colleagues' speech. And they have a great friendship. And my father, he also said at this house, he always said, when you speak to a motion or bill, when you vote, you need to vote, well, the way you want to, but for the right reasons. I appreciate my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands because she's always very genuine and honest when she answers questions. If I understand correctly, she will be supporting this motion because Greens in Sweden and Finland support it. But if Greens in Sweden and Finland had not taken a position on this issue, would she have supported the motion? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank my dear colleague. I greatly appreciate his kind comments. And he mentioned that his father and I were friends, and that's true. Well, if Green politicians in Finland and Sweden hadn't taken a position, our position might be different. But right now, it's clear that our colleagues in other countries have taken a clear position. They are being threatened by Russia and the Putin regime. And they need the protection of NATO. And that's why the Greens will be voting yes.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to echo some of my colleagues in this place to thank the member for her genuine honesty in her intervention today. Madam Speaker, 2 former Prime Ministers of Canada, 3 former Foreign Ministers, 2 former Defence Ministers, all members of the Liberal Party have endorsed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And in fact, they wrote a letter on September 21st, 2019, rebuking NATO for its opposition to the treaty. I'm just wondering if the member can tell us why she thinks that the previous members of this party could support that, but the current government cannot.
Brief answer from the member for Saanich Gulf Island. A brief answer.
Our government appears to be slavishly and unthinkingly willing to do whatever the U.S. administration wants.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honor to be able to join everyone tonight virtually to talk about NATO and, of course, the application for membership in NATO by Finland and Sweden, something that I hope that we can strongly support unanimously in this chamber and send a strong message to all allies in the NATO alliance and hopefully convince those that are somewhat hesitant to accept this membership application from both Finland and Sweden. We know that Sweden has already been, as Finland has, closely cooperating with NATO and the European Union Collective Defense Agreement for quite some time. And they have modern militaries and modern economies and have very progressive societies that we all appreciate and admire. And there's no reason not to reject their applications to NATO. We know, Madam Speaker, that both Finland and Sweden have been non-aligned neutral nations since the end of World War II. And that has dramatically changed with Putin's illegal invasion and Russia's war and war crimes and atrocities being committed in Ukraine. Of course, Madam Speaker, our thoughts, our prayers, and our efforts are to help Ukraine win this war. And we know that the entire NATO alliance is doing everything it can and is nervous about how this is going to play out. But that means that countries that don't have the ability to be part of that strong alliance that we have through NATO want to join. And although there may be some naysayers out there that are going to say that this is, again, NATO enlargement, pushing farther and farther towards, Russia's borders, nothing could be farther from the truth. These are independent countries who want to make sure that they can take advantage of what we enjoy and take for granted here in Canada, which is deterrence through our collective defense. Article 5 almost guarantees that no NATO member will ever be invaded by a foreign nation such as the Russian Federation. And as long as Vladimir Putin, Madam Speaker, is at the helm of the Federation in Russia and has control of the criminal organization within the Kremlin, the kleptocrats, the mafia-styled organization that he's been running there, and his very disturbing philosophy and revisionist history that he's trying to force upon the world. His demented reasonings for invading Ukraine cannot go unchecked. But that means that the Baltic nations, Arctic nations that share space with Russia are increasingly concerned And that's why there's been such a change of heart so quickly in a matter of 3 months that we've seen Sweden and Finland make this historic application for membership 73 years after the beginning of the NATO alliance. Now, I want to thank the Foreign Affairs Committee for doing this work, for putting together this report, and giving us this opportunity to express as parliamentarians and ultimately as the Government of Canada our support for the membership application. But let's look at why they are so nervous and why they made this decision to join along with other Baltic nations that already enjoy this alliance, such as Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and Poland. We know that those nations have all joined over the last 25 years. And we know that Canada has been playing a major role in Latvia as part of the NATO's enhanced forward presence and increasing our military deterrence activities within Latvia, leading several other nations in a battle group there. The more that we can do to bolster the defenses of Eastern Europe, the safer we are here at home. We are an Arctic nation. We share territory with Russia. And it's going to be good to know that the United States, Canada, Norway, already NATO members, will now be joined by 2 more Arctic nations, being Finland and Sweden, in this alliance. And we can hopefully bring Russia back into a reasonable conversation after they leave Ukrainian sovereign territory about how best to move forward about protecting the Arctic, as well as doing search and rescue and other investments in our Arctic area. Canada needs to do more for Ukraine. We are watching this war on a daily basis, Madam Speaker, and is something that continues to pull at all our heartstrings. We know that this is more than a tragedy. This is an atrocity that's been committed, as we've been talking about Bucha, what's happened in Mariupol, how hospitals, schools, seniors' homes, maternity wards have been intentionally targeted. We know that Putin and his henchmen within the Russian army have been committing these crimes against humanity and have ordered them from the top down. And everyone who is responsible for those atrocities must be held to account. I'm glad to see that Ukraine's public prosecutor is putting together all the evidence to take to The Hague in front of the International Criminal Court. Canada needs to assist in that in every step of the way. For quite a while, the Conservatives have been calling on the Liberal government to do more to help Ukraine. Madam Speaker, we need to have the humanitarian corridors implemented by giving Ukraine the anti-air and air defense systems so that they can ensure that their airspace is protected and that those that are fleeing war zones can get to safety, and humanitarian assistance and relief can get into those besieged cities like Kharkiv. We know that Ukraine has been asking for more armored vehicles, and Canada is sitting, and Madam Speaker, we've asked this many times in the House, and I asked it again just a couple of weeks ago. Why isn't Canada sending our about to be retired light armored vehicles? Our Bisons, our Coyotes, our Kodiaks, and our M113 track labs. All of those are going to be decommissioned over the next year, and the replacement vehicles are already built and sitting in London, Ontario, waiting to be accredited. In that tranche of light armored vehicles, that there are 32 armored ambulances as part of the LAV-2 configuration that can be sent to Ukraine, who desperately need those right now. But they know that those light armored vehicles would save lives, but for whatever reason, the Minister of National Defense, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has not moved on sending these labs, which could so easily be donated by Canada and which are in good working order, Madam Speaker. We've also asked the government to
Have a point of order. So, yes, we have a point of order from the member from Coastal Bay, St. Thurl, Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I think my honourable colleague might have forgot to mention that he's splitting his time.
I'm not sure if I caught it or not. Oh, okay. So the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman has 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe I did mention that I was splitting my time. Sorry about that. I did just say this, that one of the other things that we've been asking the government to do is to supply our Harpoon maritime and coastal missiles that would really strengthen up and enforce the ability for Ukraine to protect Odessa and other coastal cities. We asked for that. Canada didn't do it. The UK did. We asked to send over our labs like our M113s. Canada didn't send it. The United States and Australia sent M113s. We need to step up and do more, Madam Speaker, not do less. But I, again, just want to reiterate that having Sweden and Finland join our NATO alliance, it speaks volumes. And I know, Madam Speaker, that we all welcome their application.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that Canada has actually been very supportive of Ukraine in every way. And having said that, my question is more so in regards to the importance of NATO and how NATO's role in the world has actually been amplified. And I do believe that NATO's going forward is going to even become that much more of a healthier, stronger world factor. And I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' thoughts in regards to how what's taken place in Europe has really amplified the importance of NATO to the world, and how, as a Canadian government, we need to support and work with our allies, in particular NATO.
Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his question. And we all know that NATO is by far not only the strongest defense alliance, it's also one of the most active political alliances in the world. And so much can be done through deterrence measures because of the strength, the military strength that NATO possesses. But because of that, they're able to come to the table as an organization, as allies, and talk about political realities and be able to bring peace about much quicker than other international organizations, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Question and comment, several member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. He talked about supplying with weapons, but we know that these days weapons are increasingly technological and it requires training to be able to use them properly. Can the member comment on the possibility of giving as much predictability as possible when we send arms so that there can be training prepared for those who will use the arms, if he could comment on that?
Well, I thank the member for her question, Madam Speaker, and I agree with her that, if we are going to send more technologically advanced weapons, I know that we're sending sniper rifles and that were bought by the Ukrainian military from Canada that are very advanced, and they do require training. And so that means that we have to be able to move personnel that built that equipment to train individuals on it. And not all of that equipment takes weeks and months to train on. It's not like giving them a new fighter jet that they haven't been flying before, which takes years to master. A lot of this stuff only takes a matter of days and weeks, and it'll already be in operation. But that's why I'd also encourage the government, Madam Speaker, that they have $500 million earmarked in this budget to go towards military equipment for Ukraine. Buy the equipment that Ukraine already uses off the world market and get it there as soon as possible, so we don't have to train them. They can actually put it into use immediately.
And comments, Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention this evening. I I know that while we don't agree on everything on the response to Ukraine, that we do both strongly believe that Canada needs to do everything it can for the people of Ukraine. As a co-vice chair of the Ukraine-Canada Friendship Association, I admire his commitment to the people of Ukraine. And I guess one of the questions I'd like to ask him about is, we know that there's been about $600 billion worth of damage done to infrastructure in Ukraine. What would he like to see the Canadian government to commit to as a long-term strategy to help Ukraine rebuild after this war?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and appreciate her strong support for Ukraine as well. I would just say this, that Canada needs to start planning ahead for a Marshall Plan to help rebuild all the infrastructure that has been destroyed by the Russian military in Ukraine. We know that there's a number of assets that have already been seized from Russian oligarchs and corrupt kleptocrats who have been hiding their wealth and own businesses here in Canada. Those assets need to be liquidated, and those are the first dollars that should be going into the rebuilding of Ukraine's hospitals, schools, roads, and bridges. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is, as always, an honor to be able to enter into debate within this place, especially when it comes to such important issues like the motion that we are discussing in this place tonight. Madam Speaker, before I get into the substance of my defense for this motion, I would like to just highlight a couple of things. As the fact that over the last number of months, we have seen the security situation of our world evolve dramatically. That the circumstances to which I certainly grew up in, and I know many of the younger individuals in this place, don't remember a time when, other than on the maps that maybe weren't quite up to date that we had in our social studies classrooms, we don't remember a time where there was a Soviet Union. But certainly I know from those who maybe have a little bit more gray hair than I do, the stories and the geopolitical reality that existed prior to the dramatic changes that took place at the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. But Madam Speaker, over the last number of months, we have seen a dramatic change, that the peace and security of our world, the rules-based international order, has truly been put at risk. When Russia invaded the sovereign country of Ukraine, it sent, I would suggest, a shockwave across the world, that a red line had been crossed. And over the course of debate that has taken place in this place and in parliaments and legislatures around the world, we have, and including, I would note, in the Parliament of Ukraine, that has continued to function under what are circumstances that I'm sure many of us within Canada's House of Commons and Canada's Parliament and many Western democracies, Madam Speaker, could hardly imagine continued to function and to ensure that in the midst of what seem like insurmountable odds, have continued to show that democracy matters, that the rules-based international order matters. So, Madam Speaker, as we are discussing specifically tonight a motion that supports the entrance of Finland and Sweden into NATO, the treaty alliance that has demonstrated over its history that has played a key and pivotal role in ensuring peace and security around our world. Madam Speaker, that peace and security, as I mentioned before, has been threatened. Now, I would just note, Madam Speaker, my great uncle Ted gave to me when I was quite a bit younger. I think I was 10 or 11. He was a professor. He's now retired. A professor at the University of Toronto. He would come and visit us back home in East Central Alberta. And I would have a million questions when they would come often during the summer, often spend a number of weeks. And I would ask him questions about anything and everything. Now, he happened to be a professor of Hebrew history, but a very knowledgeable man on many, many subjects. And in particular, one summer, he actually brought a piece of the Berlin Wall. A piece of the Berlin Wall that, and explain to me the significance of that piece of concrete, crumbling as it is, that piece of concrete. So, Madam Speaker, when I got elected in 2019, I went in, as I'm sure many of us do, into the box where many of the things from our childhoods and our pasts are stored, and I actually got that old piece of concrete that was wrapped in plastic. I took it out and was able to get it put into a display, and on that I got a plaque with President Reagan's famous words asking Mr. Gorbachev to bring down that wall. But, Madam Speaker, that piece of the Berlin Wall sits in my office today. And the reason why is as a constant reminder that this rules-based international order is not something that we can take for granted. That we have to continually and earnestly defend the peace and security that makes up our national democratic institutions, but also the world that has enjoyed an unprecedented period of peace over the last 7 decades or so, and the significance of the disruption that is possible in light of what the developing circumstances are with Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, I certainly didn't imagine when I was elected to Parliament in 2019 that within a number of years, that we would be debating a war in Europe. The dynamics that have certainly changed when it comes to where we find ourselves today. And that's why it is so fitting to be able to debate and discuss what I hope will be an expedient admission to Finland and Sweden to NATO. Now, it would only be a couple of months ago, 3 months ago or so, that even the talk of these two countries joining NATO would have been something that would have garnered international headlines and would have been called a provocation. But, Madam Speaker, we see how, in light of the circumstances our world finds itself in, that it appears, and I would suggest is, a necessity for the security of those two countries and the Western world. Madam Speaker, to provide a little bit of context, although Finland and Sweden are not currently NATO members, I would like to note in this House this evening that they are active participants in the upholding of, as I've referred to, the international rules-based order. They have been collaborators with NATO and many of our objectives throughout the course of NATO's history. And it is those things that I would suggest build the perfect resume for what should be a speedy admission, and for other countries that are now tasked with evaluating whether or not they should support or not these two countries' admission. Madam Speaker, you look at their history, and I would suggest that record speaks very, very strongly in favor of their expedient admission. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the domestic impacts, because of course my speech up to this point has talked a lot about the impacts of this particular motion and the results that would have on the world, but it has specific relevance here at home as well. We think about northern sovereignty, how we share, although not a land border, we share thousands of kilometers of our north with our next closest neighbor being that of Russia. And, Madam Speaker, certainly over the course that I've been elected and being someone that has followed closely the situation in our north, there is, without a shadow of a doubt, threats that are current and present in terms of that we need to take as a country in terms of bolstering our military. The previous speaker from Manitoba spoke very eloquently about ensuring that we have the military requirements, meeting our 2% targets and those sorts of things. But, Madam Speaker, we have to be able to respond. in a way that will ensure that our sovereignty, our national sovereignty, not just the thousands of kilometers of Arctic tundra that exists in our north, but the fact that our sovereign borders do border, although by sea, a nation that has shown itself unwilling to abide by the common precepts of what national sovereignty should look like. And Madam Speaker, I would call as a challenge to all parties in this House, and especially the government, especially members of this cabinet, that I've heard a lot of tough talk over the course of the last number of months regarding the situation in Ukraine. But, Madam Speaker, that has to be followed up by equally significant and tough action. Tough talk without action only makes good headlines, but doesn't actually, in this case, keep the people of our nation, the people of Ukraine, the people of Finland and Sweden, doesn't keep them any safer. So, Madam Speaker, as I come to the conclusion of my speech, I would simply appeal to this place and to members of NATO. I would ask that, through you, of course, Madam Speaker, that we look towards an expedient admission of Finland and Sweden to NATO for the peace and security of both our nation and the alliance that has helped provide peace and security over the last 7 decades in our world.
Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to our colleague from Alberta for his intervention tonight. And as he was speaking, and I was reflecting on the different views we have in the House of Commons and the Parliament of Canada providing a voice to this discussion that's happening in the world, and the value of the Parliament of Canada in this discussion to say we need to have peace, order, and good government in other countries. Even though we might not agree with each other within these walls, outside these walls, I think that our voice can be heard and is being heard amongst ourselves, but now we'll go forward from here. So could the Honourable Member maybe comment on the value of our combined voice on this?
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. And it is certainly, I think, significant that we are debating this motion, the opportunity for Canada's Parliament, the epicenter of Canadian democracy, to what I will hope will be a strong, unified voice, share with the world that this situation matters, that Finland and Sweden's admission into NATO matters, and to ensure that we continue to speak with a strong voice, united, although many political differences, that we stand united with the people of Ukraine and for the rules-based international order.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very interesting intervention. He talked about unity with Ukrainians. I think that everyone agrees on that here in this House. He talked about sovereignty, territorial sovereignty, national sovereignty, which is always close to my heart when we talk about sovereignty, as you know. My dream is that Quebec be one day part of NATO, but I'm on my last question, so I will leave that aside just for tonight. There's the Turkey issue. We will support here Sweden and Finland. How should we address the Turkish issue when it will be time to do so, according to my colleague? It will have to be rather quickly, I think.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member brings up a good point when it comes to the situation regarding Turkey. And certainly I would suggest that the statement that this place, that Canada's House of Commons can make in terms of support for Finland and Sweden's membership into NATO is significant, and to show with a unified voice that this conversation does matter and that there could be very, very real consequences, not only for Turkey, but for the peace and security of our world if they were to interfere with what appears to be, certainly from my reading of the situation across NATO, the admission of these two countries into the alliance.
We have a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
would like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his intervention this evening. He spoke about unity and unity within this place. And one of the things that I think is very important is that we show a solidarity and unity with our colleagues within NATO, with colleagues within the Baltic states. And I'm wondering if he could tell me why the Conservative Party has blocked the Foreign Affairs Committee going to visit our partners in NATO in the Baltic states.
Yeah. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm not a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, so I would urge that member to ask members of that committee. But Madam Speaker, I think that there has been an unprecedented show of unity within this place in support of the people of Ukraine and in support of ensuring that, again, that international rules-based order is preserved. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest that although there are political differences, including between the role that Canada should have in terms of a middle power in what I would suggest should be a stronger position as a middle power in our world, but there's significant political differences certainly between the New Democrats and the Conservatives and other political entities. We have, I think, and I would hope we'll continue to see a unified voice in terms of ensuring that we can stand with with the people of Ukraine and with our allies within NATO and around the world for that rules-based international order.
As it is 10:30 p.m. Pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested and deferred until Thursday, June 2nd, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. There's still some work to be done here in the House. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back in April, I asked the Minister of Transport when he would allow Canadians to fly again and end the mandates. I pointed out how Canada is virtually alone in the world with these anti-flying mandates. Iceland, Sweden, Ireland, France, the UK, Argentina, Costa Rica, Denmark, Hungary, Jamaica, Thailand, Mexico, Norway, and Poland are just a few of the countries that have made it possible for their citizens to fly, and they've ended the vaccine mandates. Even Cuba, a country that the Prime Minister has an interesting relationship with, has more freedom to fly than Canada. I know the Parliamentary Secretary will talk about how everything is done to protect Canadians, and they say that it's all based on science, even though basing their obsession on vaccine mandates for travel is a clear opposition to the science, and that stopped long ago. I find it appalling that this Liberal government seems to be intent on preventing over 7 million law-abiding Canadians from traveling just because they don't have a vaccine passport. However, they're quite content to allow Canadians who are convicted of child sex offences to travel abroad. Under this government, convicted child predators have more freedom to travel than Canadians who have chosen to not be vaccinated. In 2015, the Conservative government amended the Passport Act to give the Minister of Foreign Affairs the tools to refuse or cancel passports in order to prevent the commission of sexual offences against a child in Canada or abroad. Basically, it stops Canadian sex predators from traveling and exploiting youth, especially in underdeveloped countries. I have been keeping track of how many passports the Liberals have revoked or denied. From 2015 to 2018, in the first 2 years, only 13 cancellations or there was only 13 cancellations or revocations and 5 refusals of passports to prevent sexual abuse of children abroad. Many of these were initiated likely under the Conservative government. Between 2018 and 2021, the government revoked 0 passports to prevent child exploitation and refused only 3 passports. Canada has 60,000 registered sex offenders. 72% of them are child sexual predators. That's over 42,000 convicted child sex offenders. This government has only cancelled 13 passports and 0 in the last 3 years, and refused only 8 passports. Based on our organizations I work with, Madam Speaker, we are aware of convicted child sex offenders who are convicted of the horrific offences against children and who receive passports in the past few years from this government and have been travelling abroad. Think about that, Madam Chair. The government spending $30 million to implement a vaccine passport in this country to prevent law-abiding citizens from getting on planes solely because they don't have a vaccine. But if you're a convicted sex offender, as long as you get a vaccine, here's your passport, off you go. For example, Donald Baker, one of Canada's most notorious sex offenders, after serving his jail time, traveled to Southeast Asia to abuse young children as young as 7 years old. Under this government, he got his passport back and was traveling abroad to impoverished countries over the past few years. This is unconscionable. 42,000 convicted sex offenders over the past 7 years, when only 13 passports canceled or refused. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this: why is the government so focused on keeping law-abiding Canadians grounded and prohibited from traveling, while convicted sex offenders can get a passport and travel? Wouldn't the $30 million be better spent on ensuring that the passports are not being given to these sexual offenders? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to talk about our government's response to the pandemic. Vaccination is one of the most effective tools we have to combat the pandemic and keep Canadians safe. While provinces and territories are responsible for establishing vaccination requirements within their jurisdictions, vaccine requirements and restrictions were introduced in the summer and fall of 2021 across a number of areas of federal jurisdiction, namely at the border, among federal public servants, and within the federally regulated transportation sector. Vaccine-related policies, along with public health measures, have helped keep Canadians safe. They've supported safe working conditions and spaces for federal public service workers, travelers on federally regulated transport, and reduced the risk and impacts of absenteeism for businesses. At the time federal vaccine-related requirements and restrictions were introduced, overall vaccination rates were significantly lower. There was strong scientific evidence from international and domestic sources that demonstrated vaccines were effective at preventing infection against specific COVID-19 variants, such as Alpha and Delta. There was also evidence that showed vaccines protected against several illnesses, hospitalization, and death from COVID-19. The benefits of vaccination continue to outweigh the risk. It is also important for us to take stock of where we are and have a more flexible and responsive approach in managing COVID-19. Vaccines and therapeutics continue to be important cornerstones of our responses. We are fortunate that vaccination coverage rates in Canada are among the highest in the world, resulting in more lives saved in comparison with other countries, but there are still more opportunities to enhance our protection. As of May 22, 2022, over 84% of the total population have received at least one dose, 81% have received 2 doses, and more than 18 million Canadians have received a 3rd dose. We know that vaccination does not give us full immunity from infection, but it does prevent us from getting very sick, and it reduces the potential risk need for hospitalization. Our goal of minimizing serious illness and death is still the same. So too is our goal of minimizing societal disruption. We need to recognize that COVID-19 is not going to disappear, Madam Speaker. We have learned a great deal over the course of the pandemic, but there's still a great deal of certainty. Thanks to Canadians' adherence to public health measures and high rates of vaccination, including booster doses, our outlook continues to improve. Individual public health measures, along with vaccines and therapeutics, will remain key in protecting individuals should a virulent or highly transmissible variant of concern emerge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under this government, a convicted child sex offender has more freedom to travel in Canada than an unvaccinated Canadian. There are 4 million Canadians who can't fly. El Salvador, Cuba, France, the UK, all of these countries have allowed their citizens to fly once again. We are the only G7 country that is not allowing their unvaccinated citizens to fly. My question is, if the government won't let unvaccinated people fly, will they at least start revoking the passports from child sex offenders? How many passports have been refused or revoked over the past 7 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, As Canada emerges out of the acute phase of the pandemic, the focus will shift towards ongoing management of COVID-19. Individual public health measures along with vaccines and therapeutics will remain key in protecting individuals should a virulent and highly transmissible variant of concern emerge. The Public Health Agency of Canada is working with its provincial and territorial partners to address the ongoing presence of the COVID-19 virus. Given the uncertainty, Madam Speaker, nimble approaches will continue to be required as measures are lifted. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently posed a question to the Prime Minister regarding abuse and non-compliance under the medical assistance and dying regime. Abuse and non-compliance is not a hypothetical. It is happening. It is well documented, and vulnerable Canadians are falling through the cracks. Quebec's Commission on End-of-Life Care, as well as Ontario's Chief Coroner's Office, identified multiple cases of criminal code non-compliance. Let me repeat that again. Criminal code non-compliance, hardly something that should be taken lightly. In April, a 51-year-old London, Ontario woman accessed MAID after she could not find adequate housing. Her condition was not irremediable as required by law. Last month, the RCMP opened a criminal investigation into the questionable MAID death of an Abbotsford, BC woman who suffered from depression. Then there is the case of Roger Foley, someone who requires 24-hour care. He was pressured to get MAID not once, but at least on 4 occasions. In one case, he recorded a health practitioner pressure him to access MAID because she said that his care was simply too expensive. These cases are alarming and should concern the government. They are drawing international rebuke, including from the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, who expressed serious concerns and called on this government to conduct full investigations and to ensure that there are appropriate safeguards in place to protect vulnerable Canadians. Recently, an article was published in the UK Spectator entitled, "Why is Canada Euthanizing the Poor?" In the face of all of that, I would have thought that the Prime Minister would have expressed some level of concern, some level of compassion in answer to my question. But on the contrary, the Prime Minister engaged in the worst form of politics, claiming that anyone who would raise questions of abuse was, quote unquote, wrapped up in ideology. How insensitive, how beneath the dignity of this place. After all, we are talking about vulnerable Canadians. We are talking about an active criminal investigation into the death of a BC woman as we speak. We're talking about grieving families who've lost loved ones because the law was not followed. And we're talking about vulnerable Canadians who are at risk absent the enforcement of safeguards. So I ask the government again, will they admit what everyone knows to be true, and that is that there are serious abuses and instances of non-compliance putting vulnerable Canadians at risk, and what are they doing about it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. It's a little bit late, huh?
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak about Canada's medical assistance in dying, including the role played by both federal and provincial territorial governments in the MAID regime. As you know, Parliament is responsible for enacting the criminal law, and the provinces and territories are responsible for its enforcement. The federal government has always recognized that MAID is a complex and deeply personal issue. Parliament has enacted a MAID regime that reflects Canada's evolving needs, supports autonomy and freedom of choice, while also protecting those who may be vulnerable. And this is why the MAID law includes stringent eligibility criteria and safeguards within the criminal code. For instance, a person may only receive MAID if their request was made voluntarily without external pressure. Additionally, MAID providers must ensure that 1. The request for MAID was made in writing and was signed by an independent witness. 2. The person was informed that they may withdraw their request at any time. 3. A second independent physician or nurse practitioner provided a written opinion confirming the person meets the eligibility criteria. And 4th, the person was given the opportunity to withdraw their request, and if not withdrawn, the person gave their express consent immediately before MAID was provided. The Criminal Code also contains additional safeguards for persons whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. For example, at least one physician or nurse practitioner assessing eligibility must have expertise in the condition causing the person suffering. There must be 90 days between the eligibility is assessed and the day MAID is provided, and the person must be informed of the means available to relieve their suffering, including counseling services, mental health and disability support services, community services, and palliative care. As I mentioned, Madam Speaker, the provinces and territories are responsible for enforcing the criminal law, including the MAID provisions. They're also responsible for the provision of healthcare for the regulated medical professionals in their jurisdictions. The Criminal Code provides the needed safeguards to protect the vulnerable. However, it is up to the provinces and territories to investigate and enforce situations where practitioners may not have followed the safeguards. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Criminal Code regulations for the monitoring of MAID are being updated to ensure that information is collected regarding race, Indigenous identity, and disability. Once available, this information will provide better insights into how certain groups may be impacted by our MAID regime and will support the provinces and territories in the implementation of MAID and its enforcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite empty words of concern, this government has simply washed its hands clean of issues of non-compliance. Non-compliance with so-called safeguards that were brought in by this government. These are matters under the Criminal Code. They fall within the jurisdiction of this government, and this government has a responsibility to ensure that safeguards are adequate and that vulnerable Canadians are not falling through the cracks under the MAID regime. Instead, this government has plowed full steam ahead, seeking to rapidly expand MAID as vulnerable Canadians fall through the cracks. I would submit that if anyone is wrapped up in ideology, it is this government at the expense of vulnerable Canadians. I listed a series of cases of non-compliance, and I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to acknowledge that there are instances of non-compliance and to provide a better answer than...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the federal government acknowledges that there are many complexities surrounding MAID and the necessity to protect vulnerable persons. This is why any federal action in this area is informed by evidence, experts, and independent reviews. For instance, as members are aware, adults whose sole medical condition is a mental disorder will be eligible for MAID in March of 2023. In preparation for this, and to ensure that such an expansion is done safely, the government is considering the expert panel on MAID and mental illnesses final report, which was tabled in Parliament on May 13th, 2022. The government is also looking forward to considering the Special Joint Committee on MAID's review of the Criminal Code provisions and their application, as well as other important issues relating to mature minors, advance requests, mental disorders, the state of palliative care in Canada, and the protection of Canadians with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to follow up on a question that I asked the Prime Minister on May 18th. And I think it's important in these late shows to give a little bit of context for people who might be seeing this maybe live, but probably more likely on social media after we post the clips from this. So the late show is our opportunity to have a conversation where we follow up on something where we feel like we didn't get an adequate response from the government during question period, and that's usually the case. But we get this opportunity to choose which questions we're going to follow up on. The parliamentary secretary who will answer my question today and has 4 minutes to respond knows the question that I'm going to refer to, and has the full power of the minister's office and the prime minister's office to prepare the response. So we would expect a fulsome response tonight, hopefully. And now the question, just very specific question that was asked of the prime minister on May 18th was this. Mr. Speaker, 4 times in the past 2 weeks, I've asked questions about the Canada mental health transfer, an election commitment quite obviously broken by the Liberal government. The minister never even pretended to attempt an answer. Page 75 of the Liberal platform clearly promises immediate funding of $250 million and then another $625 million in this year's budget. There has to be an explanation as to why the Liberals broke this significant promise to vulnerable Canadians. Could the Prime Minister simply tell us what that explanation is? And of course, the Prime Minister didn't tell us what that explanation is. So I'm going to elaborate a little bit on this. On page 5 of the Liberal platform, the document that they used to get elected just about 7 or 8 months ago, the Liberals said that they would, quote, commit to permanent ongoing funding for mental health services under the Canada Mental Health Transfer with an initial investment of $4.5 billion over 5 years. In their costing of their platform, it was very clear the timeline that they were promising, because on page 75 of the platform, under new investments and Canada Mental Health Transfer, for 2021-22, they committed $250 million. And then for 22-23, $625 million, $100 million. So $250 million, $625 million, and then ongoing funding for the next 3 years. So it was very clear that the commitment was to begin immediately, and yet in the budget and in any fiscal planning document that we've seen from the government since then, nowhere to be found is anything related to the Canada Mental Health Transfer. So we had the opportunity to ask officials at committee. They had no answers for us. On May 5th, we asked the minister herself the question. I asked her, and she called my questions annoying and despicable and didn't give an answer. I had the chance to ask the parliamentary secretary a week later on May 12th, and she clearly didn't understand the question because she talked about the suicide prevention hotline and didn't talk about the Canada Mental Health Transfer at all. By the way, the response to the question that I didn't ask about the suicide prevention hotline wasn't an answer at all, even in relation to that thing. And then I had the chance to ask the Prime Minister. So for the Parliamentary Secretary, what I hope to hear today is for her to simply point us to a financial document of the government, Budget Implementation Act, or some other document where it's clear that the government is spending the money that they promised during the election campaign for the Canada Mental Health Transfer.
Le secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de la Santé mentale et des dépendances et ministre associé de la Santé.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je suis vraiment... Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to be able to answer my esteemed colleague tonight and to have the opportunity to speak about what our government is doing to support access to mental health care across Canada.
Investments in mental health, including $5 billion to the provinces and territories through ongoing bilateral agreements. Le budget 2022 propose de...
Budget 2022 will be providing a great deal of money over 2 years, starting in 2022-23, to maintain services that take into account culturally appropriate services for Indigenous communities to improve mental well-being and to build on efforts in Budget 2021 in order to co-develop a mental health and well-being strategy.
One that has existed for years, even before the pandemic, has been the ability to access the right type of care where and when it's needed. Parfois, les individus...
Sometimes individuals need online information in some cases peer support, other times counseling or more specialized care. We know the pandemic has made the situation even more difficult with the substantial increase in mental health needs.
In the early days of the pandemic, the government introduced the Wellness Together Canada portal. À ce jour,
to date, we have invested $270 million in the portal to provide the most appropriate care at the most appropriate time, at the most appropriate place, by the most appropriate person.
Means that Canadians can access online information on mental health issues, mental health programs they can do on their own or with counseling, immediate text support, and even individual confidential counseling through phone, video, and texting with social workers, psychologists, and professionals. All of this 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and in more than 200 languages for free.
To help Canadians across Canada, we also know that it will take strong partnerships with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, mental health practitioners, researchers, communities, and groups, and people with lived experience.
Example is the partnership established between Canada, the Standards Council of Canada, and other key stakeholders to develop new national standards for mental health and substance use supports. Ce travail est appuyé par les
This work is being supported by a $45 million investment over 2 years, and we are very encouraged by early progress on national standards for integrated youth services.
No national standards are needed, so Canadians know what to expect in terms of timelessness and quality of mental health and substance use services, treatment, and support. Madame la Présidente, je suis convaincue.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure that my honourable colleagues know that enhancing mental health care for Canadians across the country requires us to work hand in hand with all of our partners.
Our government wants to hear from them, understand their perspectives, identify the areas in need of more investments, and get this right for all Canadians, no matter where they live and the care they need. On reste pleinement.
We remain fully committed to the additional investment of $4.5 billion over 5 years to ensure mental health care is treated as a full and equal part of Canada's universal public health care system.
Healthcare is healthcare, and Canadians deserve.
Temps est écoulé. The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm, as we look to make progress on this issue, I'm banking on the fact that Canadians who just watched my question and that answer will recognize that that response had nothing to do at all with the question that I asked. So I'm going to ask it again, and I'm hoping the Parliamentary Secretary will put away her notes and just answer the question. In the Liberal platform that she ran on 8 months ago, they promised, her party promised, $250 million for a Canada mental health transfer in fiscal year 2021-2022, which was already halfway through during the election campaign. So clearly the promise was for an immediate investment in a Canada mental health transfer, and then a subsequent investment of $625 million this year, and then continuing for the next 3 years. My question is simple, and I think Canadians would expect a response. Where can Canadians look to find the delivery of that promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the government is fully committed to designing, funding, and implementing a new permanent Canada mental health transfer. And to do this, we must work closely with our provincial and territorial partners in order to get this right. I know that my colleague understands that the mental health care landscape varies greatly across the country. We need to be able to see what are promising and innovative practices to ensure that all Canadians have access to the care that fits their needs.
Speaker, the government is taking an approach based on consultation and partnership to deliver a new Canada mental health transfer. Et on croit que
We believe mental health is a non-partisan issue, and we will work collaboratively with everyone so Canadians get the mental health services they deserve. Thank you.
La motion porte.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.